This young man is our protagonist, Eugen. Although his appearance looks a bit ugly right now, it will improve soon. However, in short, he's about to meet his end. It all began with Eugen being a vampire relentlessly hunted by the Holy Knights. In the end, after all their efforts, the Holy Knight's sword still pierced his body. Dorit, leading the charge, shouted proudly. "Hey, you vampire who's been hiding and sneaking around for half a year, it must have been fun, right? You've probably taken plenty of lives in the meantime, you filthy creature. The jest of us Holy Knights is something to be proud of. But your little drama ends here, not even the gods will forgive your crimes. Take pride in dying by my hand and helping me earn the title of Vampire Slayer. For deceiving the church, refusing to accept the judgment of the Holy Knights, your wretched appearance says it all." Saying that, Dorit suddenly wore a sinister smile. "Oh, did you know? The reason I haven't captured you until now was intentional. Both my delay in joining the pursuit and allowing you to run rampant all this time. It's been a long time since such a rare vampire like you showed up. Toying with you would make us a lot of money, and it serves as a warning to the heretics." Hearing that, Eugen couldn't restrain himself and lunged forward. "You know? After all, this world is survival of the fittest. Everything is decided by the strength of the ruler." Whether Eugen wanted to or not, he still had to flee. A long slash swept by so fast he couldn't defend in time. Dorit cut across him, displaying a spectacular victory. How disgusting that thought was. He showed a mocking, contemptuous look at Eugen. "Your existence is an insult to the church, a blasphemy against our honor. You depart amidst endless regret. If I had another chance." Suddenly Eugen snapped awake with an intact body, sweat soaking him. He panted for a while and wondered, what the hell is this? Because things were hazy, Eugen was a bit puzzled. What happened? "My neck was torn yet my limbs are whole. I was clearly dead for sure. Is this a dream? No. This is definitely the hut I was in before the church's Holy Knights hunted me. The time is half a year ago, seemingly just before the punitive squad began their hunt." Eugen stood motionless in the cave. Could it be that he'd returned to the past? Thinking that, he clenched his fists resolutely. If truly given another chance, this is a remote forest with no nearby settlements. The nearest village is Broadwyn. Eugen had lived here to avoid human sight, just a weak, frail vampire who had to hold his breath and hide, scraping by to survive. Although Eugen didn't crave human blood, in a distant past moment he couldn't resist his instincts and sowed disaster. The next day, mercenaries swarmed in, and 5 days later the Holy Knights scoured the village. Whether it took them a month or a year, they were determined to find Eugen. Terrified, he lived in the forest and survived for 12 years drinking only wild beasts' blood. He didn't know why he was sent back to the past to live again. But one thing was certain, given this chance, he would never repeat the mistakes of the past. If living stealthily only ends in death, then I'd rather become strong enough that even if I'm discovered, they can't touch me. By using the vampire's method, from now on I'll change how I survive. Vampires can absorb power by draining life. The stronger the bloodline one carries, the more power can be absorbed. It appeared, a huge, ferocious roamer surfaced, the ruler of this forest. It attacked with overwhelming force, leaving Eugen momentarily helpless. The roamer writhed violently, throwing him onto the bare ground. Eugen quickly got up and assessed the situation. With this frail body, all I can do is use all my strength to dodge its blows. But if I can make even the smallest wound, I face the monster with the fierce intention that I can drain its blood. Eugen's previous survival method was to erase his existence as much as possible, but once he realized that path was a dead end, there was no reason left to hesitate. Right now, more than anything, Eugen needed a great deal of power. His sword shattered against its skin. The roamer seized the opportunity and lashed its tail, flinging Eugen away. He bounced a few times and was sent flying far away. Eugen took a heavy hit. The critical moment had arrived, as a massive shadow loomed. His eyes widened in shock. Its huge maw opened. Had I underestimated a roamer's strength? Roamer is a term for wandering natural creatures, not monsters from the demon realm. Even in environments without mana, some still possess mana stones, items sometimes more valuable than gems. For roamers, the mana stone is their life core. If he could find its mana stone, Eugen might turn the tide. But the power gap was too great. Perhaps Eugen had underestimated it. The chance he was given pitted him against a roamer that ruled the forest, likely to kill him before he could even scratch it. The monster lunged into the water, sending violent waves surging. It even carried Eugen along like stored food. He fell into utter despair. Maybe Eugen had been overconfident thinking that if he'd been granted one chance there would be a second or third. No, I've never rated myself that highly. Suddenly its eyes opened wide in terror. That's why I must always keep my head down. Eugen did something that caused it pain, holding its breath and struggling just to live, just to survive. I chose the path of fighting. The intense thought made Eugen's whole body glow. Fight, win. If he didn't win, there would be no more chances. Eugen groped toward its heart. If he failed, there would be no next time. Eugen reached closer, craving to seize it. Its mouth opened, the red gem was right before his eyes. Because survival means trampling on others' blood to live. After the shocking incident, the water's surface calmed again, when suddenly a brilliant light flashed up from beneath the water. The roamer's damaged body surfaced. I promised myself that if I were given another chance, I would not choose the path of running but the path of fighting. The whole atmosphere turned a deep red. So right now I'll seize both fresh blood and victory. Eugen stood calmly there, looking at his new body. He glanced at the massive monster and thought to himself, I only need the Forest Lord's blood, yet it also absorbed the mana stone. The mana in this roamer's stone is much stronger than I expected. Its color was unlike any he'd seen before, and it was larger. The power from the mana stone could spread outward as a layer of black scales. With this, Eugen might be able to resist sunlight and operate by day. He learned about the forest's master from the time he was captured by mercenaries. Back then, because the swamp was small, no one knew of its existence. But after heavy rains and floods, its territory expanded. It appeared and attacked the mercenaries. In that chaos, Eugen took a sip of blood from the wounded forest master. That allowed him to take down a few and escape. Having seen its effect, Eugen resolved to drain its life again. Though his power had increased a bit, it was still insufficient to face Knight Jungderit. I must avoid fights I can't win, at least until I'm sure. Knight Derit can find me no matter where I hide. It seems he has a special ability to detect monsters or souls. Therefore, instead of continuing to hide, I must accumulate enough strength to confront him. Dawn is coming, I can't test the mana stone's power yet. I must return before sunrise. Suddenly, a spectral voice rose, catching his attention. The false master is dead. He is the one who stole my domain, turning a beautiful lake into a rotten swamp. You brought him a tragic death. I thank you for that, but you dared invade this territory and stain the land with blood. This crime is unforgivable. This place is my domain. Mirian, the guardian of the lake. The sun will be enraged, the lands will be furious, and you will suffer a curse that tears your body to pieces. Even if I say that mocking old vampire probably can't hear me, right? Only certain special beings can sense spirits. Contrary to those taunts, Eugen asked it, what are you? Did my question make it freeze like that? Could it be that it doesn't see me? Eugen repeated again, I ask you, what are you? Mirian was utterly surprised by the event. You can see me? You're of the Blood Clan, right? Then did you hear what I just said? Eugen guessed what it was thinking, that teasing old vampire bit, no doubt about it. It bowed its head in greeting, I am Mirian, a water spirit. I was originally the master of this place, but 15 years ago that rotten fish stole the territory and I became his slave. Or rather, it's more accurate to call it a strategic ally. If the water is foul, prey won't come, so he let me control the lakeside area. Anyway, it's thanks to you now. That wretched fish is dead, this place will be cleansed, all because of you. I saw with my own eyes that an old mocker was swallowed by that rotten fish, but just when I thought he was dead, there was an explosion and a handsome man appeared. Did you disguise yourself to fool the rotten fish? Quite the calculated plan, without caring about what Mirian said. You're only looking out for yourself. My tattoo is fading. Why is that? Ah, right, I should use honorifics, shouldn't I? Your tattoo is beautiful, what does it mean? Is it a warrior's symbol? Who are the people you killed? He shrugged indifferently and answered, I don't know either. They've been on me for a very long time. When did I become a vampire? He couldn't remember. Eugen had been born that way. Even in his most distant memories, these 10 tattoos were etched on his body. Unable to recall the distant past, Eugen only knew a life of running and never dared look back at himself. If these tattoos are some kind of charm, could one of them have been unlocked today? I'm off, guard the forest carefully. Mirian felt a little regretful and didn't want him to leave. Yes, it's been so long since I had someone to talk to. Are you really going to go now? Over time, those who can see spirits have become rarer, so I'm very bored. How nice it would be to have someone to talk to. Eugen reminded Mirian of its primary duty. Aren't you going to restore this swamp back into a lake? It seems it doesn't want to. Do you know how long cleansing that place will take? Oh dear, a beautiful man like you would look better after drinking some clean water. I'm a water spirit, so I can make delicious water. Drink pure water and your complexion will look very handsome. At the sight of Miriam producing water, Eugen wanted to dodge. Come on, hurry up. He ordered it to disappear. Seeing him leave, it grabbed at him. My lord, wait, I can filter any water for you to drink. Eugen firmly broke away. No need. Miriam stubbornly pursued, saying instead of refusing, it would be better if he accepted. My lord, you belong to the Blood clan now. A few days later, Broadwind village had another quiet moonlit night. Someone burst in to report. Chief, come quickly, the red-eyed monster has arrived. He exclaimed in surprise. Huh! The whole village gathered around something with stunned faces. Everyone excitedly exclaimed. Oh my, look, wild boar. There's meat to eat. So many, Chief, look, more than usual today, can we take them all? A curious young man asked, Chief, what is the red-eyed monster thinking? Normally he only leaves one each full moon night. He understood the implication but not the reason. It wasn't the time for him to appear. Everyone recalled the kind stranger, an odd being living at the mountain's base, whom villagers called the red-eyed monster. He had lived near the village for over 10 years without harming anyone. On the contrary, every full moon he brought meat to distribute to the villagers. Who could understand his motives? Eugen had a request for him. May I enter the village for a bit? Over 10 years ago, when he first appeared, everyone was terrified. But because he regularly brought game like attacks, the villagers no longer feared him. This strange relationship had lasted for more than 10 years. All welcomed him like one of their own. It had been a long time since they'd seen him. Do you have something to say? Eugen said as he removed his hat. I've lived far from the village because I was ill, but after a long period in hiding the illness is gone, so I'm here to report it. Having received much help from the village, I now want to repay it. If the village ever faces trouble. The moment they saw his face, the whole village gaped in surprise. Who? They couldn't believe the handsome man standing before them. Call on me anytime. A radiant handsome aura dazzled them. The red-eyed monster, my goodness, they couldn't believe their eyes. Was that forest oddity a half-demon? Or a noble? Though he always wore a mask, it turned out his face was so striking. At that moment, Miriam surfaced puzzled. Eugen, did you give them all the game you hunted? What are you thinking? Shouldn't vampires be associated with blood, slaughter, and death? He explained, not thinking that way. In human society, building relationships is important, so my giving favors is for that reason. Miriam firmly tried to stop him. You plan to integrate with them without eating them? You said you'll leave in a few days. Then why bother with those relationships? He removed his mask and spoke of the future. I thought it was unrelated, but it turned out not to be. I cannot stand by and watch what's about to happen. When the mercenaries strike, the entire village will be wiped out. Miriam blurted out. What? Eugen thought of that boy and murmured that they came to Broadwind to seize a boy to be taken to the Lord's castle to silence him. They will clean out the whole village, and if this isn't stopped it will lead to the Holy Crusader Knights coming here. He half believed and half doubted it. Is what Eugen says true? If so, how could he know beforehand? Really? The whole village will be exterminated? Even after staying with Eugen for several days, I still don't understand him. What is he thinking? Eugen, let time prove whether he's telling the truth. Wait and see. But first we must earn a bit of the villagers' trust so they see I'm harmless. Miriam cluelessly asked about both matters. What does the mercenaries' trouble have to do with building trust? For not watching where you walk, it banged straight into his head. Miriam clutched his face and wailed, it hurts so much. He looked at him and asked, why did you suddenly stop? It turned out that ahead of them, a squad of guards was charging in aggressively. They started whispering as soon as they saw him. What's that? That one looks strange, like he just left the village. What to do? I plan to sneak into the village. That effeminate-looking man has no weapons, and he's alone again. If he screams it'll be troublesome. With that, one swung an axe and rushed forward, not letting him have a chance to call for help. Miriam cried out in alarm. Run, Eugen! He leapt up into the air into a ready stance to deliver a finishing blow. At that moment, his eyes flashed deep crimson, fitting the name Red-Eyed Monster. He just swept his hand lightly and the man was gone forever. The expression of the others said it all without words. Miriam, think carefully. Why must I build trust with the villagers? I leapt in to handle things cleanly so there's no suspicion, because I will sweep away these mercenaries. At that moment, the chill around them and the setting sun's light were pierced by a blood-curdling scream. That one is a vampire, he's not human. Bei-O charged down with frenzied force to bring his sword down. A vampire? What to be afraid of? It's even good, we could capture him alive and hand him to the church for a huge reward. But man proposes, fate disposes. Suddenly a powerful energy blocked the tip of his spear like a mirror. Bei-O trembled facing that murderous look from Yujin. Without a word, he boldly delivered a punch to Bei-O's stomach. The man, still reveling in battle, was arrogant. This one is no pushover. Even if he's just a corpse, I must haul him up. Yujin calmly spun his sword as the man boasted. This vampire's head is mine. In an instant, Bei-O was easily defeated by him. Now the madman rushed forward with a sharp spear and shouted, "Demon!" His teammate warned from behind, "Don't rush in like a blind man." The madman, face set with fierce resolve, declared, "I will crush you." Yet Yujin's rough armored hands easily blocked him, though his own hands were bleeding profusely. The madman, sweating, trembled with disbelief. "You stopped that?" Yujin's gaze, sharp and with blood-red pupils, only increased the eeriness. Night was falling, and in the blink of an eye, Yujin then successfully sliced the madman across, sending fresh blood spraying in all directions. Then he stepped on the madman's face with his foot without an ounce of mercy. They were surrounded by mercenaries writhing in pain below, but Yujin announced without fear, "And night is my time." He spoke in a chilling manner, the perfect moment to conceal the bloodstains. They panicked and warned each other not to charge blindly. "He's a monster, attack together." The flames flared up, creating a warm glow in the dark space. The mercenaries, faces pale, spoke tremblingly, "Impossible. The ground is full of bodies sprawled amid the great fire. How did this happen? Is all this the doing of that red-eyed monster? Did you cause this?" Yujin, with blood-red murderous eyes, replied, "Of course not. I discovered them while returning from a hunt. I was checking traps when I saw them already like that." It seemed this group had been ambushed en route to Broadwind Village, and the culprits were wolves. They screamed in disbelief. Looking down, they saw black wolves with ghastly fangs and claws. Black wolves? Yujin spoke calmly, "They were ravenous. I took advantage of them being busy feeding on the corpses to strike, as you can see. I killed a few, but at first there were far more than the mercenaries. The ones that fled are likely still stalking us." The leader doubted, "This creature is famed as the most ferocious in the region. How could you handle it alone? Surely it wasn't caused by that red-eyed monster, was it?" Voices rang out to the village chief, "There are clear claw marks. Over here too, everyone was torn apart by wolves." Yujin considered that although black wolves are fierce, they wouldn't dare attack such a large mercenary company. The leader spoke up, "Sorry, I doubted you for no reason." He answered calmly, "It's fine, anyone can be mistaken." "What about the dead, what do you intend?" "I couldn't leave them, so I'm telling you." The chief replied, "They can't be left as prey for beasts, they must be buried properly in the village." Miriam whispered to him, "Yujin, do you lie whenever you open your mouth?" After the mercenaries were taken down, wolves smelled the blood and were drawn to the scene. He finished handling things and then carved bite marks into the bodies himself to create a false trail. Yes, putting on a cover story is fine, but why does he care so much about appearances? If he left immediately he wouldn't be entangled in these troubles. Even so, he couldn't avoid suspicion. It seemed he was calculating something. Yujin spoke up, "Oh, and when I rifled through their pockets for identification I found this. This appears to be a mercenary's letter. Do you want to read it?" Miriam thought they certainly should. It bore Lord Tyan's seal. The village chief held the letter and asked, "What is this about?" After reading the letter for a while, the chief broke into a cold sweat. "What? Is this true? Felid, does Felid live in the village?" The gathered villagers asked curiously. "What's in it?" "Chief, Felid is still in the village." "What's happening?" Unexpectedly, the chief suddenly shouted that Felid might be Lord Tyan's illegitimate son and that the mercenaries had come to fetch him. Those words immediately caused a ripple of whispers. "What? That kid is nobility?" Ko Mia stared, breathless, at the dark red blood splattering through the air. It was unbelievable, he alone had defeated such a large company. "At this rate, we'll all end up dead. Don't hesitate, fight. Even if he's a monster, he still only has 2 legs and 2 arms. Don't charge in blindly, surround him. His face is smeared, wounded and trembling, he can't escape." His face was smeared, wounds trembling, unable to flee. Suddenly this guy appears. Komiya watched each powerful stroke of Eugen's blade and used his body as a shield. At that moment, the sharp, blood-red eyes swung back to fix on him. He quickly threw a punch straight into his abdomen, throwing Komiya off balance. His whole body then slammed into a tree trunk with a deafening crack through the woods. After knocking Komiya down, Eugen swiftly ran off. Over here he was crawling on the ground, whining. "Stop, please stop. Have you been waiting for us from the start? Why target us? We only had business in the village over the mountain." At that moment, Eugen stepped forward with fierce eyes. "I was just curious what you were doing in that village. That village belongs to me." His eye sockets reddened as he begged, "Please, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the Blood Lord overseeing the village, but we didn't come to hunt vampires. There's an illegitimate child of the Taiyan family hiding there. Thought lost, but it turns out he's been secretly living here. We only came to find him." You said calmly. "You're good at lying. What's your real purpose? Is that the only reason to mobilize so many people? Are you planning to wipe out the whole village?" Komiya cried out in fear. No, not exactly. But actually we weren't hired by the Taiyan family. But the task was commissioned by the two legitimate heirs, Kamra Taiyan and Bertel Taiyan. They hired us probably due to political conflict. We only came to capture that illegitimate child. The large number was just precaution in case something went wrong. Please, spare our lives. Hearing his account, Eugen ground his teeth in anger. He was indeed among the masterminds. Bertel Taiyan, commander of the vampire hunting squad, once served with Wound Direct, my comrade, the knight. Bertel would scarcely order mercenaries to massacre a village directly, that would be their own ambition. But that very action drew the attention of the Holy Knights. With the whole village gone, they mobilized a large force to investigate. He trembled as he said, "We only took advantage of the opportunity to make some profit. If we'd known the Blood Lord was here, we absolutely wouldn't have." Eugen listened, brushed off his coat, and turned to leave. Before going he kindly warned, "All right, on your way back, watch out for wolves." He trembled, still pale. "You really will spare me? Thank you so much." Who would have guessed that, a second later, he'd be cleaved across the neck by Eugen, blood spraying everywhere. Miriam teased, "What's the point of sparing him after killing them all?" Eugen only replied, "Once I've revealed myself as a vampire, no one can be left alive." He glanced in a certain direction, and the wolves scented the flowing blood over there. On this side, the villagers were questioning the chief. "Is it true?" The chief answered, "Yes, the mercenaries were guards sent to escort Felid back to the city." They gaped in shock. "Felid, the orphan child from last year living alone? He came to our village 8 years ago. Could it be?" The chief said. "The mercenaries sent to fetch Felid were wiped out by beasts. What are we to do now?" Eugen stepped forward and added, "You want to take that boy Felid back to the Lord's city?" The village chief nodded repeatedly, "Yes, that's right." Eugen interrupted, "Even if the mercenaries couldn't stand against the beasts here, I've lived long in the forest and can escort the boy safely past predators to the city." The village chief was astonished. "You mean you'll escort Felid? We can't trouble you with that." Eugen smiled warmly, masking his mystery. "It's fine, if I'm a knight, I can't turn a blind eye." Miriam whispered from the side, "Eugen, you really are shameless." At that moment, Miriam suddenly gaped in shock, as if seeing something horrifying. The gathered villagers also widened their eyes in surprise, and someone involuntarily opened their mouth and called out, "Hey!" He parted his lips and spoke politely with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Yen Eugene of the Eugene family." Someone interrupted, "Who would ever believe that?" Eugen's introduction terrified the villagers. "The red-eyed monster is nobility? Hey, listen, you're being disrespectful, you should call him, my lord." Miriam leaned in to whisper a reminder. "Eugen, even if you must lie, you've gone too far." He just smiled, reading their reactions. These people have never seen nobility. This was a remote village where a boy hiding in the woods suddenly being presented as nobility caused a stir. "Even if I pretend to be noble, they lack the means to tell the difference." They praised him with admiring eyes. "Lord Yen Eugene, were you really a knight? Why did you hide in the forest for over 10 years? Was it to heal training wounds? Is that a form of knightly cultivation?" He gave a vague explanation. "For many reasons I cut ties with people and lived in this forest." They immediately cheered. "No wonder, since bringing supplies to help the village, you've seemed different. With a knight's extraordinary skills, you can live alone in the woods, right?" The village chief suddenly spoke. "But our village is poor, we have nothing to repay you. Eugen said gravely, it's fine, I just want to rest and ease my fatigue. May I stay in the village tonight? The chief smiled, nonsense, that's a small matter. Though our home is cramped, please rest here tonight. The open space beneath the clear sky felt fresh. Eugen, eyes distant, stared off into the distance. He revealed his beastly nature, the blood lord's hand lightly touching the wall. This was an enhancement granted by the forest's master. His sharp eyes, containing a dark red gem of menace, made people shudder. The beastly hand kept mysteriously feeling along the wall. Encased in black scales, he could somewhat resist the sun. That would make the journey less grueling. Miriam cursed at him. Stupid vampire. What are you thinking, lying so boldly? You claim to be a knight, can you even read? Eugen shrugged hurriedly. Maybe one day I'll be exposed. But I'm leaving soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. Miriam asked, now tell me, what is your true purpose? You've lived quietly in the forest for so long, why suddenly befriend the villagers and accept this request? At that moment a voice called out, my lord, we are ready, you may depart whenever you wish. He whispered to Mayan, see? In just one night I've gained status. People tend to believe authority more than words. You can lie as much as you like, but with status you can condense 100 tangled words into one. Only this village would accept a hurried lie like that, the nobles would never be so easily convinced. So from now on I will turn that lie into the truth. Like the good deeds Ian had done before that earned the villagers' trust. He wore a bright smile. Worried Lord Eugene would be misunderstood, I already wrote an explanatory letter. Felid, no, that boy Felid, please take good care of him. From now on, by using strength to turn these lies into truth, people will surely believe me. Felid stepped forward with a shy face. I am Felid, it's an honor to meet you. Eugen thought that to turn all tangled lies into reality he needed a higher status. Eugen spoke, you're Felid. I am Yen Eugene, very pleased to meet you. Eugen thought that to become true nobility, the sky was clear above the deep green forest. The two of them wearily threaded their way out of the village. Eugen asked curiously about the village Brahms. Felid replied, by the sign, yes, that's right. You wondered, you can read? He scratched his neck, embarrassed. Yes, my mother taught me to read before she died. She came from a humble background and didn't receive formal schooling. She said she learned those letters from the man she loved. I didn't expect that person to be Lord Tyan. Miriam teased in his ear, well then that's great. Have him teach you to read. Eugene didn't hesitate to ask, can you teach me to read? He was surprised. Huh, me? But you're a knight. Don't you know how to read? Eugene murmured, knight is just a title. My family has declined, there's nothing to be proud of. What I've made my living with isn't letters but the blade. Felid asked, could your Eugene family have? And in response to his question came Eugene's silence, as if an admission. Keep doubting me and then come to trust me. Once I've gained trust, it will be thick enough to cover all the tangled lies. Miriam stood beside him, teasing, top-tier acting there, huh? Well, that's fine. But lying too much will arouse suspicion. It seems from his look that the boy has already started to believe you. Felid slowly began, I'm sorry, actually I was suspicious of you. At times you said you're a monster, at others you said you're nobility. The villagers call you a monster, so I had some prejudice. I'll verify for myself rather than trust rumors. If you come from a martial family, not being literate is understandable. So that you won't be embarrassed in front of others, I'll take the chance to teach you when I have time. Felid said softly, please tell me more about Lord Eugene. Who would expect that at that moment a thrown dagger would fly straight toward his eye? Felid, face drained of color, screamed in shock. At first he saw it rapidly evolve into a beast to block the blade and save Felid. The hunters laughed with delight, you have to pull hard the way I taught, I'm doing exactly as you showed. Felid, pale and sweating profusely, said, what is this? A robbery? The hunter sneered, never seen robbers before? Your expressions are amusing. Then hurry up and be quick, put everything down, empty your bag. If you don't move fast, you'll all die with me. At that moment, Eugene said nothing and viciously swung his blade across the man's head. Understand? The head rolled, hair trailing like a candy tumbling through the air, leaving the surrounding hunters gaping. Felid looked at the fallen head on the ground, horrified by its weight. The hunter spun around and shouted loudly, boss. Eugene replied casually, I did as you asked. That was quick and tidy. The furious hunter grabbed his axe and cursed. This bastard, and without another word he was decisively felled by him, blood spraying everywhere. Just a few sharp slashes from Eugen sent them straight to the underworld. The remaining teammates stepped back, pleading for help, help, help. In front of him stood Eugen, his face brutal, holding the keen blade aimed at him. One finishing strike straight to the man's chest made the moment feel suspended. After the fight, Eugen walked around the corpses to inspect them. It's incomprehensible why humans want to kill and rob when they see someone weaker than themselves. He drove the blade deeper into that stupid teammate's chest. Do they think being weak gives them the right to bully? Felid, if you could read, would you understand this? He trembled as he answered. Seconds later, dark red blood spurted out gruesomely. Eugen covered his mouth and spoke in a low voice. You said you'd verify for yourself. Believe it or not is up to you, but I won't let a drop of blood touch you. The bustling scene of the village unfolded. People passed by in crowds, and the sounds of merchants hawking rose up. Come, rare herbs just returned from the northern hunt, only 20 coins a bundle. Elsewhere someone argued with a shopkeeper. Down there it's half the price. Don't be ridiculous, my goods are far higher quality. Miriam watched the lively scene with a delighted, trembling voice. So exciting, nothing but oddities. Felid suddenly spoke up. Sir, if you plan to shop here, you'd best be careful. He added, I've accompanied my master here a few times. Merchants here are terribly deceitful, you could get ripped off. My master is always charged exorbitant prices. Someone shouted loudly, hey, it's half price down there, give me my money back. Eugen glanced around, thinking he needed money before he could worry about being careful. Then he walked to the counter where the customer had been and said to Felid, wait a moment. Yes. Eugene set his goods down and said, Shopkeeper, I'd like to sell some hides, please appraise them for me. The man turned to look, curious. Oh, black wolf pelts? It's rare to see so many around here. Where did you get them? Batu's gaze grew cautious as he looked at him. The man wearing a black cloak that covered his whole body, prompting him to scrutinize more closely. Batu thought to himself that, judging by the ragged appearance beneath, he was probably not a merchant but a vagrant. He chuckled inwardly, perfect, time to strip him clean. Batu and I put on a sly tone, oh my, these hides are badly damaged, what could they be used for? At most 18 silver. A flash of deep red showed in his eyes beneath the hood as he stared straight at the man. Batu felt a pang of unease, his eyes darted about as he thought, huh? What? Why are this one's eyes so blood-red? Batu's voice trembled, it turns out black wolves are scarce and considered rare, so I can pay you a bit more. Eugen remained silent. Those red eyes made the man sweat inwardly. If you're upset, just say it outright. Batu and I forced a laugh. It seems this is your first time here. You're quite humorous. I'll raise it to 23 coins. Batu and I forced a laugh. It seems this is your first time here. You're quite humorous. I'll raise it to 23 coins. He added, then 25 coins. Eugen continued to murmur softly. Seeing that, Batu hurriedly raised the price. Ah no, not 25. Felid looked astonished. Eugen murmured again. Terrified, he raised it to 28 coins. Eugen elongated the sound, his red eyes radiating dominance. Batu panicked at the sight, thinking to himself, how long will this annoying fellow keep milking my purse? He covered his face and added, 30 coins is the maximum. That made Felid drop his jaw in surprise. Eugen replied, fine with me. Night fell, candles were lit, glowing bright and warm. He looked at the paper, thinking the characters looked so shaky. I learned the basics from Felid, but being fluent in reading and writing is still far off. Ancient strokes were written in straight lines on the old sheet of paper. A voice from the water spirit rang out. This is not bad. It propped itself up and added, vampires should wear silks, but this is worth the money nonetheless. Eugen said happily, contrary to my worries, this market is quite generous. Since I'm a new customer, I even got extra favors. Miriam covered his mouth and chuckled, you're really an easy mark for merchants. Recalling the greedy old merchant raising the price, his eyes gleamed with thoughts of money. He exclaimed, well, you should have bargained harder and bought a more expensive silk set. After that, he replied, I only need a set to block the sun. Miriam was horrified and went on at length, what? You must enjoy life. Have you just been holed up in the forest all this time? The image he imagined was extravagantly luxurious. A vampire must live like true nobility, residing in a magnificent castle under moonlight, dressed in silk with intoxicated servants attending and drinking fresh blood. Ambition is needed to rise up. Eugen interrupted, excuse me, but you live in a swamp, how do you know so much? Miriam replied, I live in the spirit realm, Sometimes elders from the surface return and tell me all sorts of useful stories. He added, if you aren't stabbed by a silver sword or wooden stake, you'll live at least 200 years. So learn a lot, study ancient writing and the imperial tongue. You asked, do you know letters? Miriam answered succinctly, no. Eugen asked again, besides making drinks, what else can you do? From afar Felid's voice called, sir. His face looked tired as he asked, sorry, whom are you talking to? He turned back and calmly replied, just talking to myself. Are you okay? Felid explained, sorry you had to see me looking weak while preparing the rabbit. I suddenly remembered this morning, the scene returned when I saw the robber slain before my eyes, which made him vomit. Miriam shrugged, maybe it was too much for him. Eugen replied, it's fine, ordinary people can't get used to blood. Back to the present, Felid added, but don't worry, I still have energy, the night is long. He smiled, raised a pen toward a roll of paper, and cheerfully said, paper is enough, I'll teach you to write as much as you want. So in the peaceful darkness of night, the two of them focused intently on the paper. Suddenly he said, is writing really this easy to learn? Felid replied, that's because you're a genius, sir. He then added, it took me a few months to finish, ordinary people need a whole year. He answered, you're flattering me. Eugen added, Felid, is this okay? If you want to go further, just being able to read and write might not be enough, because you'll soon become nobility in no time. He heard that and his eyes drooped slightly, his voice was hesitant. I'm not sure. My mother didn't explain details and I never thought about it. It doesn't feel very real to me yet. On Felid's face spread a blank expression. He added, at first I didn't expect Lord Tyan to welcome me either. A group of people approached from afar, and one of them moved closer. He smiled and said, hello friends, we're looking for a campsite, could we ask you a few questions? They secretly surveyed the people before them, weapons, full armor, even a carriage. Very different from the ragtag mercenaries they'd seen before. These are professionals, someone continued. There are even children here, can you tell me where you two are headed? He adjusted his mask, thinking this was the mercenaries' line of questioning. If he stammered he'd only arouse suspicion. Calmly he replied, we're headed to Lord Tyan's castle, he said enthusiastically. Oh, so are we. Could we join you? We have wine, water, and lamb. A voice called from the back and a blond young man stepped forward. Captain Partek, why are you doing this? Let's just set up camp together, no objections, right? The red eyes behind the mask made his face serious. He immediately soothed him. Sorry, Rabban. This one's new to the squad and just isn't used to the proper way to behave yet. Let it pass. He introduced himself, I'm Partek. And you? The reply a knight made him doubt and he asked again, a knight? Rabban shouted, Captain Partek says he's a knight. Do you believe that? He looks like this and calls himself a knight? No horse, no armor, how is that possible? He stepped closer and sneered, tell the truth, you're not a knight, are you? Then he pointed at him and added, Eugene of which house? I've never heard that name. With a look of certainty, he asked, a fraud, then? Those words struck a raw nerve, darkening his expression, his gaze seeming ready to kill the man before him. Eugen thought to himself that he'd already told Felid as much and couldn't lie otherwise. The reason the mercenaries approached them was surely not simple. He fell silent and observed. Whether he was a knight or not didn't matter, but if they insisted on interrogating them trouble would follow. His red eyes fixed on the mercenaries. He assessed their numbers, not many, he could finish them all. Eugen slid his hand inside his cloak, preparing to draw his sword. A cold glare came from behind along with the angry voice, Rabban. A powerful slap landed squarely across his face, sending Rabban tumbling several times across the ground until he crashed into a tree. Partek bowed 90 degrees and said, apologies, Sir Eugene. Please forgive the rudeness of our new recruit. Glancing at Rabban, he gently replied, no need to apologize, go ahead and set up camp. The man seemed relieved and responded quickly, thank you for your generosity. Eugene thought to himself that he'd face more suspicion from now on. To avoid pointless doubt he must quickly become a knight. After that, he sat back down with Felid to study letters. From afar, Rabban lay still where he had been struck. After a moment he came to but still couldn't hide his astonishment. Rabban sprang up stammering, why me? Partek, sitting nearby, said, TSK, you idiot Rabban. He frowned slightly and added, don't you know fear? How dare you charge at a knight like that? The man was shocked beyond explanation. Captain Partek, seeing the youngster didn't understand, struck him again and said, God, kid, you're alive because of me. You almost got the whole lot of us killed just now. Rabin rubbed the lump on his head. Hey, what's so scary about that shabby fellow? He only wields an old practice sword. Partek scolded, you judge by appearances? You're blind. He added, did you see how much that knight's cloak is worth? It was a high-quality cloak made from wolf pelt. Even the cheapest silk lining would be worth more than 10 coins. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, that expensive? Partek replied, yes, at least 3 months of your wages. Eugen kept studying each character intently, but the man made his own assumptions. Seeing him read a letter, he must be literate, not an ordinary sort. Partek shot Rabin a sharp glare and added, he almost drew a real sword. We nearly died. Maybe only I and one other would have survived. The boy asked naively, how do you know? He began to recall when you were babbling. That knight had placed his right hand inside his cloak. Partek perceptively noticed the left foot shift slightly back. He was someone skilled at adjusting his center of gravity to the line of the blade. That's how it was. The cold image of a blade sweeping across Rabin's neck. He ran his hand across his own throat and said, if I'd been a moment slower, you wouldn't have a head. Hearing that, Rabin stammered, well, you caught me, that's enough. Partek frowned and asked suspiciously, you really don't know how terrifying a knight can be. Knowing the boy was dumb, he explained, that knight, born into an old family, has held wooden swords since childhood and spent his life learning the art of killing. They storm into dungeons no one has explored, disregard the fear of death, and defeat monsters. Go to battle and slay others to gain merit, only those with blood-stained hands are considered. The nobility take notice and finally confer the title of knight. He said seriously, and impersonating a knight is a grave crime, whether he's real or fake it causes trouble. Whoever dares pretend to be a knight is not to be trifled with, unless that person is extremely confident in his swordsmanship, otherwise no one would dare. Few who only ever hold a sword become knights. A man who looks barely over 20 and claims to be a knight has reached a formidable level. Hearing this, sweat dotted Rabin's face and he hesitantly asked, so he's stronger than the captain? Partek replied indifferently, probably. The red, mysterious eyes behind the mask, he added, besides, he's heading to Lord Tyan's castle. I heard a dungeon was discovered nearby, perhaps he's going to help open it. Same destination means we'll likely meet again. Meanwhile Eugen wondered privately, good thing I kept my wits. Does the title of knight carry that much weight? If this keeps working, fine, but we need more preparation. He looked at the group across and thought, aside from the knocked out one, the rest are genuine mercenaries. Why would House Tyan hire those ruffians instead of professionals like these? Or send their own soldiers? It's strange. Suddenly he stood and moved toward them. Rabin's voice trembled a little. Why? Why go that way? Eugen removed his mask as he spoke. I heard you're also heading to Lord Tywin's castle. His handsome, radiant beauty under the moonlight added, since we share the same destination, why not travel together? His whole presence seemed to glitter, momentarily blinding them. Rabin stammered, why yes, yes. The night passed, and by morning everyone had moved on to Martella, a village in Lord Tywin's domain. Eugen followed, thinking it was lucky the mercenaries believed he was a knight. Traveling together would let them gather useful information from them. But just then Mirian excitedly called out, Sir Eugene, then hovered in the air. Mirian added, following your instructions, I overheard the mercenaries chatting. Hearing that, he asked, any noteworthy information? Here's what Mirian reported, Lord Tywin's health is very poor, it's not surprising he could die at any time, and a new dungeon was recently discovered in his domain. Clearing a dungeon would earn a fortune, but House Tywin lacks both funds and troops to open it. After he finished, Eugen thought to himself, a new dungeon? Suddenly it spoke up again. But Mirian wondered, if Lord Tywin is about to die, what will that kid do? Arrive and end up orphaned? He replied tersely, that's not my concern. The spirit asked in surprise, then what should he do? Mirian worriedly guessed, could he be abused by his relatives? Eugen turned to look at him, thinking the reason Lord Tywin summoned Felid was probably to see the child one last time before dying. His face showed no emotion. He thought further that from now on, the fates of the boy and himself would change in some way. Hooves struck the rocky ground, cries rang out loudly, they had arrived, and warm sunlight gently streamed through the city gate. Lord Tywin's castle, the Rose Hole. The mercenaries and their group entered this vast place. He looked briefly astonished, thinking it grander than expected. Mirian, very excited, said, Eugene, 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 you must advance and live in a castle like this someday. He grabbed him and said coldly, shut your mouth and follow me. As they passed, a voice suddenly called back, asking them to state their purpose. Partek smiled and said, "Greetings, we are a mercenary company from the Palin Trade Guild, and who might you noble be?" "The eldest son of House Tywin, Kamara Tywin," replied the blond, blue-eyed man, dressed very elegantly. "I am the heir, Kamara Tywin." He added, "Is that pile of goods in the back ours?" The man respectfully answered, "Yes, as you can see, we've transported the goods to safety." Kamara then said, "All right, stop dawdling, start unloading." He looked toward their group and asked, "And those others? Why aren't they moving?" He replied, "Pleased to meet you, I am Knight Yen Eugene, and this boy is." He suddenly cut the knight off, as another loud voice came from behind. "Brother Kamaraz, what are you doing?" His eyes flickered, he suddenly recognized that voice as very familiar. The voice belonged to the man leading the cavalry behind, who added, "Brother, how many times have I told you that checking outsiders is your responsibility?" A badge shaped like a rose was pinned to his cloak. His red eyes sharpened, and he thought, how could I forget that voice? The leader of the Dragon and Demon hunting squad, the first to discover his hiding place. He and Dorit had tormented him terribly. Sir Bertel Tywin. Bertel Tywin, a knight and the second son of House Tywin, was present. Kamara Tywin, somewhat displeased, smiled faintly and said, "Do I need to report every little thing to you? If outsiders saw, they'd think you were the heir." He heard that and quickly denied it, "I didn't mean that." Suddenly someone stepped forward and called out, drawing both their attention. "Hey!" Suddenly someone stepped forward and called out, drawing both their attention. "Hey, this is a letter sent by the village head of Broadwind." Bertel reached out to take the letter, but the other person unexpectedly snatched it back, leaving him puzzled. The letter was handed directly to Kamara, who stared at him oddly. "Oh, the village head of Broadwind?" He opened the letter and exclaimed, "Impossible, the mercenaries were attacked by wolves and all killed, and the child you brought back is a bastard." Felid, standing behind, grew a little anxious when mentioned, and he quickly bowed in greeting. Hello everyone, I'm Felid." Kamara smiled brightly and said, "Oh, so you are our new younger brother." He still greeted him cheerfully, while Bertel's expression darkened. "I've been waiting, father very much wants to meet you." He sounded slightly angry and ordered, "Someone take him to wash up and put on decent clothes." The soldiers promptly dragged Felid away in confusion. "Yes, sir." Suddenly someone stepped forward to block them. "Wait a moment." Even the angry Bertel tilted his head slightly to look toward the speaker. Eugene then voiced his request. "I'd like to discuss the reward first. Let me see the lord." Bertel, furious, turned red with anger and shouted, "No." He asked again in puzzlement, "Not even a brief meeting?" Bertel quickly answered, "Father's health is poor right now, so speaking is difficult. I'll pay your fee in gold, please leave." Eugene's eyes sharpened and glowed red. "I worked hard to bring your precious younger brother back to you." He refused to listen and grew even angrier. "Don't make me repeat myself a second time." Kamara also spoke up now. "What's the problem with that?" Bertel, flushed, turned and snapped. His elder brother folded his arms with a bright expression. "Anyway, it's only proper to introduce the new sibling and meet him briefly." He immediately countered that their father's mind was only clear for less than an hour each day, so he couldn't allow a wandering stranger an audience. Kamara smirked and asked, "Now you're rearranging father's schedule on your own?" Bertel, furious, leaned close and shouted, "Brother, why do you keep twisting my words?" He remained very calm despite his anger. Kamara suddenly turned to Eugene and said, "Oh, my apologies, Knight Eugene, perhaps because my brother is acting as heir, things are a bit difficult for you." He placed a hand on his shoulder with a leering smile. "So please be careful on your way back." Kamara cheerfully took Felid's hand. "Come on, new brother, let me guide you. Let's tour the domain first." The boy replied awkwardly, yes." Eugene glanced at him through the mask. "So from the start he never intended to let me meet him." Suddenly someone approached and called loudly, "Second Tywin." Galfredic arrived carrying a man on his shoulder and called, "Here he is. I've been looking for you all morning." Bertel hurried over and asked, "Hey, what is this?" The man dropped the person from his shoulder and replied, These are mercenaries who extorted villagers, refused training, and kept loafing around, so I brought them in." Galfredic's face darkened slightly as he dusted his hands off. "How about making an example and executing one?" He looked a little uneasy and glanced toward Eugene, even though they were only temporary mercenaries hired to clear the dungeon. Bertel stepped over, shoved his shoulder, and led him away. "We'll deal with that later, I'll teach them a lesson. There are too many ears here, let's talk inside." Galfredic, though surprised, complied. All right. Partek appeared from somewhere and asked, that is Sir Galfredic, right? Hearing that, he asked back, you know him? He quickly replied, yes. At the recent tournament hosted by the Evergrow family, he placed third and is a highly promising knight, with terrifying strength comparable to monsters and excellent skill. That day in the arena, it said he wiped out over 1,000 opponents. Eugene, hearing this, was also puzzled. Why would someone like that come to this remote border region? Partek thought for a moment, perhaps because a newly discovered dungeon is opening for the first time? Even in a border region, the knight who first opens a dungeon successfully gains immense reputation. Opening a dungeon is so dangerous many have died. Perhaps Sir Galfredic wants to use this as a springboard to be appointed by a greater house. He pondered for a moment. An appointment? Eugene suddenly called out, making him puzzled. He turned to look. Hey Partek, your contract ends today, right? The man answered and hesitated as if to ask more. Yes, that's right. But Eugene turned to Partek, smiled, and asked, then may I hire you this time? The night was bright with a full moon illuminating the sky. Bertel and Galfredic were training the soldiers. I must be the one to open the dungeon this time. Kamara sat above and glanced down through the window. After our father's health declined, my brother openly aimed for the succession, and he even brought Sir Galfredic back. He's certainly planning to open the dungeon successfully himself. If so, the people's loyalty will instantly swing to him. While he was lost in thought there was a knock at the door. What should I do? It's too late to hire those riffraff now, no one can help me. What am I to do? A voice announced from outside, Master, Knight Eugene requests an audience. Kamara thought for a moment then gave the order, Eugene, the knight who brought Felid here? Invite him in. The servant took the order and opened the door for him. Please come in, Sir Eugene. He stood, smiled, and walked toward Eugene. Don't worry about Felid. I have personally arranged for his safety. When father wakes, he will reward you for bringing my brother back safely. Besides, when you handed me the letter instead of giving it to my brother, I was grateful, that gave me some relief. Eugene suddenly spoke, making him tilt his head in puzzlement. That's good to hear. He smiled, his eyes glowing red in the dim light. I only have business with the lord of this domain, but a third party intervened and left me somewhat unsettled. Kamara heard that and raised an eyebrow. Oh. He sat down opposite him. So what do you want? To meet my father directly, to verify identity? Eugene answered, partly, but I have come to propose to you, Kamara, that you allow me to join the team that clears the dungeon this time. He raised an eyebrow and then laughed loudly. Kamara's laughter echoed through the great hall. He propped his chin on his hand and glanced at Eugene. You're more interesting than I thought. The title of knight. Kamara looked down at his seemingly worn clothes, and sneered, asking, is that a title you claim for yourself? I heard you killed about 5 bandits and now want to join to boost your knightly reputation. What reason do I have to accept that proposal? Eugene calmly crossed his legs and replied to Lord Kamara. This is not a bad proposal right now. He heard that and asked again, what do you mean? You didn't answer but listed its benefits. By the way, if we succeed in opening it, I will only take 100 silver and half the minor loot, except keep the mana stones for me and my mercenaries. Kamara tilted his head and said, the offer isn't bad, so much so that it makes me suspicious. Do you know that's well below market rate? Eugene did not deny it. So do you accept or not? He smirked and raised his hand. After all, you're the one in urgent need, not me. Kamara watched him warily. Knights live and die by their honor. Judging by his clothes, he seemed a wandering knight without a house's backing and not greedy for money. It appears he values honor above all. Moreover, from what I heard earlier, you suddenly cut into his line of thought. The one in urgent need is you, not me. Hearing that, Kamara's eyes suddenly widened. He immediately thought of Bertel and Galfredic. Galfredic, Kamara grinned wickedly. The man knows how to pick his cards, he's nothing like those brawny knights. He braced his hand on the chair and stood. All right, I have no reason to refuse such a good opportunity. I entrust this to you, Sir Eugene. Kamara spoke slowly, then raised his hand. The hand was held out before him. Mana stones are hard to refine and costly to process, while minor loot can be sold immediately at real value. Seeing Kamara reminded Eugene of Partek. I'll introduce you to a reputable merchant guild. If you, Sir Eugene, say you'll only accept minor loot, then Sir Kamara will surely agree at once. Galfredic held the knife in his hand and snorted, how amusing. Bertel glanced out the window and continued, he's adding another to the monster-slaying team? It's too late to struggle now. He twirled the knife and said to him, dungeons are a playground for children. One misstep and you're left behind. There it's only life or death. If the weak hinder progress, I will definitely oppose it. Bertel shrugged and sighed. Oh, what about the knight my brother found? He placed his hand on the back of the chair where Gelfredic sat. I don't expect much. My brother isn't close with neighboring nobles and his connections are limited. If possible, I'd like you to tell him that yourself. He turned to Bertel and asked, why pass this responsibility to me? Suddenly a voice rose, drawing both their attention. Ah, sorry to keep everyone waiting, I was just speaking with my new knight. So let me introduce the new member of this clearing team. Eugene and his team entered the room. Knight Yen Eugene and his band of mercenaries. Seeing him, Bertel thought to himself, it's the same person from earlier, and noted he had brought a group of mercenaries. He spoke up, my brother went too far, but we can't let someone of unknown background and ability join. Kamara folded his arms and said slowly, background, yes, but as for ability I guarantee him. He smiled brightly and reached out to introduce him. Actually, my new younger brother told me earlier. The bandits have been harassing the border of the domain and have troubled us, haven't they? I heard Knight Eugene used a formation sword to wipe them out on his way here. The knife in Gelfredic's hand flashed. At that level, I think his ability should be sufficient, right? He threw the knife hard, sending it flying toward Eugene. Sensing the danger, Eugene widened his eyes. Eugene swiftly drew the sword hanging at his hip. Flames flashed as he sliced, knocking the thrown knife off course. The wall split where the knife struck, leaving a large crack. Smoke rose from the blade as if it were burning. Gelfredic sat in his chair, propped his hand on his chin, and smiled with delight. He suddenly put his hand down and sprang to his feet. Oh ho! He slowly approached Eugene. Apologies for being rude on our first meeting. His skin was flawless, no calluses, no sunburn, seems like he grew up in the court, huh? He radiated killing intent as he stood before him. Little friend, mind showing me your strength a bit? At night everyone streamed out to the arena, the dim firelight lit the whole courtyard. People outside spread the word. Sir Gelfredic wants to duel. Right now, they crowded around the arena for the spectacle. We must see the strength of the knight who placed third at the tournament and tore monsters apart with his bare hands. My God, is that even human? The crowd packed both sides of the entrance, even though they didn't know who his opponent was. Despite their chatter, Eugene calmly put on his gauntlets. Still, I feel a bit sorry for that guy. Gelfredic showed no fear, on the contrary, he was exhilarated. The tip of the sword slammed the floor, sending out small sparks. He raised his sword and began to focus seriously, his smiling face suddenly changing color. Eugene looked at him with a detached tilt of his head, then turned his gaze down toward the ground. He swept the sword with such force that the ground spat sparks. Determined. The referee in the center adjusted his voice and then shouted. As soon as those words ended, someone above quickly pulled the bell to signal readiness, stamping a foot so hard the ground cracked into fragments. Metal rang as the two swords clashed, sparks flying. They both drove their blades down toward each other's grips and then suddenly struck hard. Gelfredic and Eugene stepped back, leaving bright showers of sparks across the arena. He excitedly raised his hand in a taunting gesture. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Ganzik, who was provoking him. Eugene shot forward from a distance, launching continuous attacks to corner him. Rabin shouted excitedly, indeed it's Sir Eugene, Sir Gelfredic is being overwhelmed. Partek folded his arms and explained, Sir, he's only probing. His eyes never left the arena. Sir Gelfredic seemed to be yielding. He parried Eugene's blows without showing any fatigue. Instead, he smiled brightly. Gelfredic observed and thought to himself that his swordsmanship was rather crude, lacking clear habits, impossible to tell which style he favored. It wasn't trained technique, but it exuded wildness, as if raised in the wilderness. He signaled for Eugene to sheath his sword. After a deep breath, Eugene seemed pleased, just as predicted. Gelfredic blocked a blow and then spoke, Hey friend, your knighthood is just a sham, isn't it? Gelfredic sneered, your swordsmanship lacks foundation, your stance is sloppy, you've never had formal training and just rely on raw physicality. You froze as he spoke. While swordsmanship isn't everything for a knight, a few exchanges can reveal an opponent. Then Gelfredic used his momentum to leap up and launch an attack at him, but Eugene managed to block in time. You sure have a sharp tongue. He looked at him and smiled, laying out a condition, if you can beat me, I'll keep quiet about it. Then he struck again. This time the force was greater, and Eugene only had time to redirect his blade to the side. But Gelfredic seized the chance to flip his blade up, and pin it down to the ground, catching him off guard. His elder quickly capitalized on it. Gelfredic lunged in, spun around, and surprised Eugene. He aimed a strike straight for his head, but Eugene managed to block in time. But the force of the blow was still overwhelming. Eugene slammed into the nearby wall. Bertel sneered. The others gaped in surprise. He seemed knocked out, but he still gripped his sword tightly. Eugene glared, and then he quickly pulled himself back up, the wall crumbling and debris scattering. A quick sword strike skimming past one side of Galfretic. The two faced off tensely. He thought inwardly that the speed was impressive. Eugene drove Galfredic's blade toward the ground, while the latter still looked amused. Then he planted his foot and spun up to deliver a finishing blow. Galfredic was no less skilled and blocked with a slicing strike. Their swords collided with such force that the blades shattered and flew apart. Despite that, they continued exchanging blows even as their blades splintered. Then Galfredic and Eugene switched to fighting with their hands. They grabbed each other's hands to test strength and tossed their swords aside. While grappling, Galfredic looked at the hand gripping his and thought, he's younger but strong, and he seems determined to beat me. Fine, I admit your physique is overwhelmingly superior. He tensed his arm muscles, then jerked one hand, pulling Eugene down toward him. My combat experience far surpasses yours. You realized this stance in shock. Eugene fell forward under gravity to the gasps of the spectators behind. Galfredic smiled brightly and quickly moved to strike with a fist. For a moment everything seemed to slow for Eugene. Then he planted one hand on the ground. Galfredic sprang up and grabbed his other hand. But Galfredic still intended to attack with a direct punch. But Eugene quickly yanked Galfredic's other arm, throwing him off balance. Galfredic watched the punch coming and thought that none of the opponent's moves were formal. Either his learning ability was fast, he didn't hesitate and threw the punch, or he had a survival instinct that handled danger quickly. As the punch came toward his face, Galfredic grinned with amusement. Where on earth did this brat come from? Eugene threw a precise punch with all his strength at him. Galfredic was punched and flew backward, causing those nearby in that direction to scramble away. He crashed straight into the wall behind him, sending bricks and rubble flying. Galfredic fell on his back, eyes rolled white, one cheek swollen. I lost. Those below couldn't believe the announcement. The victor is Eugene. Eugene exhaled, as the victory was announced. Knight Eugene. Those around gasped and rushed to him. What's this? That knight is terrifyingly strong. Yen Eugene? Strange name, ho. Rabin proudly shouted, see that, you lot? That's our knight. Partek beside him glanced over. This kid already says, just like that. On the other side, Galfredic lay unconscious from the blow. Suddenly a human look returned to his eyes. Galfredic regained consciousness. He stood up and walked toward Eugene. He lunged at him like a monster, his silhouette nearly obscuring him when suddenly, before he could react, he grabbed his arm. A round of applause, please. Galfredic gleefully raised his hand and loudly asked the crowd to name tonight's victor. Amid Eugene's bewilderment, those around chanted in unison, Yen Eugene. Kamara watched the scene and ground his teeth in anger. A while later, a sumptuous feast was laid out. The servants and stewards stood to one side, smiling warmly. Galfredic frowned awkwardly at the table. The steward said to him, "This is Lord Kamara's order to open the prison gate. You need to eat and rest properly. I will personally take care of Sir Eugene's meal." Other servants kindly asked, "How is the light for you?" "I drew the curtains because I know you're sensitive to brightness." Another raised a wine decanter. "If you tell me your wine preference, I can recommend a few bottles." Miriam sat on Eugene's head watching the scene with amusement, teasing, chuckling. Being a vampire she didn't need to eat, but couldn't say so. "Sir, won't you get a stomachache if you eat all of this?" You muttered. "I only accept the sentiment. From now on I'll take care of my own meals. Everyone, leave." The butler was about to speak but was cut off, and whispered to Lord Kamara as you glared dangerously, "I like being alone." And whispered to Lord Kamara as you glared dangerously, "I like being alone. Hear me? You've secluded yourself in the deep mountains for more than a decade." After that night, everyone's gaze toward you changed 180 degrees. While Eugene was walking, Kamara approached to make conversation. "Oh, isn't this our renowned knight Eugene? Did you sleep well last night?" You replied, "It was all right, I suppose." He wondered, "But why did you refuse all the comforts I arranged?" Partek smirked when he saw Rabin bow respectfully. "Lord Eugene. Lord Eugene, did you just cough? You thought to yourself, huff, this suits me quite well." Galfredic suddenly appeared from somewhere, shoved CA aside, grabbed your shoulder and called out loudly, "Aren't I your comrade in arms, Eugene?" Eugene replied indifferently, "Galfredic, don't cling to me so closely." He asked if you slept well. My face is still burning from last night's beating, you kept thinking. Galfredic pointed at the bruise on your cheek and said, see this pale face? You thought, do you want another match? He asked if you were free today. The weather's nice, shall we spar? Rabin excitedly said. Oh, I'll be watching, you replied. Eugene thought privately, Galfredic obviously doesn't care whether I'm a knight, those who doubted me are gradually changing. Though the goal was achieved, the crowd surrounding me still makes me uneasy. You said to Galfredic, want another beating? He laughed, only by fighting will you know. Then footsteps approached, Felid appeared, covered in wounds. He called out, causing the stunned crowd to look at you. Felid asked, how have you been lately? On the quiet moonlit night a piercing scream shattered the silence. Ah, sorry, my lord. Please spare me, master. Bertel's shadow holding a staff appeared on the wall with the scream. Oof oof. He looked at the person lying on the floor. Phew, if you had handled the job cleanly, this wouldn't have happened. Bertel said coldly, if you'd dealt with that bastard in the village from the start, there wouldn't be a red-eyed knight appearing at the Rose Castle. His eyes reddened with fury as he shouted, my plan has been completely ruined. Felid knelt and begged. I'm truly sorry, master, those mercenaries were known for doing thorough work. Bertel sniffed and clicked his tongue, just a bunch of useless ones torn to pieces by black wolves. They couldn't even handle wolves and yet took my job. Then he grabbed his chin. Are your eyes just for decoration? With the knife pointed so close, Bertel saw no reason to hold back. He threatened him, frightening him. I'll cut you down right now. Those nearby went pale with fear at the desperate screams. After finishing, Bertel wondered to himself, what to do now? He thought. He couldn't just kill him once the man had entered the city. As if struck by an idea, Bertel said, I've got it. He looked toward the light coming from the upper window above where Felid lay. Yes, this is the only way, it's also convenient for disposing of him. He glanced upward, then returned to the present, folded his arms and asked, I heard Lord Bertel ordered you to take him to the dungeon? You leaned against the wall and said, I have a bad feeling about this. What about you? Felid sat on a chair and said, I'm here to be sacrificed. So you'll be sacrificed in the dungeon, right? He fell silent when he heard Eugene speak. Do you remember the mercenaries who were ambushed by a pack of black wolves on the road to the village? Those loose mercenaries were certainly sent by one of your elders. Eugene glanced over. Felid, they didn't expect you to arrive at the castle safely. Then he said something that surprised Felid. You still have a way to live. Then he said, Felid Tywin, become my slave. He turned around in shock. You're already 16, you've undergone the coming-of-age ceremony and no longer need a guardian's permission. You have the right to choose your own path. He continued, do you want to run and wait for someone else to finish you off, or fight until your last breath? On the day the forest gate opened, everyone stood before the great gate. Of course no one knew which kind of monster would appear. Galfredic told the group a rough prediction. Low-level would be goblins, mid-level giant spider-hounds, high-level were unpredictable. Our goal is to clear a path to the next monster area. If a high-level appears, withdraw immediately. Understand? The team answered loudly, yes. He gave orders. First, scout around to see if there are any dungeon lairs. A soldier breathed a sigh of relief, luckily it's only goblins. Will there be blood? Another crossed his arms and said, but I plan to fake an injury and slip back after we clear the low levels. The other was surprised, You can do that? He continued, listen, this is our first time raiding a dungeon, it's brutal. No one cares about the rear. Who knows if we'll have to sacrifice ourselves while scrambling to pick up a few scraps. As they were talking they bumped into someone. If things get dangerous we'll bolt first. Just as he was about to curse, before he could finish, Bertel glanced and asked if Felid was here. He immediately put on a polite face and bowed. Lord Bertel, Felid. What do you mean? He looked around. I'm asking where that bastard Felid is. I distinctly remember arranging him here. The other pointed. Oh. Do you mean that boy? Farther away Felid was cheerfully talking with Eugene. Lord Eugene, here's some hardtack. Wish you a safe return. He replied, Bertel angrily shoved the soldier aside and walked over to the two of them. These Lao Lakong family folks scurry about like timid rats. He stepped forward and called, what are you dragging your feet for, Felid? Which made him startle. Bertel looked down coldly. Forgot my orders? Put your pack on and get back to your position now. Felid jumped in surprise. He heard and immediately hid behind Eugene, which made Bertel even angrier. Is this kid deaf? You glanced as Bertel lunged to grab Felid's arm and pull him away. I told you to get back to your position. But Eugene seized his arm, causing him to let go of Felid. Get out of here. Bertel's veins bulged when he heard that. The speaker is also quite amusing. You said to send a man who only knows how to hold a kitchen knife into the dungeon. Are you sane? He shrugged his hand in disgust. How rude. I just want to train this kid to be stronger. Then Bertel stepped closer. Reconsider your place, you're not entitled to touch him. He froze at that and said, you're the one who doesn't know your position. Eugene continued, before Felid was dragged away, this boy has been my slave since yesterday. You said, everyone here witnessed it, which surprised Bertel. Galfredic looked at him. This is a blood bond. If you dare lay a finger on him, consider it a challenge to me. Eugene closed in on Bertel, half drawing his sword from its sheath. Want to warm up a bit before entering the dungeon? Bertel barked, how dare you act on your own? He shouted louder, you think adopting that bastard from another house is that easy? This is precisely obstructing his advancement. Then he heard the other soldiers talking, but rest assured this time, they're not the fake knights from before, these are commanders with real strength. Did you see the match between Lord Eugene and Lord Galfredic last week? It was top tier. Bertel glared in anger, wondering how long it would take to reach that level. You'll have to live another life to get there. He thought about them when Kamara suddenly appeared and patted his shoulder. If it's Lord Eugene, I can trust him with my younger brother. He smirked and glanced, after all, at 16 he's grown up, he should choose his own path. Bertel was too angry to reply. Eugene glanced and thought, Felid is prey. Once the weak become a target for predators, survival is unlikely. Even if they hold their breath, the hunters will pursue relentlessly. He scowled and gritted his teeth, if you can't grow stronger, find a pack. Kamara smiled and stepped up to pat Felid on the shoulder. Come, let me show you the study. Oh, can you read? That's a survival skill for the weak. A soldier came to report, no sign of Domer, it seems no monsters have escaped the dungeon lair. We can proceed to open the dungeon gate. Galfredic happily bumped shoulders with Eugene. Good, let's begin. The gate opened before the soldiers, revealing the dungeon entrance. Galfredic glanced back and ordered, make sure you survive on your own. Behind them were soldiers equipped with weapons and armor. Galfredic led the whole team, and set off forward. Behind, Felid and Kamara waved, promising to return in 4 days. Lord Eugene, remember to keep watch. The gate slowly closed, may the gods bless them. Later that night, inside the damp, dark cave, piercing screams echoed. Someone collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. Monsters lunged in and ripped the soldiers apart. Their numbers and strength were overwhelming. Some fell, others screamed for help. Help me. From nowhere a flash of light streaked, a sword cleaved a monster in two, saving the screaming person. The survivor panicked. I'm still alive. Galfredic angrily cursed, you stupid idiot, deserve to die. His face was smeared with monster blood as he ordered the formation to hold. He waved at the troops and commanded, back to your positions, now. Everyone scrambled to retreat. Galfredic ordered the archery unit. The central archers guarded the cavern. Arrows were loosed in precise volleys, striking the monsters. They kept charging. Gans shouted, don't let them break the line. Under Galfredic's lead, the group gradually regained the advantage. Goblin corpses littered the ground. One terrified man looked down. I knew it. He felt sick at the goblin corpses. He'd known from the start that volunteering for dungeon hunting was madness. He fled in panic, must get out of here. He ran while looking back. I have to push toward the entrance. But he didn't notice a pack of goblins blocking the way ahead. He had to keep trying to reach the entrance. He stumbled in fear, and the monsters were smashed by a flying sword. Galfredic behind him roared in anger, you idiot, did you think you'd go back the same way without running into monsters? The young soldier was terrified. Galfredic grabbed the soldier by the collar and shouted in his face, snap out of it, hiding here is the safest place. Galfredic threw the soldier aside, ordered swords drawn, and held his position. The young soldier obeyed in panic. Ahead, Galfredic's forces were still fighting the goblins. Watching the fierce fighting on both sides, Galfredic wiped his brow. He thought, were these mercenaries recruited in a hurry and this incompetent? Taking them into a dungeon is like signing our own death warrant. Before he could regain his composure, someone else reported that they were surging forward again. Then another reported that Ganza's rear was also being surrounded. Galfretic quickly ordered, damn it, shift to a two-sided formation now. Eugene stepped to the rear and said, let me handle it. Galfretic hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, Lord Eugene, it's too dangerous for you alone. But he dashed off quickly. In the blink of an eye, Eugene disappeared. Galfretic stared down, as if something had suddenly appeared. Eugene transformed into tiny, lightning-fast whirlwinds and charged in. His mask fell to the ground. Galfretic rushed after him. Partek, follow me. Secure the rear. A group pushed deeper into the cave with Galfretic leading. Damn, in the blink of an eye he'd gone that far. Suddenly Galfretic's eyes widened, as a blue glow emanated from the flower he held. I wiped out the monsters at the crossroads. Does that thing I found in that corner have value? Galfretic panted 3 times, thinking to himself that it's ordinary phosphorescent grass and even he didn't recognize it. Galfretic was stunned by Eugene's power. How could he possess such terrifying skill? Eugene paid attention only to the flower in his hand. Ah, it's already withered. After the battle, the soldiers were taken to receive treatment. The scene was hectic. Oh God, I'm dying, someone, help, there's so much blood. A soldier reported, Lord, the remaining mana stones have been collected. Eugene replied, bring them here. A few glowing mana stones were stored, carefully wrapped in a cloth. After defeating the lot they only retrieved this much. Eugene, disappointed, ordered, rest a bit. Staring at the mana stone, he pondered, unlike wild mana stones, this one emitted a blue light. At that moment Mirian appeared. Pity, compared to high-tier ones it's too small. Mana stone quality correlates with monster strength. Eugene wondered, are wild mana stones bigger? The water spirit explained, dungeon monsters that go wild become roamers, but that doesn't mean their mana stones are larger. The nasty fish you absorbed before was both large and strong, right? Roamers like that are very rare. It was a strong one that claimed Mirian's territory. Eugene frowned, recalling the previous battle. He realized that absorbing that roamer's red mana stone had indeed been lucky. The water spirit clutched its head and sighed, all that dungeon work to please the nobles was for nothing. Suddenly it wondered, I wonder if there are any high-tier monsters here? A loud noise suddenly rang out, causing everyone to freeze. Galfretic turned and announced, damn it, just when we were about to breathe easy, break's over, get the formation back in order. Your formation has fallen apart, Galfretic angrily cursed, you weak useless lot, Lord Eugene and I will lead, you follow behind, and anyone who runs off on their own will pay later. While listening to Galfretic, Eugene thought to himself, it's my first time in a dungeon and you want me to go first? Galfretic still didn't know what's going on. He suggested to Eugene that the mercenaries won't help much. Lord Eugene should redistribute the formation a bit. Galfretic personally draped his arm over Eugene's shoulder, saying they would certainly face monsters of a markedly higher level ahead than those just now. He was excited. The goblins were only guards for the long-dominant dungeon monsters, meaning they'd at least encounter mid-level foes. Once we defeat them, there will surely be high-level monsters waiting in the rear and center of the dungeon. Galfredic's words terrified the soldiers. Eugene listened intently to every word Galfretic said. He recalled that day after absorbing the Roamer Swamp Lord's red mana stone. He had gained an extremely meaningful ability. Eugene clenched his fist, curious whether absorbing another stone would grant him a different power. After a moment of silence, over 50 similar footfalls sounded, about 100 meters away, and 3 more heavy targets were behind them. Galfretic immediately broke into a smile. He was very interested in what Eugene had said. Oh, Galfretic suggested he wanted to try his hand himself. Eugene said little. He widened his eyes. Eugene summoned his strength and unleashed a blow of terrifying force that flattened the surrounding earth and stone. His strike targeted a giant goblin and opened the engagement. Galfretic and his troops advanced to seize the advantage. The entire force charged. Galfretic ordered Partek to stay close and protect him. The soldier replied, yes. Ahead, Eugene fought alone against 2 giant goblins. He severed the arm of one. The soldiers behind shouted, my lord, we will support you. Eugene didn't stop. He leapt up to eye level with a goblin. He struck its eye with all his might. A stream of blood spurted everywhere. The goblin screamed in pain, covering the wound as blood still gushed. Seizing the opportunity, Eugene leaped up and cut off several of the goblin's fingers, then thrust downward with all his might. Blood from the goblin gushed like a waterfall. Eugene licked his lips in satisfaction. The red blood made him look terrifying. That day, the soldiers below were stunned by what they'd witnessed. They had engraved in their hearts an image of a knight they had long admired. Once more, Eugene swung hard, his knuckles sinking into the goblin's skull and making it cave in deeply. Eugene yanked the goblin's head off. A high-level sword technique, true, righteous, indomitable spirit, and composed bearing. The goblin's head was torn off, the scene was stained red with blood. Eugene appeared like a fierce demon. What they witnessed differed from the imagined concept of a knight, completely opposite the idealized model. Eugene satisfied himself, enjoying his own handiwork. It was the appearance of a horribly feral beast. 3 giant goblins were slain. The soldiers rested after a brutal battle. Galfredik stood watching the surroundings. An old soldier clenched his teeth in pain from his wound. Goblin corpses and human bodies lay scattered. Galfredik was pensive. Most everyone's strength had been drained by this fight. It was hard to believe their bodies were so exhausted so quickly. Surely that was Galfredik's assessment, because the scene they'd witnessed had left everyone's spirits broken. The horrific image of Eugene ripping the head off flashed across their minds. It was a gruesomely bloody spectacle. Galfredik considered giving up. Perhaps they should stop here. He looked up at Eugene resting and asked, "Have we met our objective for the day, or should we turn back?" Eugene replied regretfully, "I still have my vitality intact. I don't know when I'll have another chance to come here again. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Anyone who wants to go back can leave first." Hearing this, Galfredik brightened immediately. "Then we'll follow you. We'll accompany you." Eugene jumped down from above and made a proposal. "Galfredik, lead the soldiers out of the dungeon first." Galfredik startled again and agreed, saying the path ahead only needed him and his mercenaries to proceed. A voice called out. Rabin ran over, pleading, "Please let me go with you." Galfredik frowned. Has he noticed the soldiers' exhaustion and shown such compassion? The mercenaries behind Galfredik breathed a sigh of relief. He thought they might be pushed too hard. Indeed, Galfredik sighed. Beneath his cold exterior lay a warm heart that cared for the weaker. He admired Sir Eugene. This young man truly made him reconsider what a real knight is. Eugene, Rabin, and Partek moved deeper into the cave beneath the thick web of fangs. Rabin cowered, clutching the torch. "Damn, I don't want to go, but why am I being dragged in? I'm terrified." He tried to reassure himself by remembering how Eugene had single-handedly defeated goblins before. If things got dangerous he'd turn the tide. Rabin's foot suddenly stepped on something and he froze. Eugene looked down at his foot and lifted his leg. Below was the crushed body of a spider, its green goo stuck to his shoe. From the dungeon ceiling countless spiders emerged and dropped silk down below. The spiders looked terrifying with huge fangs and claws and bulging red eyes that took up more than half their heads. Their outer carapaces were rough and disgusting. This species, forming swarms in the cave, used powerful acid to liquefy prey. Rabin screamed in panic as the spiders crawled near. Partek requested retreat, saying the numbers were too many and to fall back for now. Eugene repeated in puzzlement, "Retreat?" Without more words, he rushed forward and slashed dead a large number of spiders to clear the way. He arrogantly treated it as a trivial matter. Partek ordered, "Rabin, support him now." Rabin was still struggling with some venomous spiders. He helplessly shouted, "He has charged into battle already." Partek also fought without stopping. The 3 of them then quickly dealt with the venomous spiders in turn. Rabin fell, countless spiders surrounded him, making it difficult for him to move. A venomous fanged spider lunged. Rabin backed away in terror. He tried to scream but couldn't. It seemed like the end. But at that moment he arrived just in time. Rabin squeezed his eyes shut, then finally dared to open them to look at him. "Thotao, save me." Eugene kept charging forward, seemingly tireless. Rabin panted. He stared around in bewilderment as he escaped death. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, even piled into heaps. Eugene had just killed another one. Rabin clambered to his feet. "My lord, is he really a monster?" He marveled, "Truly invincible. You've slain so many already. Can we go back now?" Rabin turned to Partek seeking agreement. "The captain thinks so too, right?" Seeing no answer from the captain, Rabin grew anxious. "Captain." Rabin looked down. Partek's legs were trembling uncontrollably. His face had gone pale. How could something like this exist here? Romer has ranks even within the same species, but encounters with high-level monsters are rare, so expedition teams usually don't prepare for this. Partek thought to himself the absurd size clearly marked it as the highest rank of cave spider. Above, a gigantic claw emerged, the spider queen. A huge, revolting spider appeared with razor-sharp fangs. Its mouth split open to reveal a long tongue. The spider moved angrily, preparing to attack. Partek shouted to retreat. "Lord Eugene, we can't help you against a high-rank lord. At least wait for Lord Galfredik to come support you." Eugene spoke sternly. "Partek, Rabin." He glared warningly. "You two, fall back, this prey is mine." Partek bowed his head. Yes. As ordered, he panicked. What? The feeling of total loss of control, every nerve seemed to scream at him to run immediately. He and Rabin fled. Behind them, Eugene fought the monster alone. A water sprite appeared, sneering, "Kids, your instincts have surrendered to the level gap with your master, haven't they?" Eugene asked Miriam if she was stronger than the Swamp Lord. Miriam confirmed. "No, perhaps even stronger than the Swamp Lord," Eugene said nonchalantly, "then the Mana Stone must be bigger too." Opposite it, the giant spider, unaware of its fate, continued to gape and scream, while the hero coldly said, "Struggle all you want, the harder Romer's treasure is to open, the more worth it is inside." A scene shifted to a small spider spinning silk to climb down, when something sliced through it, severing several leg segments. It flew off violently. Eugene's face was ice cold, he snapped his fingers and watched the spider die. The sequence of the hero fighting the spider monster wasn't drawn by the author. Eugene recalled the second ability he gained after the Lord's magic stone, the camouflage power. With the flesh-strengthening power I acquired, its primary effect was to protect the body. Combined with the camouflage ability to recreate a human form, I could finally stand under the sun. Thanks to that, I avoid the trouble of having to hide from sunlight. A girl's voice rang out, "Are you not wearing your mask anymore these days?" The girls swarmed around, "So he used to wear a mask to hide this handsome face? Hiding such looks is unfair." They chattered non-stop. "Sir Knight, please tell us the story of your recent dungeon raid." All the young ladies closed in at once. "I heard you single-handedly defeated that giant spider." Eugene froze in embarrassment. A water sprite appeared above him, laughing loudly, "Ha, boss, you're really strong." It teased, "Tell them about your feat." One maiden blushed shyly. "Your appearance is so splendid, could there be elven blood in your veins?" Eugene was annoyed. "Elf? Rather than that, people expect nobility. I find it more troublesome than flattering." Those playing behind Galfretic suddenly stopped. He loudly proclaimed, "Now it's clear." Everyone startled and looked at Galfretic. He recounted that from the moment they entered the dungeon he had seen the Lord's eyes shine like headlights, ears sharp as a hound's, movements extremely agile, and terrifying spear-throwing strength. "I thought you were no ordinary person." Galfretic was elated, one hand gripping his compass, the other raising a mug of beer as he approached the young ladies, who would have thought he carried elven blood. Galfretic stared intently, but with that appearance it's hard not to stand out. "How have you hidden for so long?" Eugene annoyed, "He's annoyingly perceptive." Eugene propped his hand on his chin and said casually, "Well, I never deliberately hid myself." Eugene's beauty made everyone at the table pause for a beat, even Rabin blushed with embarrassment. The young ladies kept exclaiming, "Oh my." Galfretic covered his mouth, kept a cold expression, and said, "Quite smooth." Eugene sighed softly, "Are people just saying whatever they see? From now on, if suspected, just blame it on some elven ancestry." When fighting the spider leader, Eugene won and obtained a magic stone. This time the magic stone not only granted power but also made the tattoo disappear. The tattoo in Eugene's eye suddenly vanished. This caused him to recall a few things. Memories he'd never seen before surfaced in his mind. "I saw myself in a strange place, unlike my current appearance, a soft hand holding mine. In that unfamiliar space the sound of a bell chimed, and everyone was looking toward me." Eugene wondered, who exactly is the woman in that memory? But first, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Is that really my memory? Eugene closed his eyes. The past he couldn't remember, this is the only thing he still retained. Someone called his name, "Lord Eugene, please save me." The cry jolted Eugene awake from those strange memories. He glanced at Galfretic beside him, who kept saying, "Please save me." Galfretic squeezed Rabin's neck until he was breathless. "You useless fool, I've heard it all. You say that's just a burden to him?" Rabin clung meekly to Galfredic's arm, frantically explaining, "That's because Lord Eugene isn't human, ordinary people would have run long ago." Galfretic continued to berate Rabin without mercy. "So you mean Lord Eugene is a monster? I'll let you experience a taste of hell for now." Eugene was thoughtful. "The only thing I remember is the name Eugene, but after this incident, I am beginning to have a hunch. If I keep erasing these tattoos one by one, perhaps I'll uncover the truth, not the fabricated knight or elven blood, but my true self." Eugene's eyes trembled slightly as he thought about that. In the room, people gathered around a sickbed. Galfretic and Eugene were also present. Galfretic bowed respectfully. "Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Lord Tywin, I am Krema, the third son of Gengetic." Eugene imitated Gengetic's manner and bowed. "I am Yen, Eugene's eldest son. The Lord praised them. Yes, you must have worked hard. He ordered someone to bring out a tray. Bring it to him. On the tray lay a neatly rolled paper. I heard Lord Eugene needs documents to prove his identity. I don't know if this will help, but this should be the perfect proof of your identity, Yen of the Eugene family. Eugene took the paper carefully. Thank you, my lord, the old man shouted fiercely. Kamara rushed anxiously to Taiwan's side. He opened his tired eyes and said, Kamara, because of that child's ambition, my younger son cannot rest his eyes in peace. Kamara soothed him gently, please do not worry. Father, I will take over the lands you worked so hard to build. He placed his hand on Taiwan's hand. Taiwan looked at him and continued, my beloved son, that land is only a pile of black dust. Remember that a true lord must know how to lead people, not just rule over land. Felid and the others listened sadly to the lord's final words. Finishing his words, Taiwan's hands fell slack. He has passed away. The people mourned the lord's death. Eugene thought that, although he did not know what kind of lord Taiwan had been, many people grieved his passing. But not everyone shares the same feelings at someone's death. Bertel stood outside, biting his lip, his face furious. The sky darkened gradually. A black cloud rolled in as if to foretell something bad about to happen. Galfredic prepared to leave. Sorry to depart during the Lord's funeral. Kamara sympathized. It's all right, I understand you have your own schedule. Galfredic looked at Eugene in surprise. Lord Eugene, are you really going to stay here? Eugene had made up his mind. I plan to enter the dungeon once more, it's a pity to have opened it for nothing. Galfredic scratched his head and gave a wry smile. What a shame. If it were Count Evergrow, he would surely treasure you. He extended his hand toward Eugene. Galfredic declared generously that it was an honor to have fought alongside such a powerful knight. I hope next time we won't be enemies. Eugene looked at Galfredic's outstretched hand. He reached his own hand forward. Eugene clasped Ganzik's hand tightly. The two stared at each other like friends. Rabin lingered, waving farewell. Take care, Lord Galfredic. Eugene ordered Partek to prepare to depart. He obeyed. Yes. Felid wondered, but you just said you'd stay. Partek didn't answer and instead asked, by the way, how is Lord Galfredic traveling? Felid remembered horses. Partek agreed. Of course. A knight should ride a horse. So we plan to find a horse for you and then go to the trade guild to process the monster products. Hearing that, Felid became enthusiastic. Then I'll also be a diligent squire serving you. Eugene suddenly asked the would-be attendant with a frightening expression, I have no need for your service in the near future. Felid was stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Scene cut. Felid appeared at a construction site. He had a crate in his hands when someone shouted at him, hey, aren't you working properly? In the largest commercial city of the kingdom of Kalar, a boat had just docked, and everyone was watching the piled-up cargo. People were astonished. Was all of this brought back by that lone knight? Rabin folded his arms and laughed loudly. Yes, all of this is the spoils that Knight Yen Eugene obtained. Everyone widened their eyes. Isn't Yen Eugene the up-and-coming knight who defeated the dogs in Lord Taiwan's domain? Huh? The young knight who broke a dog's neck with his bare hands? Rabin pointed and shouted, hey, merchant, don't touch them casually. Felid looked up at the sky, his face covered in sweat. He thought to himself, Knight Eugene, this story seems to be getting a bit long. At that moment someone inside called out, please don't worry. Lord Eugene, I am Billmore, representing the Palin Guild, the leading trading conglomerate of Ma. Let me take responsibility for handling all these spoils. Eugene stared at Billmore. At first he was skeptical when Partek introduced the merchants, but he hadn't expected them to be such a large conglomerate, which would be very useful for an outsider like me. The merchant's voice continued to ring out. With my experience, I'll drive the raw material prices down to the lowest. If you sign an exclusive contract with me, I promise. Suddenly footsteps slowly approached the door. Fuang abruptly opened the door, and he asked sternly, who is this Knight Eugene? Eugene remained nonchalant, propping his chin. Partek leaned close to his ear and whispered, Lord Eugene, the situation seems to be getting complicated. He tilted his head, how so? Partek continued, this person is merely the secretary under the Pauline Vice Guildmaster. Eugene cut in, so what? Explain it simply. Partek went on, I mean he has more power than Billmore, whom we're negotiating with. It seems he wants to seize Lord Yan's spoils cheaply to secure a steady revenue. You should be cautious now. His gaze sharpened. Be cautious? Billmore forced a nervous smile and spoke up, hey, Mr. Grail. Knight Eugene is negotiating privately with me. he interrupted Billmore. Don't compete with an unbeatable opponent. Besides, I see no contract signed. Lord Eugene, rumors about you have spread everywhere. They say the knight who broke the dogs' necks has spoils piled like a mountain. Of course that's just baseless rumor to inflate the goods' value. It's a blatant trick from a childish brat. Our Pauline Vice Guildmaster wants to sign a special contract with Lord Eugene. Please leave this shabby place and come with me. A novice knight who only knows brute force will be stripped by us. Suddenly his expression stiffened, a little startled. Eugene stared at him. What is this authority all about? Oh, my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Grail, secretary to the Pauline Vice Guildmaster. This is certainly a great opportunity for Lord Eugene. His voice was stern and cold as he asked, opportunity? What opportunity? Grail answered slowly. Of course, better terms for the spoils. His sharp, cold gaze looked straight at him. Better terms. The man's face kept sweating. Yes, our Vice Guildmaster will handle it personally. Eugene's eyes widened, becoming somewhat terrifying. The idea of the Vice Guildmaster handling it left him dizzy and flustered. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. I meant no disrespect. Eugene's tone grew frightening as he questioned him again. Disrespect? Grail, terrified, hurriedly turned and ran away. Sorry, I'll return later. Billmore sobbed. Lord. Billmore is deeply moved. You're willing to refuse a deal with the Vice Guildmaster for my sake? I, Billmore, swear to fully support Lord Eugene. Whatever you need, I'm willing to do anything. Eugene was surprised. Really? I like that attitude. His eyes lit up. So when do we start? Eugene began to stand, speaking coldly. What do you mean? Right now, you leave. Billmore looked shocked. Huh? Priscilla asked, was your offer refused? Grail bowed and replied, how embarrassing. Vice Guildmaster, as the rumor said, he truly isn't someone to take lightly. She glanced out the window. It's fine, hold your head up, Grail. Knights often trouble merchants for their honor and face. Then we'll use our methods to give them trouble in return. For us merchants, money and goods are power, especially when the opponent is just a poor knight who can't even afford a decent horse. Go and give gifts to Knight Eugene. Gifts a poor knight cannot refuse. Felid widened his eyes. So you want me to stay here and sell this pile of spoils? Eugene said sternly, exactly as you heard, continue selling the monster materials I brought back to the guild. He was flustered. But why? Why do I still have to stay behind this time? Is it because I'm not strong enough to follow Lord Eugene? If so, I'll start sword training right now. Suddenly he cut in and asked Felid, what is a slave's duty? Felid bowed his head and slowly answered, to support the knight in battle and daily life. Eugene replied casually, yes, you understand well. Your job is to support me as a slave by selling the spoils from battles to earn money. That is the duty I, as a knight, assign to my slave. Discuss the details with Billmore, he'll teach you much about business. Felid sadly lowered his face, thinking to himself that indeed, without Lord Eugene he would have died long ago. It was shameful to complain about such small things. Eugene continued, when you earn enough money, I'll consider teaching you swordsmanship. Sooner or later you'll have to support me in battle as a slave. Felid's cheeks flushed red, touched by Eugene's words. He smiled softly and placed his hand over his chest. Felid spoke gently, Felid, I obey Sir Eugene's orders. At that moment Yen and Partek were strolling through town, saying, see you later, my lord. He held up an empty cloth pouch. Does money always disappear this fast? Even with minimal spending, there's not a coin left. Miriam wailed pitifully, clutching the pouch. Your wallet has shrunk, and so has my heart. My lord, will we earn the money back soon? Suddenly Eugene's gaze froze and shifted to the side. Before him stood a suit of armor made of sturdy material. Partek spoke, oh, this is armor, the dream of every knight. Eugene asked in surprise, a dream? You mean it's expensive? He continued, not only expensive, this is a treasure that even wealthy knights only dare to pass down through generations rather than discard. Suddenly Rabin appeared, running over and shouting loudly. Lord Eugene received a report that a herd of giant roamers had appeared on the outskirts of Marin. Roamers from the eastern forest are moving into the city. The Rarin are trying to stop them. Partek added, perhaps this time we should join in suppressing them. He was surprised that the two of them were both looking at Rabin. Because unlike clearing an occupied lair where killing roamers isn't taxed, this is Marin, the trade city overflowing with wealth, the best place to sell spoils and trophies at high prices without shipping fees. In other words, this is a chance to earn millions. His face darkened. Let's go, there's no reason to hesitate any longer. Suddenly a foot appeared from behind. Wait, Partek widened his eyes. He kept bending over, gasping. No, wait. Rabin was astonished. Why is everyone out of breath? Grail began to speak. I was sent by the Vice Guildmaster to present you with a warhorse. Its coat was black and velvet smooth, muscles rippling as if sculpted by the gods. This is a purebred pedigree steed. His gaze sharpened, a little incredulous. The Vice Guildmaster gave this to me? He flinched back in fear at that look. It's not that we want anything from you. His expression turned angry as he glared at O. Sweat streamed down the man's face. It's just a small token of goodwill. He quickly leapt onto the horse's back. Convey my thanks to that person. Miriam began to fly after them, ready to scoop up the money. Rabin's master gaped and pointed. He went ahead. What should we do? The captain is too fast, we can't catch up. Partek angrily shouted, what are you waiting for? He ran off quickly. Chase him, you fools. Rabin obeyed. Yes. Grail stood firm, watching them gradually depart. At that moment, danger loomed in the eastern forest on the outskirts of Marin. The goblins froze abruptly and turned their heads to look back. The horses' hooves were racing urgently through the forest. Eugene quickly used his blade to cut down each one. Miriam laughed excitedly. Master, look at that eastern herd of roamers, it's definitely huge. Have the ones ahead been wiped out? His eyes were brimming with confidence. Good, I'm not in the habit of sharing spoils. The deep forest was now filled with a cloud of choking dust. The horses' hooves kept pounding relentlessly. Sunlight began to filter through the gaps in the leaves above. Only then did Yen show signs of stopping when he saw the light. Before him, a wildly chaotic battle was unfolding. Madrika was currently surrounded. If you can't kill me, you won't take another step forward. The giant golem-like creatures with blazing red eyes lunged madly forward. Madrika and his horse lost their momentum and fell to the ground. The horse ran away in fear, leaving him behind. He was in pain. Madrika, Knight of Justice, swore by the honor of Marin. Suddenly the weapon's blade plunged straight into the ground. Madrika trembled in fear, turning his head to look at the goblins surrounding him. Madrika wailed loudly at the sight, begging for mercy. Suddenly a ranged attack struck from the silhouette rushing over. Eugene's face darkened, his sharp eyes ready for battle. His blade continued to cut down each giant goblin. Madrika sat wide-eyed on the ground, watching it all. Eugene rode his horse skillfully around the goblin corpses. Madrika chuckled, I am deeply grateful to you. What is your name? Eugene did not answer, merely coldly swung his sword, quickly cutting down the goblin that tried to attack Madrika from behind. His body trembled as he retreated. My name, does that matter now? If we die here, knowing the name won't mean anything. Countless monsters were approaching. You're right, if we survive this hell, then I'll ask for your name again. When we moved toward the great trade city, hundreds of goblins swarmed in like locusts, but we fought to the end. In that desperate moment, that knight coldly cut down all those goblins. And of course I played my part. In the end we won and protected Marin. Suddenly someone asked, so, who exactly is that knight? Madrika grinned, curious, aren't you? He said solemnly, pointing, his name is Yen Eugene. Everyone began to stir. Isn't Yen Eugene the knight who cleared the dungeon in the Taiwan territory? They say he once pulled the spine out of a snarling dog alive. That famous knight protected our city of Marin. Sir Yen Eugene is the hero of Marin. Everyone began to excitedly chant his name, Yen Eugene, Yen Eugene. Luis Pylon looked out the window and spoke. The whole city is buzzing over that knight's name. The more his fame rises, the harder he is to control. Luis Pylon, former head of the Pylon Trade Guild, is now Marin's mayor. Is it okay to leave it like this? He asked. Pritzella, my beautiful niece. She bowed. Of course. Everything is under control. We even hope Lord Eugene becomes more famous. The greater a knight's fame, the greater the fear of losing that reputation. By the way, do you know about the apprentice Yen Eugene is bringing along? Pylon continued, the child who delivers his spoils to the guild? She replied, yes. From what I've learned, that child is the secret illegitimate son of the Taiwan family. They turned in surprise. Oh, Pritzella continued to explain, although Sir Yan's motives are unclear, it seems he earns money here to support Taiwan's illegitimate child. If we can skillfully win over both, we could establish ties with that person, someone who could become the future head of the Taiwan family. Pylon replied repeatedly, that's my niece. I understand your plan. Buying an influential knight who supports that illegitimate child, then I should send a gift to Sir Eugene as well. As Marin's mayor, I must repay the hero who solved the city's trouble. I'll nominate you as the introducer, make good use of it. Pritzella replied, yes, thank you, sir. At that moment, night had fallen, enveloping the magnificent castle. A slender finger gently lifted the teacup. The thirsty will always seek the riverbank, so a merchant has only one task. Suddenly Pritzella curled her lips with a dark scheme, dig the well and wait. Footsteps were slowly approaching, without any resistance, and unsurprisingly the door finally showed signs of someone entering. Eugene appeared before Pritzella. I'll wait until they drink up the water I sell. Pritzella's face darkened with a hint of malice as she spoke. Please, sir. He wore sturdy armor, the hero who saved Marin, Sir Yen Eugene. He said, I've come to express my gratitude. You're Pritzella, deputy director of the Pylon Trade Guild of Marin, right? She replied, yes, I am Pritzella, deputy director here. Please sit. Yen Eugene, someone who looks like you is really the fearsome knight who broke the dogs' heads? His face was cold and he looked different from the knights she had met before. The armor gifted by the mayor suited him well. It was custom made at Marin's best forge. It was forged from a special steel blended with Elsic iron and goblin bone, so hard that dragon teeth could hardly pierce it. Pritzella asked Eugene, how do you find it? He replied slowly, it's fine thanks to it. Next time I'll feel more secure when delving a dungeon. Thank you for the lodging and the fine meals as well. Because of that, my mercenaries are more spirited. I hope we'll achieve good results soon. I didn't expect these gifts, but I appreciate your kindness. Pritzella smiled. Then suddenly Eugene stood up. Now, about my proposal, he interrupted, I'm busy, so I'm leaving. Pritzella was surprised. Oh, you're leaving already? Eugene replied coldly, drop by when you've cleared the Tywin family's dungeon. It's a small matter. No, it's like this, my contract only concerns this Hall of Spoils. Perhaps this is a final farewell. Next time I'll focus on collecting mana stones. Eugene still turned away coldly to leave. All right then. Pritzella shouted angrily, wait. His sharp gaze froze and he turned his head to look at her. Pritzella continued, we still have much to discuss. His eyes narrowed as he growled, what do you mean? Pritzella went on, you can't pretend not to know without limit. The most expensive Demon Mountain armor, a pedigreed noble horse, luxury lodging, and lavish meals for the whole mercenary band. The spoils you sell to the guild each day wouldn't even cover half of that cost. Billmore and Grail were still listening intently to their conversation. She continued, don't tell me you don't know everything in life has a price. Or did you fail to learn that at school? If not, then you're just a stingy knight who doesn't understand honor. Do you want the people of Marin who praise you to learn the truth? Eugene's sharp eyes coldly regarded Marin's hero. Sir Yen, Pritzella begged, a favor then, are you going to walk away now? Sir Yen Eugene, please let me hear your reasoning. His lips trembled slightly as if he wanted to say something. Suddenly Eugene curled his lips into a smile and continued, how amusing. Wanting to give orders at our first meeting, unilaterally giving me gifts I never asked for, and now demanding repayment. How dare a mere little merchant like you threaten me? His words carried a sting. Eugene continued, perhaps you're mistaken about something, so I'll make this clear. Eugene continued, even if the people of Marin gossip about me, I don't care. But as you said, everything has a price. Go on, blab all you want, and you'll learn what the real cost is. Deputy Director of the Pylon Guild, from my perspective, you and the Pylon Guild are colluding with Marin to mistreat the knight who saved this city. Keep living like this. Next time danger comes, no knight will dare stand up to protect Marin. It's done, I'm leaving. Partek turned and said, apologies for the rudeness, Deputy, it's truly regrettable. If things had been handled differently, perhaps we could have become good partners. Billmore awkwardly glanced at Deputy Pritzella's expression, when suddenly she spoke up. Sir Yen Eugene, please wait a moment, I was truly rude. I, Pritzella, Deputy of the Pylon Trade Guild's Marin branch, sincerely apologize to you, Eugene. I allowed greed to overstep, trying to take the upper hand in our relationship. To atone for this rudeness, I wish to start anew with you, Sir Eugene. We will maintain the current contract with Billmore and add new clauses. I assure you you will have nothing to worry about. I'm tired of knights who melt at expensive bribes. Most are fools chasing fame and gain. But this one is different. Eugene's eyes were extremely sharp. He's too dangerous to joke with. Perhaps that's why a merchant's instinct forbids me from letting him go. Suddenly Pritzella looked up. Eugene continued, very well, I'll hear your proposal. His face darkened, but it must be an enticing offer. Pritzella placed a hand on her chest and smiled, thank you for forgiving my mistake. Pritzella placed a hand on her chest and smiled, thank you for forgiving my mistake. A knight should indeed have armor and a horse to be impressive. Sounds a bit cheesy, this country really is the most beautiful in the world. Partek chimed in, the contract looks pretty good. He looked down and asked, you think so too? Partek nodded. Yes, the Pylon Guild is too large to be underestimated. They base themselves in Marin and have hundreds of branches across the empire, mainly trading with high-status noble families like the Tywin family currently. For example, their proposal to arrange unlimited dungeons and labyrinths linked to their branches is a groundbreaking suggestion. With this condition it's even better than being a noble. He was excited. A superb negotiation. Sir Eugene. His face twisted. I'm just saying this to get it over with. Suddenly a voice cut in. You think putting on flashy armor makes you a knight? Look at that milk-faced fellow, can he even hold a sword properly? Mirian spoke up. Hey, what did that rotten potato-faced brat just say? Kamara waved and smiled, you're just in time. Eugene was surprised. Lord Kamara? No, now I should call you Lord Tywin, right? The man replied, call me whatever you like, you've changed too much. Eugene asked, how are things with you roughly? Kamara answered, my younger brother hasn't given up, he even hired more mercenaries, but this time something feels off. Eugene was surprised and suspicious. He continued, remember the mercenaries my brother once hired to capture Felid? The ones torn apart by wolves, if I recall, they were all scoundrels. This new batch of mercenaries gives the same impression. His sharp gaze watched them intently, taking in every detail. Kamara continued, so for this dungeon clearance, I need to ask Sir Eugene to take charge. Someone quickly cut in. Hey, Lord Tywin, if that brat dies in the dungeon, will I become the captain then? Kamara exclaimed in surprise, what the hell are you talking about? Maverick replied, sir, I'm only clarifying. This isn't a group picnic. A dungeon is a place where lives are cheap as grass. We must prepare for every situation. His face looked cold as he hoped Sir would be thorough. Maverick's expression was extremely confident as he slowly emphasized his point. Captain Eugene turned and said, good point, if I die then that annoying fellow will be captain. Kamara was surprised. The teaser added, there's a contingency plan, let's depart at once. Mirian suddenly pointed and shouted, that guy's annoying. Eugene replied coldly, I know, it's surely Bertel's scheme. He intends to use mercenaries to deal with me in the dungeon, but if things don't go the way those fools expect, it might be rather entertaining. At that moment, Eugene's keen blade kept felling foes one by one. The cavern filled everywhere with corpses. His arm showed no sign of stopping, the tip of his sword struck with relentless force. Maverick watched closely, his reputation was no exaggeration. Standing alone at the front against hundreds, the mercenaries we brought were almost idle. It felt as if a gigantic shield blocked our path. Maverick ground his teeth in anger at Eugene's prowess. He just needed to wait for the right moment, to seize a single opportunity for his poisoned blade to glide across that hateful face. Eugene suddenly shouted, ahead is an area where only mid-level monsters appear, from here on I can't guarantee your lives. Those who want to follow may do so. I'm repeating this in case some don't understand, only those confident may follow me. Maverick replied, if the captain goes, how can we stand down? The opportunity is here. Rabban laughed, then we'll go too. Partek intervened, wait, we'll pause here. Rabban looked surprised. He said, it seems Sir Eugene has other intentions. They began moving deeper into the dim cave. Eugene thought to himself, the last time I came here I was with Galfredic. Without him, everything is dull. Images of him appeared in Eugene's mind. Even from brief observation, I saw Galfredic was an excellent commander. He knew how to boost morale and would timely choose the most dangerous position for himself to advance. If it were him, he could probably sweep the dungeon clean even with this ragtag bunch in tow. His steps continued slowly. At this point I'm curious, how would Galfredic handle this situation? So you've abandoned that clumsy performance now? Fine. If you crave death that much, I'll indulge you. They were all shocked. What the hell was that? Why is there fire? Mirian smiled confidently with power glowing in his palm. They were quickly burned. Run, it's a magic trick, he can use magic too. I can't see anything. Maverick tried to reassure them and calmly relit the torches. Darkness fell. Why are you being so careless? I can't see a thing. Eugene silently took them down in the dark, lighted up. What's that? What noise? We're under attack. We're being attacked. All attack, go. There were countless cries of pain. Wait, those are our comrades. A glowing red cord was winding around their bodies. My legs. Now the night was filled only with screams. Maverick clenched his teeth in fear. I didn't expect this. Without light, the situation only favors him more. He kept striking the stones together. Burn, burn. Suddenly Maverick's body froze at a sound behind him. He was terrified and slowly turned his head to look. Why couldn't he hear anything? Eugene's footsteps were slowly approaching. His voice close to the ear whispered, "Need some light? This seems difficult. Let me give you a hand." Human eyes are inconvenient because they're weak in the dark. Well then, how is it? Can you see more clearly now? Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? Maverick, devoid of emotion, only muttered. Huh. His voice was slow, mouth full of fangs. Monster. Cut to outside the mansion. Rain poured and thunder exploded across the sky. Someone's feet hurriedly tried to run. At that moment Kamara shouted in panic, "Sir, you were still standing there staring out the window." After a pause, Eugene slowly glanced back. Bertel was equally bewildered. Kamara hesitantly asked, "Do you believe that's real?" He frowned and looked at the man ahead, exclaiming, "What kind of chaos is this?" Eugene exclaimed, "Ask the person involved directly about that. Ask the person involved directly about that." Then the muscular figure was thrown hard onto the floor. Bertel's eyes widened in disbelief. Maverick. He clutched his face, voice trembling. "We were going to kill him. I was going to kill Yen Eugene." On Bertel's orders Taiwan's name was mentioned. He forced a terrified laugh and denied it. "That bastard always babbles. He's gone completely mad now." Kamara went mad at the words and shouted, "Brother, do you really want to go this far?" Bertel glanced over and denied it. "You should be the one to sober up. Do you believe the ramblings of a madman? What did you say?" "Maverick, don't be tiresome, spit it out clearly." Eugene stood behind the old man, using his blood-red pupil to subdue Maverick and said, "What would I have done? How could I dare lay a hand on my liege? A worthless wretch like me deserves to die." Kamara saw him dash past and shouted, "Wait, what are you doing?" But too late to stop him. Maverick broke the glass with his body and flew straight out. He grabbed the window frame and shouted loudly for Maverick. Seconds later, the old man's body hit the sword of the statue below, causing everyone to panic. Bertel hurriedly said, "See, brother?" Clearly he had gone mad after witnessing people being torn apart like paper. "It's strange to trust such nonsense, isn't it?" Kamara frowned and warned, "Seeing you rejoice at his death makes you even more suspicious." Bertel was struck dumb by his brother's words. Suddenly Bertel turned and shifted targets. "You too, Yen Eugene, have you no knightly honor left? How dare you slander me with such vague, absurd accusations?" His face darkened as he demanded, "Bertel, stake your knightly honor, are you truly innocent?" Though terrified, he still blurted out two words, "Of course." Then he suddenly raised his arm to call. "Then Bertel Taiwan, in the name of a knight's honor and in the name of truth." He pointed his sword forward in a provocation, "I challenge you to prove it in single combat." Hearing that, he could only grit his teeth, unsure how to respond. Cut to outside, conversations rose in the afternoon. "Is the second young master planning a duel in the front yard? My God, what trouble is he causing this time? I heard he hired someone to assassinate." "Hire an assassin? Humph, always causing trouble, but this time he's gone too far. Who is he trying to kill?" They watched as he and Bertel faced each other and whispered. "Word is he intends to kill the knight the Lord once hired, Sir Yen Eugene." He solemnly raised his sword before him. Kamara stood to one side watching, visibly worried. He closed his eyes, thinking that since the dispute was fierce, this time force would be used to decide truth from falsehood, and truth would be guided by the righteous will of the gods. Eugene's cold face immediately appeared, his mind on the winner's hand. Bertel at that moment swung his sword down, letting out a hoarse shout. He gripped the hilt and lunged at him. Eugene merely presented his sword before him, and the two blades met with a screech. Bertel quickly pulled up in a strong motion. He attacked with all his might but still couldn't overpower him. Suddenly something caused Eugene to lose focus for a moment. He recalled when Bertel reported, "We found a vampire, report to you immediately." Jung Derit came back to himself and spoke, "I've been hunted by someone like you for over 10 years. Those words made him halt, filled with fear and worry. Seizing the opportunity, he brought his blade down in a strike. Pushing Bertel backward, he grit his teeth and glanced down at his sword. After swinging his blade back, his sword was flung into the air. It quickly drove straight into the ground. At the same moment Bertel collapsed with a thud. His pupils flared red, his tone full of killing intent. "Now take this." He panicked and could only stare wide-eyed at what was coming. Meanwhile, Kamara thought Bertel's swordsmanship wasn't bad. Only this time even an outside observer could see him stand frozen when he watched his younger brother fall. In that instant, Kamara realized Yen Eugene was stronger than his brother. Kamara observed the oppressive aura emanating from Eugene and confirmed it was on a different level. Without hesitation, one of Bertel's arms shot out. Only then did he rush forward, shouting for him to stop. Eugene glanced over and coldly repeated one word, "Stop," and stepped aside. "The duel isn't over." "Lord Tywin," Kamara raised his arm to intervene. "I cannot stand by and watch my brother die by Lord Eugene's hand." Bertel Tywin was wounded and no longer able to prove his claim. Victory belonged to Sir Yen Eugene, Bertel urgently shouted. "No, I can still fight, I'll send him to his death myself." He raged, blood boiling. "Bertel," he looked down at his brother and urged him. "That's enough. The outcome is decided, accept your guilt properly and repent in prison." He snapped angrily, "Shut up. What crime have I committed?" Kamara pulled him back. "Bertel." He tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, "Yen Eugene." Bertel lunged forward in a fury, "If not for you, if you had never appeared in my life, I wouldn't have to suffer like this." A flash of bright sand streaked past his face in the next instant. Eugene suddenly stared down at Bertel in bewilderment and asked, Why isn't my body obeying me?" His legs still stood firm there, but Bertel had fallen at his armor. His brother then widened his eyes and listened. "You should have seized the last chance your brother gave you." Eugene withdrew his sword, leaving a long trail of blood as he called out Bertel Tywin's name. Those standing around fell silent and watched. Without further ado, he turned and left, leaving a highly tense atmosphere behind. Kamara scowled as Eugene and his men departed, thinking to himself, "My foolish younger brother." Cut to a harbor, gulls circling high in the sky. Eugene walked down the corridor as a voice murmured in his ear, "Do you regret it?" He asked indifferently, "Regret what?" Miriam flying ahead replied, The first ghoul you created, used to take the blame and then discarded, is that it?" Eugene recalled then saying there was nothing to it. "That weak thing couldn't bear becoming my ghoul, keeping it only risked exposing my vampire identity. It was just a lure used for the duel earlier. But vampires must have hordes of slaves, right? Slaves are a vampire's symbol of power." He answered flatly, "No need." Miriam sighed. "You really know nothing of the bloodline." Eugene reached for the doorknob, thinking to himself that ghouls made from the weak are only a nuisance to clean up. If he had to pick a suitable one, the moment he opened the door a panicked voice rang out. Lord Galfredic looked at them bewildered as they talked. Yes, I heard it's chaotic over there. When did you go in?" "It's been 2 weeks." Bilmore suddenly turned and called to him. Pritzella also froze for a few seconds. He quickly ran over to greet him. "My lord, greetings. I heard you also cleared the dungeon successfully this time." Eugene nodded. "Yes. I'm glad to see you again." "So what happened to Lord Galfredic?" Then she recounted, "Actually, 2 weeks ago Galfredic took part in unraveling the labyrinth in Count Evergrow's territory. At that time the sound of horse hooves was heard, but then he disappeared inside alone. Even after searching up to the mid-level monster area, there was no trace." He frowned tensely as he recalled her words. "He's trapped in the high-level monster zone." With that, he spurred his horse straight ahead into the desolate forest. The door was flung open, and someone stepped in from the upper level. A figure standing there greeted him, "Greetings, Sir Yen Eugene, your reputation has spread far and wide, you're younger and more handsome than I imagined." Eugene bowed solemnly to him. "A pleasure to meet you, Prince Jevon." The warm welcome, however, was interrupted by him. Right, this matter needs further discussion." Jevon Evergrow, eldest son of the Evergrow family, invited him inside. They both entered the room and sat. He spoke first. It seemed Lord Galfredic had been overly ambitious. If this dungeon clearing had succeeded, we intended to grant him a title. But unexpectedly he advanced into the upper levels on his own. Eugene tilted his head in confusion and asked, "On his own? What do you mean?" He kept his expression and answered, "Yes. Unfortunately, those upper levels are areas our Evergrow family has been unable to reach for 100 years. That place is called the domain of the Dungeon Lord." He was somewhat surprised by what was said. The Dungeon Lord Ludget sat to one side and lazily remarked that he not only lived there but ruled the entire dungeon. He propped his hand on his chin and smirked. When Galfredic, driven by ambition, recklessly caused trouble for many, he rose and walked toward them. "Allow me to introduce, this is the knight who guards our territory, Sir Ludgets." At that time he had commanded the forces to clear the dungeon alongside Galfredic. Ludgets then greeted, "Pleased to meet you. I heard you defeated Galfredic in combat. You know, we share an interesting common point. I'm the champion of the Evergrow tournament, meaning I defeated Galfredic in the match. So the two of us share that common ground." Defeating Galfredik, how amusing, Eugene said, his expression completely at odds with Lujit's cheer. Does that matter now? Jevin, to ease the mood, quickly stepped forward. I mean, Galfredik was a regrettable talent to us as well. Regarding this matter, I sincerely apologize to you, Sir Eugene. He pointed at Eugene, asking hesitantly. I heard Sir Eugene and Galfredik had an extremely close friendship, right? The image of Galfredik winking appeared. We were bosom friends, Eugene replied wearily, thinking to himself, well, you could say that. That idiot fiend. Jevin sat in the chair opposite. Because you were close, Sir Eugene helped him greatly, didn't you? Listen carefully. For 100 years, our family has attempted to conquer the upper levels many times, but the result has always been total disappearance. Therefore we have a rule, if after more than a month someone is not found, we cease searching and declare them dead. Understand? It had been 3 weeks since Galfredik went missing. If he wasn't found within the next week, based on his last words, you froze, eyes wide, then it would be hopeless. Eugene sprang up anxiously. Then I'll set out immediately. Jevin hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. Wait, I understand your urgency, but the dungeon is not a place to enter recklessly. He held up 3 fingers as a notice. 3 days, within 3 days Lujits and I will prepare an elite force. Eugene turned and listened silently to Jevin. In the meantime, rest and regain your strength. Eugene's face darkened as he said, thank you. He continued, one more thing, we've just hired a mage, we'll send him to assist you. He's quite useful. Miriam appeared, rubbing her chin and asked, the outside mage is paired with Eugene? Ah, that pointy-headed fellow is truly useless. Miriam snapped angrily, making him take notice. He may look pompous, but his power is no joke. Do you believe that? I want to dump a bucket of water on his nose for the irony. Eugene said nothing and bowed his head to think. There were suspicious points beyond just 1 or 2, before I parted with Galfredik. He had said visions from the past suddenly appeared. I'll be ennobled by Count Evergrow for my merits this time. Why don't you come with me to share in those great rewards? Back in the present, he concentrated, since he was promised a title, that's why he pushed to open the gate and clear the dungeon. Why did they suddenly change course like this? Besides, as far as I know, he's not the type to act on a momentary lust for monster hunting. Reckless, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Hey, over there. Eugene didn't hear and remained lost in thought. Even if in a hurry, he should prepare an elite force and advance safely. The crowd continued chanting the name, snapping him back to attention. Messiah is coming. Before him stood an old man on the platform. When the red shadow covers the moon, the goddess of victory will be wrathful. Her form will destroy this world. The townspeople panicked, pushing and colliding. Eugene, disaster had begun. Earthquakes near the dungeon killed wild beasts by the dozens. Recently a skilled knight also went missing in the dungeon, Miriam wondered, pointing ahead. Isn't that the pointy-headed one they're talking about? The old man on the platform shouted, shed veal blood at the gate and offer the remaining beef as tribute. Only then will Messiah be appeased and spare this blood-stained land. The crowd below buzzed, oh my god, what do we do? What the hell is this? A cult? Miriam, slightly shocked, asked Eugene, what kind of demonic language is that? He frowned and said, the village atmosphere is far from normal. A young man who had been handing out flyers shouted loudly as he approached Eugene, the gods are angry, believe in me now. He took the paper and read, beasts killed by earthquakes near the dungeon. Could part of the dungeon have collapsed, letting monsters escape? If so, then why Galfredik? Eugene turned hurriedly. Miriam, head to the dungeon immediately. Seeing this, she asked in puzzlement, huh? Why, master? A man behind stepped forward and grinned. 3 days is still too long. We'll find him ourselves first. Oh ho, let's sweep them all out. The man brushed past, laughing close to his ear. Oh, I didn't expect to meet a vampire here. Eugene, as if struck to the core, whipped his head around to look back. The man, his face half covered by a scarf, continued, I heard the vampires on this continent were almost exterminated by the Holy Crusader Knights, right? At the next words, his whole body stiffened as if frozen. In broad daylight, they actually dare parade around like emperors? Eugene quickly grabbed that man's collar and dragged her into a secluded corner. The townspeople kept whispering the rumor, Messiah is coming, trust me from now on. He shoved the person hard against the wall, making her bite back a cry of pain. Eugene's eyes glowed red in the dark, his voice sharp. Spill your identity now. How did you recognize me? If you don't answer quickly, I'll break your neck. She was lifted up and struggled. Wait, let me go and I'll tell you. Her face was drenched in sweat. With difficulty she said, I am. As soon as he heard the answer, the murderous light in his eyes diminished. A blood-scarred image. Miriam sat with arms crossed, head tilted slightly. The blood image sounded familiar. It suddenly gaped its mouth and shouted loudly. Miriam hurriedly flew over, raising a hand. Master, stop, killing her now would ruin everything. It shouted loudly, making Eugene tilt his head to look. She's a mage. Miriam waved its hands and shouted. The Ramari sect, it's a lineage of mages who have long served vampires. He turned his face to ask, unconsciously squeezing harder. Serve whom? With a shriek she immediately fainted. It was silent for a moment, then said, she's unconscious. The scene shifted. She sat in a room clutching her throat and coughing hoarsely, shouting, why attack first and ask later? Who would dare answer like this? Eugene looked away toward the village. Ah, my apologies. Miriam jumped up angrily. Ah, such a sharp-tongued girl. She raised a hand to cover her mouth to cough. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cyranoa Ramari, a member of the Ramari sect that serves vampires. Our order can instantly identify vampires. It's an honor to meet one of the night folk like you. I'm also looking for Sir Eugene at the request of Prince Jevon. He thought, so the mage Jevon mentioned is her. Cyranoa Ramari stammered. According to the prince, Sir Eugene and Galfredic were very close friends, correct? Eugene fell silent, saying nothing. That man's mouth, when we find him I'll shut him up for good. She bowed slightly and glanced away. I was also part of the force that cleared the dungeon when he disappeared. Miriam froze, then he asked, can you describe the situation in detail at that time? Ramari lowered her head, eyes cast down. Yes. I needed materials from the monsters then. I volunteered for Count Everglow's campaign. The Everglow dungeon is notoriously treacherous but has been explored for 100 years, so every level was fully cleared except for the uppermost. So everyone entered fairly freely, though there were still casualties. As we pushed deeper the ground suddenly trembled, the soldiers shouted, hold. There's an earthquake. Then a huge explosion, and the whole dungeon shook. And finally the ground beneath my feet collapsed, just as I was about to fall. A hand shot out and grabbed Cyranoa Ramari's arm. It was Lord Galfredic, who was holding the rear, who saved me and fell into the abyss in my place. Because of that I was fortunate to escape and later regained consciousness. The soldiers began to complain. Who would dare open such a dangerous gate? Everyone believed that Lord Galfredic had opened the upper-level gate, which caused the earthquake. Lord Galfredic saved my life, so I at least had to inform Sir Eugene. Eugene is also his closest friend, you know. I didn't expect him to be a vampire lord. He lifted his head slightly to think. The Prince Jevon's words differ greatly from the truth. Eugene averted his eyes. Did Jevon deceive me, or did someone spread false information? Cyranoa suddenly continued, but at that time I saw something. At the bottom of the abyss where Galfredic fell there was a painting of a gigantic eye. Eugene found it strange and asked about the eye. She quickly replied, yes, Sir Eugene, do you still have the leaflet those cultists distributed? His expression darkened as he recalled the eye on the paper. The image was identical to what I saw. Beneath it, a cave was depicted and the people chanted loudly, worship, adore. Messiah is about to descend, offer blood and flesh and your devout hearts to welcome him. He will lead us to salvation. One cultist pulled his hood back to reveal a sinister, cruel grin. He is about to awaken. The servants reported supplies were ready, mercenaries and knights fully assembled. The voices grew louder. We can march out now. Sir Eugene, what do you think? Are you excited to face the dungeon soon? They mocked more and more, just hoping they wouldn't have to carry anyone's corpse back. Yeah, he's not someone to take down easily. He laughed heartily with satisfaction. Indeed, Galfredic was greatly trusted. Eugene glanced in silence, thinking to himself, though he wanted to enter the labyrinth sooner. Since learning that Galfredic's disappearance wasn't a simple accident, he needed to closely monitor that man's movements. You waited 3 weeks for me, surely you can wait 3 more days, right? At that moment Galfredic suddenly appeared with a group approaching. Greetings, Sir Eugene. Sir Eugene, we are the Holy Knights from the Everglow Abbey. It is an honor to accompany a true knight of faith like you. We are deeply moved by your willingness to risk yourself for others. In the name of God, join us in battle. Miriam teased, a vampire lord, true faith. Meanwhile Eugene stood dumbfounded. Well, do your best then. Unexpectedly, the comrade beside them laughed loudly. Holy knights are gods obedient, seldom do they pay such attention to a single knight. Sir Eugene could even become a holy paladin later, right? He scowled, a vampire holy paladin. Ludget smirked, his expression unfriendly, masking deeper mystery. Eugene, eyes glowing red, stared at him in silence. The gate swung wide as if welcoming everyone. Eugene called out in a calm voice, "Step out here for a moment." The man replied, "Yes." Reminders rang around, "Everyone rest here for now, stay vigilant, just take water and return to your positions immediately." Miriam was still admiring with sparkling eyes. "Master, this place is truly wondrous." Eugene observed and thought, "This is indeed different from the dungeons I've seen. This place is artificially created with minimal living conditions, and monsters are moderately distributed. So if the worst happens, one could hide in this labyrinth and survive day by day." At that moment Ludget loudly said, "This is truly an ideal place for evil to hide, don't you think? Truly an outstanding talent. On the route here no one has died." Ludget wondered how much farther to the place where Galfredic disappeared. He sneered, "Don't be so impatient, you said you trusted Ganzik, didn't you?" Eugene responded to Ludget with a sharp gaze, as if stabbing straight at his throat. Ludget continued arrogantly, "But right now the person you should trust is me, didn't I say so? We Evergrow folk know every trap in this labyrinth." He was curious, "Why does someone still die every time we go?" He chuckled, "It's a small matter, they can be regarded as sacrifices to ensure we return safely." Eugene seemed alarmed to hear this grim news as they entered the maze. Columns of holy knights from the abbey busied themselves scouting the terrain around. At that moment the ground began to show strange signs. He called out, "Earthquake!" Ludget shouted warnings, "Be on guard, the labyrinth structure is changing." Eugene gave him a murderous look. He said, "Here." Ludget pointed toward where the wall had collapsed. The wall area kept shifting, and he quickly described the plan, a shortcut leading up a level. Amid the chaotic space a loud shout rang out, "Sir Eugene, it's an earthquake." Ludget stood in the cavern with arrogant composure as if fearing nothing. He looked up at him in shock and curiosity. "What do you mean by a shortcut?" At that moment his mouth spread into a grin as the passageway began to close. Just before the door shut, Ludget announced where Sir Eugene was standing. Then the rotating system quickly produced ghastly sounds. Now around Eugene, vortices surged, thickening the air. Someone wondered, he furrowed his brow thinking, "This isn't a natural earthquake, we've fallen into the trap that fellow discovered earlier." But what exactly is his goal? Cyranoa Ramari cried out in alarm, "Over there." She seemed to witness something that made her eyes widen in shock. Eugene stared at the body smeared with fresh blood, bound to a wooden beam, dumbfounded. Galfredic immediately, Eugene shot into the air in fury, rushing toward Galfredic. Seeing the pale, emaciated body on the beam made his heart ache. His red eyes narrowed, still alive, a timely intervention could save him. Miriam whispered, Master, there's something here. It's strange. I've felt for a while that there's something unusual far below." Suddenly a gust of wind appeared from nowhere, blowing strongly and unbalancing them. Cyranoa Ramari looked up in astonishment. "Where is this wind coming from?" A dull red energy orb appeared in the vast air. It lit up, eyes blazing vividly amid the chaotic space. At that moment the dragon spat a disgusting blood-fire energy, filling the surroundings with a thick stench. Its limbs writhed continuously beneath the ground, causing the battlefield to tremble. The two of them witnessed its furious spectacle. She screamed with a deathly pale face, "That's a minotaur." Eugene warned Cyranoa Ramari to protect Galfredic. Its immense strength easily sent chunks of earth and rock flying into the air. He ran at a terrifying speed, the sound of his feet scraping the ground deafening. He narrowly dodged its brutal attack thanks to his speed. Eugene's sharp eyes watched the minotaur's stance with keen sensitivity. It flew into a rage and unleashed a horrifying blast of fiery energy, sending him sliding backward. He was hurled into the air. He groaned in pain, and even Cyranoa Ramari was flung upward by the chaotic force of its power. The minotaur drew forth its massive blade, fueled with a gleaming energy. Its large frame wielding the blade produced a brutal, ferocious presence. At that moment Ian clung to the wall and shouted, "Wait, what are you going to do?" Its dull red eyes shone as if fixed directly on him. A single swing of the minotaur's great blade struck the ground, making the earth tremble. To everyone's shock, Galfredic's body, still strapped to the beam, was shattered as well. Witnessing that scene before him, Eugene frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. Eugene gathered all his strength against the wall and launched himself forward. He reached out his hand toward Galfredic, as if to grasp him. His eyes showed a fierce determination to finish this quickly, but an energy barrier appeared, freezing him in place. his face distorted as he shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Cyranoa Ramari merely explained softly, "Sir Eugene, that's a minotaur, one of the highest-grade elite monsters." She spoke frankly, even a vampire would be done for. At that moment Eugene bared his fangs and his eyes flashed a murderous light. He aimed his sword straight at her face, then sheathed it back. "You insolent!" Cyranoa trembled and replied, "Sorry, Sir Eugene, but I can't just stand by and watch a vampire rush to his death. And fighting the Minotaur head-on like that has a very low chance of success. If you truly want to save Sir Gelfredic, you need to be more rational." "But why? There was a Minotaur from the start. Is this labyrinth that large? I thought there were only Cyclopes." While they were arguing, the door behind them gradually opened. Light shone straight on them along with his provocative voice. "Oh my, I didn't expect that mage to use such a grand earth spell. Thanks to Lugitz you survived. I thought you were just an eccentric mage who only made illusions." Unexpectedly, his eyes were sharp and his mouth curled into a taunting smile. Lugitz laughed loudly. "Oh my, I didn't expect that mage to use such earth magic. Really, you didn't truly intend to save Gelfredic, did you?" Cyranoa added, "It all happened so fast." Suddenly Eugene's muscular arm grabbed Duitz by the collar. "So it was you." His gaze was sharp, the one who turned Gelfredic into such a wreck. He chuckled. "Oh my, I see Sir Eugene missed his friend so much, so I just helped you two meet. Distinct from those ordinary ones. You are truly rude." Lord Lugitz slowly took Eugene's trembling arm, and suddenly his gaze froze as he glanced to the side. Eugene's hand quickly slipped out of Lugitz's grip. Cyranoa's eyes widened in shock as she cried out. "It was." Eugene continued, "The power from Lugitz's hand just now was glowing purple." "Isn't it yours?" Cyranoa Ramari added, "That mark is clearly a power transfer spell. Initially it was used to transfer energy between humans, but when it began transferring power from non-human creatures, its use was completely banned." Lugitz interrupted. "Forbidden magic? That's just their petty wordplay, they want a monopoly on power. I still don't understand why we're the chosen ones. When despair floods the world, we'll survive by the will of the gods." Lugitz's face froze as he cut him off. "So you borrowed someone else's power to defeat Gelfredic, then pretended it was your own ability before me. Very well, let me teach you your place." Suddenly a crimson power radiated throughout his body. The two mighty energies now collided. Cyranoa thought to herself, "This energy is terrifying. How could an ordinary vampire produce something like this?" Lugitz's demeanor was extremely confident now. His wrist moved quickly to strike Eugene, not necessarily a bad move. Lugitz's hand pressed flat against his chest. The sigil on the back of Lugitz's hand glowed. "But unlucky for you, I have no intention of backing down." Both Eugene and Cyranoa Ramari were hovering in midair. He continued loudly, "I told you, I've mastered every trap in this labyrinth." Lugitz's eyes glowed as he smiled. "Sink into the darkness." Eugene suddenly grimaced and shouted at the looming danger. Under Cyranoa Ramari's feet a powerful magic circle appeared. Eugene's body quickly shifted direction and flew toward Lugitz. His gaze was keen and his arm gripped the sword hilt tightly, his manner now showing no trace of fear. The sharp blade swiftly slashed across Lugitz's cheek. His eyes slowly moved down to the blood streak on his cheek, but in the blink of an eye the blade split in two. He thought to himself, "I've heard of your strength, but that just now truly exceeded my expectations. Facing you head-on, I cannot be sure of victory." Indeed, using Gelfredic as bait without killing him was the right decision. At last the final sacrifice is about to be offered. The magic formations were gradually breaking apart. Eugene could no longer draw the formation. Cyranoa Ramari hurried. "Wait, where are you heading?" Her face was utterly panicked at the situation. Cyranoa Ramari quickly fled. "What is this trick? I should have pretended not to know and let it be. Why did I get involved and end up like this?" Suddenly she froze and looked ahead. Her face darkened as she cradled Gelfredic in her arms. He asked, "Can you save him?" Cyranoa stammered. "My specialty isn't healing magic." Eugene's voice was cold. "That's not the answer I wanted to hear." She was too frightened to answer Eugene. Suddenly a crimson vortex appeared below. "I'll do my best," Miriam shouted urgently. Master, I've checked, there is absolutely no escape." Eugene said sternly that no wall could be broken. He continued, "Yes, this place is like a boss chamber isolated at the end of the labyrinth." Miriam sounded solemn, "Master, there's something I must report. Even though this place is filled with water energy, as a water spirit I cannot control anything here." Its gaze turned forward, especially toward that pool of water, its expression shrinking as it carefully scanned the surroundings, the glowing eyes on the walls. Are those the eyes Cyranoa Rumari saw beneath the ground? He asked Miriam why it couldn't control them. It replied, in principle it can only control the blood of the dead, meaning the owner of this blood is still alive. Suddenly a dangerous presence rose beneath the water, a pitch-black monster struggling to lift itself up from below. Eugene stood firm without a trace of fear as the monster rose. Cyranoa Rumari, who was channeling energy into Galfretic, was also astonished. Eugene shouted, Miriam, find any way to create an escape gap. It obeyed, yes, master. Right now before you is an enormous demon lord. His expression darkened as he turned to look at Galfretic, who still couldn't move. His gaze shifted abruptly. He had to neutralize that one first. And with that thought he launched himself forward. The demon lord's massive hand also began to rise. In the chaotic scene before him, he showed no mercy, gritted his teeth, and leapt high, his body moving across the crimson water. Now his blade swiftly struck into the demon lord's body. Suddenly Eugene froze, staring at the sword that had shattered to pieces. The demon lord now opened its maw wide, a bright light emanating from within. Its arm directly struck Eugene, sending him flying away. Blood streaks mingled in the crimson water. Eugene suddenly halted, turned his head to look back, his eyes sharp as he clenched his teeth and used the momentum to spring upward. Eugene's body now merged with the water, his movements fluid and constantly changing direction. The giant demon lord still raged on without mercy. His gaze glared down at the sword. An ordinary blade couldn't even leave a scratch, when a power slowly emerged from within the armor. Red streaks gradually began to envelop the blade. His face darkened with a grim expression as he readied himself. Use this to cope for now. His expression still glared at the demon lord. His legs quickly sprang away from the spot. His face darkened and his sharp eyes scanned around his body, moving fluidly as he changed direction to attack. Suddenly his body froze, feeling a not insignificant pain. The demon lord before him remained a hard-to-defeat danger. It kept attacking Eugene relentlessly. His body was slammed against the stone wall, a stream of purple power enveloping the demon lord's entire body. Cyranoa was still intently channeling energy into Galfretic. She looked up, terrified, stammering out loud, Lord Galfretic, wake up. Your friend is in danger. Eugene was trying to pull himself up. As Cyranoa said, a streak of blood appeared on his face. This high-level monster was unusually strong. Its eyes glowed with fury. Staring intently, the demon lord's giant arm suddenly reached out to do something. Staring intently, the demon lord's giant arm suddenly reached out to do something. His gaze froze at the demon lord's action. Its eyes still glowed unpredictably. A missile of red light shot toward them at extreme speed. Eugene positioned his body in front of Cyranoa Rumari to take the hit. She stared in horror at what was happening. Lord Eugene. His face darkened as he struggled to lift his head, gasping continuously. Eugene's body trembled helplessly. This familiar feeling had haunted him for decades. The large palm continued its assault. Clearly, Eugene still showed no fear as he looked up. But why? Why did this hurt more than that day? His whole body was being submerged in the water. The blood streaks on his face flowed continuously with no sign of stopping. Before him were the terrified image of Cyranoa Rumari and the unconscious Galfretic. Why was there still no sign of Galfretic waking up? Suddenly his eyes slowly began to open. Galfretic widened his eyes in surprise as he looked toward Eugene. Romani's eyes betrayed utter horror. In front of him, Eugene collapsed into a pool of blood. I warned you. Sir Eugene's body had been pierced through by the power of the primeval monster. Romani was terrified. Even a vampire wouldn't stand a chance against this thing. He was desperate, with no way out. The monster before them still gaped, gathering power in its throat. Was this how they would die? Cyranoa Rumari squeezed his eyes shut. The last held-back tears finally fell. Forgive me, master, this unworthy disciple will go ahead. But unexpectedly, a sudden voice called out. Sir Eugene. He looked down in astonishment. Galfretic, unaware of when he had regained consciousness, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His breathing was labored. Damn it, in the end you were harmed because of me. Romani urged, next will be us, run now. Galfretic forced himself to sit up and refused. No, he ground his teeth in self-blame. That bastard Lugitz used me as bait to lure Sir Eugene. His target had been Sir Eugene all along. I hindered Sir Eugene just because I kept calling myself his close friend. Saying this, Galfretic coughed again. It was all because I was too weak. In that moment he recalled what had happened. Our relationship might have ended as a brief affair, but when Eugene once stood between Galfretic and danger, his strength and steadfast inner resolve captivated me instantly. Because of that, he had quietly decided that he would not miss this bond and wanted to become someone strong enough to stand beside him. At that moment the monster raised a hand, condensing a bolt of power. Galfretic remained composed. Well, it's over anyway. Ramari, panicked, "Wait, Sir Galfredic." But before anyone could persuade him, he grabbed Ramari and pulled him behind. "Please forgive me, Sir Eugene." A rain of sharp spikes shot out. Eugene remained motionless, unresponsive. They drew ever closer to Galfredic. But he still smiled. "If there is a next life, I will become a knight serving my friend." At that moment, Eugene suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils, blood-red, reflected Galfredic's final image. His eyes widened, vacant and fixed on the scene before him, his whole body frozen. Galfredic's death acted like a trigger. Eugene clenched his jaw, his fangs momentarily lengthening, sharp and cold. A terrible power erupted from his body, sweeping everything around. The pressure forced Ramari to swallow and tremble in fear. Eugene slowly pulled himself up, his hand casually crushing the spikes that had impaled him. Blood flowed out but was quickly swallowed by the surging power. Dark red energy wrapped his body like living armor. His pupils were stained red. In an instant he vanished from his previous position, and shot toward the monster with terrifying speed, swinging a decisive strike that ripped off one of its giant arms. The monster's eyes flashed with surprise. After making a few basic moves, Eugene landed on a pillar of stone. At its base, blood churned up like a red whirlpool. Eugene's whole body seemed completely transformed, his pupils blood-red, unfocused, a madness consuming him. Ramari panicked. "What is that?" "Sir Eugene's body is changing." The monster raised its axe with its remaining hand, but showed no hesitation, lunging straight forward with a chilling, terrifying gaze. Ramari, incredulous, noticed the pool of blood around moving toward Sir Eugene, clearly unlike an ordinary vampire. He let out a soft laugh. "Master, perhaps today your disciple has witnessed a historic moment." Eugene reached out as blood and energy fused, gathering in his palm into a terrifying mass of pressure. He struck the monster hard, the red force condensed into a spear, tearing through the creature from front to back. The eye on its body suddenly snapped wide open after that blow. The blood at their feet began to stir unusually. Ramari quickly realized the pool was suddenly draining, as dark red streams of blood flew back toward the monster, wrapping around its body. He stepped closer to observe. Despite being a high-level monster, its recovery speed was astonishing, as if receiving healing magic. Ramari's eyes widened. Once that eye opened and the pool receded, the mortal wound healed in an instant. Seeing it regenerate, he speculated, could this labyrinth be using the blood as material to heal the monster? Contrary to Ramari's fear, Eugene suddenly lunged forward without hesitation, spinning in the air and kicking straight into the eye growing on the monster's body, red fluid immediately gushing out. He was shocked, blood pouring from an eye. After that strike, Eugene landed somewhere to bounce off. In the next moment he sprang back up, once again stomping to crush the eye as it tried to retract. Not stopping there, Eugene circled the monster, unleashing a flurry of relentless blows, denying it any chance to recover. While fighting, he also realized that indeed the master of the labyrinth was not the Minotaur. The labyrinth's environment was designed for humans to survive long-term, and hundreds had gone missing, all swallowed by this maze. Eugene could surmise covertly that the entire maze itself was the deity they sacrificed to and worship. The monster struggled every second. Somewhere prayers rose, the god enraged and seeking to destroy this land. Only the savior could stop it. Everyone clasped hands and bowed, begging. Eugene struck madly without pause or mercy. The doors gradually closed. "Oh savior, please come, grant mercy, send rain upon this land." Lujitz chuckled wickedly to himself. "Yes, God, grow ever more furious and unrestrained. I have awakened you, now listen to my prayers." After a series of attacks, the blood on the ground dwindled. Even Ramari was alarmed. The pool had been completely drained. The iron orb in the sky suddenly moved, emitting purple light and continuous bolts of lightning. At its center, an eye unexpectedly appeared. At the same time, the smaller eyes around the orb also flared bright. Long wings suddenly sprouted from the monster's back. Right before its chest, another gigantic eye gradually opened. A tide of sinister power surged from the monster's body, making the surrounding air heavy. It beat its wings hard, and the massive form shot upward. Ramari shouted urgently, "Wait, where are you going?" But the monster showed no hesitation. It charged straight up, tore through the orb, and pierced the labyrinth's roof to escape outside. Ramari went pale, a high-level monster breaking out of the dungeon. He had never heard of such a thing. What now? He suddenly remembered there was a nearby ordinary village. Miriam flew over joyfully. "Eugene, you found the exit." But when he looked up, he couldn't help but gape. What is this? It's been utterly ravaged. Rocks kept plummeting. Miriam dodged in panic. It's collapsing. He warned hurriedly, "Eugene, we have to get out of here." However, as he approached, Miriam was silenced by the power radiating from Eugene, who now stood motionless. Before Eugene, Galfredic's body still stood, impaled by the sharp spikes. Miriam softly called Eugene, but he gave no response. A moment later, he slowly stepped closer to him. Romari wondered, could a vampire mourn the death of a mere human? Eugene's eyes remained fixed on the man before him. His hand rose to touch the blood still smeared on Galfredic's face. Romari still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Disguised as a knight, hiding his identity, he had never seen a vampire form a bond with a human, and one who bore such noble blood at that. An unexpected scene unfolded. Eugene tilted his head, opened his mouth to reveal sharp fangs toward Galfredic's neck. He didn't hesitate and bit down hard, the motion decisive and precise. A savage creature leapt high into the air, then quickly landed on its 2 feet. Immediately it emitted sparks of blazing light. Beneath the monster's chest, a pair of fierce red eyes opened. Above, the moon hung a deep blood red in the sky, while people below continued their lives as usual. A voice asked, "Eugene, have you ever heard of primal vampires?" Cyranoa explained that the primal race were noble aristocrats with the highest rank among vampires. "At first I did not recognize it, but seeing you awaken like this, I understand. You are a being who carries the blood of a primal vampire." He looked serious and cautious. "There is one more thing I want to say." Cyranoa stared at Eugene and said, "A primal vampire can revive and turn the recently dead into subordinates." He turned to look at Galfredic, bowed, and listened as Cyranoa asked, "You also know how to create subordinates, don't you?" Eugene did not answer aloud but thought to himself, "Of course I know, bit the opponent's neck and pass my blood through my fangs." However, he spoke up shortly after. "I once tried to create one before, but his spirit could not endure it, so I could only use him once and then discard him." Cyranoa continued, "For ordinary people that's true." He added confidently, "But if it's the knight Galfredic, it might be different. This is what I heard from my master." Cyranoa pictured Eugene and said that if a person with an exceptionally strong spirit receives the blood of a primal vampire, their self will not collapse, and can even retain their abilities from when they were human. "I think it's worth trying." He turned to Galfredic and said worriedly, "The problem is that he's a proud knight, so he might view this forced vampire existence as a humiliation. If so, there's a high chance he'll attack us." Eugene remained standing silently, staring at Galfredic and ignoring Cyranoa's words. "What do you think, Lord Eugene? Galfredic is gravely wounded." He hung his head at Eugene's thoughts. "I haven't revealed my true identity, so I have no way of knowing what this man thinks of vampires." He suddenly recalled intimate moments with Galfredic and fell silent. Then he turned his back and walked away. "Is there any other way?" Eugene stepped closer to Galfredic and opened his mouth to bite his neck. There was no choice but to ask him directly. Immediately both of them flushed red. Suddenly Eugene's eyes widened as if he'd noticed something. His fangs had sunk deep into Galfredic's neck. "What is this? The blood transfer is too fast, the fangs can't be withdrawn." Eugene widened his eyes in alarm. "The succession ritual is beginning." Inside, the body convulsed violently. A subordinate is the possession of its lord. Under the blood ritual, the subordinate soul belongs to the lord and all of the subordinate's powers also belong to the lord. At this point, the succession was officially complete. From afar, Eugene and Galfredic began to glow. Suddenly he looked up, and multiple streams of light from their bodies quickly began to shine. A powerful beam of light formed a circle and shot straight into the sky. That light illuminated an entire mountain region. On this side everything was burning fiercely, people scattered in panic, shouting, "Get out of the way." 2 men looked up in fear. "Isn't that Romer?" Terrified, everyone quickly fled. "The dungeon is collapsing. Run!" A giant dragon suddenly appeared and began slaughtering the townspeople. The monster with an eye on its chest also emerged, reaching out to snatch people. Lujits watched from a distance and said, "The time has finally come." He smiled maliciously, the moment of receiving his reward for sacrificing to the dungeon. Lujits stood high above, calmly watching people be slaughtered. "The people here would never know that this was a staged play arranged by me and the dungeon," he thought cruelly as the village's despair reached its peak from the Minotaur's attack. "I will appear and defeat the Minotaur." A hand stamped with a purple mark appeared. "That is the price of the contract I received after sacrificing to the dungeon. Exploiting human nature, that the more desperate they are, the more they need salvation, I will become everyone's savior." Thinking of the people kneeling and begging, Lujits grinned wickedly. "So die more and become more desperate, for then I will be worshipped even more as a savior." At this moment more and more savage monsters appeared, slaughtering ruthlessly. A little boy tripped and fell to the ground. His mother screamed in panic. "Yogo!" The boy lay on the ground in pain but weakly cried out, "Mother!" But a wolf from behind had spotted them and opened its jaws to swallow the tasty prey. The mother and child clung to each other in fear. Suddenly a strike hit the monster, sending it flying away. Eugene came flying out of nowhere, killed that wolf, and sat astride its snout. His claws quickly snapped into the wolf's mouth. Then he kicked hard at the wolf's lower jaw, and used his feet and hands to clamp its mouth shut. The mother and child gaped in shock as if a god had appeared and reached out to rescue them. Lujits was extremely surprised. "Eugene, why is that guy here?" He watched Eugene casually dispatch the wolf and thought, didn't the Minotaur absorb that Eugene's blood and awaken? Lujits was so shocked he covered his mouth to keep from crying out. Didn't I surely offer that Eugene as the final sacrifice, so he must be dead? But how could he return unharmed like that? Could he have awakened at death's door? Lujits narrowed his eyes and calculated. If that's true, what on earth is that man's background? Lujits narrowed his eyes and calculated. If that's true, what on earth is that man's background? Duke Jevon Lujits, do you know you caused this chaos? He smiled lightly and said, well, it doesn't matter now, for I will make you pay for your crimes right here. Suddenly the tower being attacked split in two unexpectedly. Lujits laughed maliciously, and Galfredik appeared at the same time, smiling, hey, didn't you want to see me so badly? Then he raised his clawed hand, now, it's time for me to avenge the humiliation at the tournament. Are you ready to pay for daring to mock me? Galfredik emphasized, addressing the false cult leader Lujits. The monster swept everything with one arm, the crowd panicked and scattered. Run! In the moment of danger, a figure appeared to confront it. Eugene dashed forward, his hand gathering a powerful magical strike, and he launched the attack at the monster without hesitation. Those fleeing suddenly stopped and shouted, wait, is someone fighting that monster? A knight in black armor with red eyes. After getting a clear look at him, someone cried out, isn't that Knight Yen Eugene? They couldn't help cheering joyfully. This time he's come to protect our village. He's alive, the knight is risking himself to fight for us. The young man with hair covering his eyes suddenly exclaimed, no, everyone. He praised, he is the savior. The young man asserted he was surely sent from the heavens to save us. The prophetic rumor proved true. Eugene concentrated all his strength into a decisive strike aimed at the eye in the monster's torso. His hand seized that eye in an instant, 5 fingers clamping down without hesitation. The flesh around the eye bulged abnormally, as if being forced to its absolute limit. Finally, he drove it straight through the creature's body, utterly shattering its life. Amid the sea of flames, the monster's blood erupted violently, spraying around like a horrifying red rain. He stood motionless in that scene, his pupils glowing red, his tall figure towering as the onlookers cheered and admired. Elsewhere, the monster was destroyed, and the sigil on Lujits' hand began to fade. He collapsed in pain. The superstitious crowd was stunned at the sight, their god had been defeated. They panicked and turned to run. Disaster is coming, run. Lujits spat up a mouthful of blood and struggled to speak. Followers, I have inherited the god's power. He thrust his sword forward and cried out defiantly, I will become the god of the new era. Galfredik did not hesitate, with one hand he gripped the blade. He squeezed lightly, and the sword snapped in two. What the hell? Galfredik released his grip, fragments of the blade fell as he glared mockingly at Lujits. Where did that monster's power go? He was too shocked to speak. This guy, was he always that strong? At that moment, someone descended to where the two of them stood. Galfredik glanced in that direction and said, Master, please give the command. Eugene whispered the order, leave no one alive, kill them all. Only then did Lujits begin to panic. Damn it. He fled in haste, but Galfredik pursued him closely. Galfredik still couldn't believe what had happened. Impossible, this can't be. Clearly, the goal was right in front of him. Galfredik quickly blocked his escape route. He cracked his knuckles and smiled challengingly. Where do you think you're rushing off to? Lord Lujits, you will pay for daring to deceive me. Lujits forced a laugh. So Eugene and even you are not human after all. Amid the village engulfed in flames, desperate screams rang out. Those damn monsters. At last the nightmare of the night ended, and Lujits' crime spread throughout the Evergrow territory. The village lay heavily damaged after the battle, but the inferno had been extinguished. The next day, amid the villagers' cheers, Eugene became the territory's savior. Flowers were strewn along the streets he passed. Galfredik couldn't contain his joy, but beyond those trivial matters it didn't matter. He looked toward him. Just having Galfredik return to him alive was more than enough. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Miriam grabbed Galfredik's head and burst into tears. You fool, do you know it's me? I was so worried you'd been roasted by those orcs, have you? He pointed at him in confusion. Hey, what is this? Who are you to dare? Eugene feigned surprise. Oh, just seeing him for the first time, he casually said that was someone following him. Miriam was annoyed. That's all the introduction about me? Lord Eugene, that's a bit much. Then it flew up a bit and solemnly introduced itself. I'm not that one, I'm the great water spirit Cyranoa, it exclaimed. Although a bit faint, I can be seen. Miriam was so excited she couldn't stop talking. By the way, as the first contract spirit of Lord, I'm the one you later newcomers will serve as a subordinate. Before she finished, Eugene suddenly grabbed it. He explained that although it's troublesome to talk a lot, it's somewhat useful. Humans normally can't see it, but perhaps because you've been beside me, you've been able to see it. Eugene looked at Galfredik and emphasized that, in particular, he had also become my subordinate. He instructed Galfredik, from now on you may only drink animal blood, I only need to drink monster blood a few times a month. What about you? He looked down at his hand, contemplative. Is this the life of a vampire? Galfredik suddenly wondered, so I have to avoid sunlight too? Miriam pointed and warned, of course, if you're a vampire, do you want to be burned to ashes? But he ignored her and unexpectedly ran straight outside. Let me try it. He cried out in fear, ah, you idiot, did Eugene suffer so much to avoid the sun for nothing? Miriam was terrified, while Eugene suddenly stared in astonishment. Under the sunlight, Galfredik seemed completely fine. He shrugged casually, see? Nothing happened. Eugene also found it hard to believe. What on earth was going on? Cyranoa, however, remained calm, he is a primal vampire after all. She explained that burning in sunlight only applies to ordinary vampires. Primal vampires are a noble species above all, so strolling in daylight is no problem. Lord Galfredik is of the primal lineage, so of course he'll be fine. Hearing this, he stepped outside to try it. In the sunlight he lowered his protective layer, exposing the skin of his hand, but nothing happened. Eugene couldn't help being surprised, truly, nothing happened. He mocked himself, all this time I suffered for nothing? Galfredik suddenly threw an arm around Eugene's shoulders, smiling brightly. What did you tell me before? Fairy race? He teased, now I know the real reason. The reason you always wore a hood in the sun and declined all my sparring invitations. He explained, that was the best solution I could manage at the time. Galfredik added, so now you have no excuse to refuse. I expect to learn much from you going forward. For some reason he couldn't say Eugene's name properly. Galfredik tried again but Cyranoa reminded him, you must no longer call him by his name. From now on you must call him Master. He froze. What? Why? Cyranoa insisted because he is now part of Eugene's clan. Galfredik objected. What kind of rule is that? Before being of the clan we were close friends. Cyranoa shrugged, it's useless to argue with me. She continued, that night during the battle, after Eugene bit Galfredik's neck to revive him, he declared plainly that Galfredik was no longer human. Eugene affirmed that it was the only way to save him. He also warned that from now on his life would be full of restrictions and dangers, sometimes death might be a kinder fate. He dared not meet Galfredik's eyes. Eugene turned away. If you feel betrayed, you don't have to follow me. Saving you was only a whim of mine. Galfredik was stunned for a few seconds, trying to process what had happened. The moment Eugene walked away, he suddenly called out, that sounds a bit hurtful, you know. Friend, Galfredik forced himself to stand and spoke honestly, whether you're human or not doesn't matter. What matters is I'm quite pleased with you, and the truth is someone like you saved my life. Eugene stopped and glanced at him. Galfredik smiled brightly as if accepting everything. Do you think I'm so ungrateful that I'd be saved and not repay the debt? A clan? Fine by me. He declared firmly, I will follow you for life. Back to the present, Galfredik and Cyranoa were still bickering loudly, but forbidding him to call his friend by name was ridiculous. He was exasperated. It's fine, why even tell me that? Eugene curled a smile inwardly, thinking, should I sew that mouth shut so it stops talking? He suddenly remembered something and halted the argument. Ah, right. Galfredik looked at him questioningly. Master, where are the guy with the yellow mushroom hat and partek? Eugene glanced mysteriously in one direction and replied, I've assigned them a secret mission, I don't know if they've finished yet. Jevon briefly summarized the letter's contents for Eugene. The St. Lagran Holy Abbey sent a letter of thanks to Lord Eugene. They said that thanks to him they had rooted out a heretical force within the abbey. He added that the temple knights had used prohibited anti-demon crystals to amplify their powers and were expanding the heretical influence. When he arrived, he shouted for them to stand still. At that time, Lord Eugene discovered the truth and had mercenaries arrest them. Eugene no longer wanted to hear platitudes. As far as I know, temple knights act on the will of a god. Their voluntary participation in purging the labyrinth is truly suspicious. He further analyzed, given the rumors of the apocalypse spreading across the territory, which gods will drove them to voluntarily join the purge team? He appeared helpless. The St. Lagran Holy Abbey is patronized by the Evergrow family and run on deeply devout faith. Had this impious force not been discovered in time, my family's honor would likely have been severely tarnished. At the same time, Lugitz expressed the Evergrow family's thanks to Lord Eugene. The respect the territory's people held for Eugene was soaring. He also hoped that Eugene would accept their praise and hospitality. Eugene immediately refused, saying it was an honor to help people. Then allow us to take our leave, Lugitz called. And he sends his congratulations that Lord Gelfredic has returned safely. It's good that your companions are unharmed. Right after his team departed and disappeared from sight, Jevin wore a sullen expression. It was unclear what he was contemplating. At the tavern the comrades were excited, congratulating Lord Gelfredic on his return. They chatted happily. The rumors about his survival had been dire. We thought you'd never come back. He was thrilled. Thanks to you all I can return safely. Gelfredic made sure to mention that his safe return was mostly thanks to his master. They grew even more enthusiastic. So is today the day we declare Lord Eugene as master? Please let us honor him as our lord. But Eugene flatly refused. I decline. They were hurt, he was so blunt. Meanwhile he was secretly pleased. The ale tasted bland. Truly the tongue of a vampire is different. Rabban then noticed something. By the way, Lord Gelfredic, your eye color is different than before. Did something happen in the labyrinth? The question made Gelfredic pause for a beat. Then he suddenly grabbed Rabban. This mushroom head. So you followed Partek to sweep out that abbey this time, right? Maybe Partek praised you too much? Rabban protested, don't underestimate me. I'm a proper mercenary now. He teased, a proper mercenary, Brown Hair also joined the conversation, admitting that Eugene exposing the abbey's true face was truly astonishing. When reporting it I saw Jevin looked very surprised too. He chuckled faintly and asked, oh. I wonder what Jevin was surprised about. Do you think the abbey sincerely sent us a thank you letter? Brown Hair was shocked. Do you mean Lugitz was turned into a sacrificial offering? Eugene revealed that, strictly speaking, it was because I let things play out that way. I only ordered you to deal with the temple knights, I never told you to touch the abbey's head. He added that if we wiped out the entire abbey and damaged the Evergrow family's honor, they'd seize on our meddling as an excuse to make trouble. But if I left them a way out, from their standpoint the family could settle it by sacrificing only Lugitz. Brown Hair was even more astonished. If that's the case, then the only one who would act is Jevin himself. Having said that, Eugene called Partek and he answered immediately. He instructed that perhaps tonight we must leave the Evergrow territory at once, and told them to be extremely discreet. In a certain forest, a group of people rode horses at breakneck speed. The band of mercenaries looked like they were in a great hurry. Rabban screamed in fear, Big Brother Glard, we're surrounded. What do we do? Glard warned, Rabban, pull yourself together. The assassin watched, mounted on a black steed and cloaked in black leather. He was Eugene. He brooded with resentment. Even if Lugitz were a criminal, he was a favored territory knight of Lord Jevin. Jevin had been deeply pained that he couldn't punish him personally, because Lugitz died at Gelfredic's hands. He inferred silently that this was not only a deception against Jevin but also an affront to his honor. Fueled by hatred and determination to demand justice, he vowed, I'll shred that pretty face of yours. When he got a clear look at the other's face, Eugene, he froze, thinking of the beautiful Z. While he was distracted, Eugene struck and killed him from behind. Immediately, he ordered, stop right now. The horses halted abruptly and crashed forward. The opponents realized they had been ambushed. They cursed angrily, damn it. Excully immediately ordered, fall back and regroup at the rear. However, he was blocked by you, see where you think you're running off to. At that moment, loud laughter rang out, you're the one surrounded, actually. They had rounded up the group of assassins and told them to stay put. Gelfredic, full of admiration, said, brilliant tactics, my lord, your swordplay is tighter now. And added curiously, indeed, with a real sword on horseback, using the blade to brace is the most sensible approach. When did you learn that? He replied nonchalantly, learned from you, of course, surprised. Then when did I teach you? He asked awkwardly. Eugene reflected that this wasn't entirely untrue. He recalled that moment when he had transfused his blood into the other's body. And all the combat skills and experience Gelfredic had accumulated were transmitted into his mind. A strange thing happened. At the same time, a voice rang in his ear. The clan belongs to the sovereign, it said. Until now he still didn't know whose voice it was. He always wondered, is it auditory hallucination? Or divine will from above? Then the voice spoke, Lord Gelfredic, after insulting Lord Jevon, are you still so impertinent? Ixcully angrily denounced him, ungrateful to the one who intended to nominate him as a territory knight, weak and nearly dead in the dungeon, and now you throw all the blame onto Lugitz? Gelfredic lost his patience. Chatterbox, you're too noisy. He then pretended to recognize an acquaintance. So Ixcully is still alive, huh? He annoyedly drew his sword. Surely you're all prepared to die, right? I'll let only one of you live. You hurriedly pleaded, wait, master. Don't do that, treat them as prisoners instead. Eugene asked suspiciously, prisoners? Gelfredic explained, respecting the honor of an enemy who fought bravely is an old custom. But the main point he wanted to make was more important. If we demand ransom. Gelfredic's eyes lit up with delight. We could earn a fortune. Still, he refused to let them go unpunished. So long as their limbs stay intact, that's enough. The blank-faced one asked, huh, then it's a deal, I won't touch their joints. Then cries of begging rang out, I was wrong. Afterward, though battered and wounded, he wore a cheerful smile. Hooray! Pritzella greeted them warmly. Lord Eugene, can we really stay here? It's the first time I've seen prisoners treated so well. Don't worry, Lord Eugene, we can cover accommodation costs like this. He nodded. Very well. At the same time Eugene suggested, as for the rest, just extort ransom from Lord Jevon. They may look ordinary, but they're all territory knights and worth a lot. She was surprised. Lord Jevon, the eldest son of the Evergrow family, he also requested, also, I'd like you to repair this armor. Pritzella marveled that even dragon teeth couldn't pierce it, yet a simple iron bar had gone right through. She agreed at once, I'll fix it up solidly for you. Eugene proposed, while you're at it, make a new set of armor for Gelfredic. Gelfredic beamed, does my lord have one for me too? He replied coldly, of course. You're mine now, keep up some dignity, you'll be happier. Truly, it was right for my master to follow you. Truly, it was right for my master to follow you. Pritzella tacitly admitted that her judgment of people hadn't been wrong. She hadn't expected him to recruit the famed knight Gelfredic. Her mind began calculating, he always brings back tons of items and several sets of armor, why be stingy about offering VIP discounts to customers? Pritzella thought to herself that with this level of strength, it was certain. On that basis she probed, Lord Eugene, if you don't mind, where do you plan to go next? Eugene did not hide it, for now, I intend to continue clearing the higher-level areas of the dungeon. Just as she hoped, Pritzella proposed, to do big things you need more money. I know an interesting playground, what do you think, Lord Eugene? He seemed quite interested in the idea. Jevon angrily slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! He flew into a rage and cursed. One after another, none of them could do anything right. They're called knights of the Evergrow family yet couldn't handle a single knight and even had him captured as a prisoner. Jevon remembered Eugene and glared, though he knew him stronger than Lugitz, he hadn't expected it to be this extreme. He stared off, pondering, are we just going to let this go? Spare the one who dared kill a knight on our territory? Then Jevon looked down at the ground as if he realized something. He looked at the map on the ground and thought. Wait a moment. Jevon hastily grabbed the map to examine it, remembering he had come here through an introduction from the Palin Trade Guild. So the next destination must be a devil's den contracted with the Palin Guild. He studied it intently. The den still had a contract with the Trade Guild. At once Jevon smiled triumphantly. Clearly he now knew where they would go. He had spotted a location on the map, the Philia ruins on the Karlsbegen Peninsula. Outside, the ship was cutting through the water when a voice called out, Master, have you heard? They say on the Karlsbegen Peninsula the influence of the Central Kaler Church is virtually non-existent. Gelfredic turned and asked, Marquis Archibald, the man who once unified that peninsula, was a fanatic. I've heard he was deposed for tyrannical rule, right? So the situation there is very chaotic. But Eugene asked in surprise, really? Gelfredic eagerly said, as soon as the Marquisate collapsed, the Bishop of Karlsbegen fled and lost the people's trust. Eugene replied coldly, that's good news. Gelfredic chuckled with satisfaction. Heh, isn't it? Mirian hurriedly flew over, pointing and shouting, Master, Master, he's panicking and shouting, the mage here is about to die. Cyranoa was kneeling and repeatedly retching. Galfredic exclaimed in surprise, well. He stepped forward making a grimace. Seasickness this bad, why not stay on land and not come along? Cyranoa propped himself up with trembling hands and forced himself to stand. He tried to explain with a pale face, I believe the blood image sex magic will greatly aid the noble primal. Galfredic snapped irritably, state your true purpose, you sly fellow. Cyranoa answered at once, I need many high-grade common monster reagents to create a chimera. He raised his hand and proclaimed that researching and creating his own chimera was the sect's mission and ultimate goal. Then, adopting a performative tone, he thumped his chest and said, but my desire to help Lord Eugene is sincere. I swear it on the honor of my sect and its magic. Eugene sighed. Smells suspicious, Galfredic recounted, Master, this one begs you not to abandon him. Cyranoa asked anxiously, if we talk about motives, what about that spirit? A spirit making a pact with a vampire? Eugene paid little attention, thinking of gold coins, earn money while traveling, why not? He turned to Miriam and asked, the spirit likes money too? It immediately retorted. If you want to curse, give the gold first and then curse. Galfredic laughed and told Eugene, surely everyone has their own reasons for traveling together, not just because they all recognize the master's greatness. He looked at the people before him and said, those mercenaries probably joined because of the master as well. They're testing their strength, come on, give it your all. The onlookers were enthusiastic, constantly cheering, pushing against the little one. The brown-haired man laughed confidently, haha, I can switch to using my fingers now. You blonde one are struggling to resist to the end. Huh, Galfredic asked puzzledly, speaking of which, what exactly is the master's goal? I don't think I've ever heard you state it seriously. Hearing the question, Eugene reflected. Goals, my goals are only two things. His red-rimmed eyes grew contemplative, memories and resolve surfacing. Eugene recalled terrifying memories. I must recover all my memories to know what I once was, and use the Crimson Demon Stone to become stronger so I won't die a miserable death as in my past life. Another persona of his emerged, especially the Holy Knight who killed him and the Central Church of the Kingdom of Kalar. They relentlessly purge vampires, so we must never let our guard down. Galfredic saw Eugene's troubled expression and suddenly fell into a somber mood himself. But then he laughed and spoke to break the silence. If you don't want to say, you don't have to. Actually, the master's purpose doesn't matter. In any case, I've got a new life thanks to the master. Galfredic laughed cheerfully, I'm sure many interesting things will happen. Heh, something to look forward to, Eugene said, surprised, didn't you want fame and fortune? Then he spoke in one breath, this is fame, as a knight you seek honor in battle, and to enjoy sunlight while traveling like this, what could be better? If I were dead, I wouldn't have this brilliant voyage, I'd probably be drifting on a dark nether river. Finally Galfredic concluded, thank you once again, master. He grinned with eyes narrowed, my master's goals are my goals too, so give your orders, wherever and whatever it is, I'll stand by you. Eugene said nothing, only glancing at Galfredic who was chatting cheerfully beside him. Miriam flew in from somewhere, happily saying, Eugene, Lord Eugene, I do love gold, but being by your side is much better. It excitedly added, but we'll still keep collecting gold to build that golden castle, right? Right? Cyranoa raised a hand and said, I'll help within my abilities too. Those behind cheered enthusiastically. Us too, loyalty can't be bought with money. Cyranoa immediately bowed sadly and pleaded, then please give me a few more monster byproducts. Eugene replied, that depends on how much you contribute. He, listless and dejected, said, ahem, I'll do my best. Eugene sighed, though troublesome, it seemed the number of people needing protection was growing, but then his troubled eyes narrowed. Yet it's strange. Unconsciously, Eugene smiled faintly, this nuisance felt rather pleasant. A fine morning at the port city of Mopern on the Karlsbegen Peninsula, Baron arrived with a few soldiers to introduce himself. Greetings, Lord Eugene. I was sent by the Mopern branch director of the Palin Trade Guild to receive you. I'm Baron, captain of the mercenary escort guiding the way to the baronial territory of Bioglin. He asked, since the schedule is tight, may I take you immediately? Eugene replied decisively, yes, do so. And so they set out together. The barony of Bioglin is one of the few places on the Karlsbegen Peninsula where devil dens operate properly. Baron explained everything. In recent months it's been so difficult they haven't even managed to hunt a mid-rank monster. Eugene tensely asked, is it because of the wyverns? He confirmed, exactly. The terrifying monsters appeared in Baron's account. They're cunning enough to attack at any hour to disrupt punitive expeditions. They command harpies to weaken forces before striking directly. As Eugene listened he pondered, indeed they're high-rank monsters, perhaps this is an opportunity to obtain a crimson demon stone. Baron cautiously advised that if they meet bandits it's best to pay a passage fee to avoid trouble. Eugene wondered, what do wyverns have to do with bandits? He put on a stern face and awkwardly said, that was what Baron remembered being told by that old man. This is the knight sent by Deputy Branch Priscilla. Do not be rude, understood? Baron then warily worried that you can't just assume someone is a pampered noble at first glance. If they die to bandits before arrival it'll be a big mess. He looked at Galfredic. That knight seemed strong, but Eugene looked like the typical nobleman who leans on others to gain fame. Baron immediately added, because Lord Eugene's goal is to subdue devil dens, not eliminate bandits. This master doesn't seem very trustworthy. Eugene then ordered his horse to turn around, and quietly, slowly rode deep into the forest. Eugene turned back and commanded, Galfredic, harm. Galfredic lunged forward and replied, here, my lord. Baron exclaimed in shock, huh? Immediately Eugene raised the spear he held, aiming to strike something. He forcefully hurled the spear straight toward the people ahead of him. Those people stood dumbfounded and panicked. Fate! A black-cloaked man ground his teeth in anger. Damn it, we've been exposed. Attack. Yawning, the strangers quickly surrounded the front. Baron ground his teeth in anger. An ambush. How could Eugene possibly detect it when there wasn't a hint of presence? Eugene spurred his horse forward and signaled, Baron, you must not leave your post guarding the carriage. Baron panicked and shouted, intending to stop him. Wait. Wait, Lord Eugene, he said anxiously. Just pay the toll. Causing a disturbance will only put you in needless danger. Hearing that, Eugene looked annoyed, glanced once, and dismissed him. You're worrying too much. He called out immediately, let's go. Galfredic. Galfredic nimbly urged his horse to follow. Understood. Baron drew his sword. Damn it. I had a bad feeling from the start. Just as I thought. He watched Eugene's retreating figure and cursed under his breath. This irresponsible, arrogant noble. Eugene gripped his sword grimly and said that just by the material you could tell it was a high-grade weapon. He turned to the lowly men and demanded loudly, how did you come by this? They fell to their knees. The leader honestly confessed, we took it from the braggart who stole from the Fairchild family. Take it all, please spare my life. The entire group begged desperately for their lives, offering to be slaves if spared. Eugene's group glared in disgust. Eugene looked at the ringleader and replied, but including the others outside, there are too many, feeding them will cost a lot. He immediately blurted out in panic, it's fine, I'm not hungry, just give us water. Baron, seeing Eugene's cold face, thought inwardly, unbelievable. Baron recalled in disbelief, to have swept away a bandit gang that once terrorized the village in just 2 days. No wonder this is the person sent directly by Deputy Branch of the Palin Trade Guild. The ringleader had been brash, but now he sobbed and begged for mercy. Baron frowned and sighed. In the village he was so arrogant, yet now he kneels so easily. Eugene finally spoke. Very well, our schedule is delayed. Let's go. His companions flushed slightly. At that moment another man rushed over in a panic and asked, wait, Lord Eugene, what will you do about the remnants of the bandits? Eugene asked confusedly what he meant. He and some villagers spoke in distress, aren't you here to protect us? We just assumed that was the case. Eugene looked at them, a little helpless, and pressed his lips together. Just then Galfredic ran up, threw an arm around Eugene's shoulder, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's clear they want to hail our master as lord of this village. Eugene replied in confusion, what? Then all the villagers present cried out together, our village needs a righteous person like Lord Eugene. Please, sir. Baron, watching Eugene's retreating back, suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, didn't he already deal with all the bandits on the way here? Suddenly he realized something. This was an opportunity to live under the banner of an outstanding knight. Baron then ran to call out. Lord Eugene, what will you do? May I say something? Baron looked at the kneeling bandits and said, the gang you just defeated is notorious in the region, but most were killed by you or captured as slaves. Eugene, wanting to hear more, asked, and then? He went on to explain that the village and surrounding area are free of trolls and fierce beasts. If you wish, you could become the lord immediately. At that moment the spirit Miriam, perched on his shoulder, was also startled and whispered advice in his ear. Master, become the lord, go, go, it urged, glancing seriously at Eugene. He pondered the matter. Power and status aren't bad, they're an invisible strength useful for restraining the central church. But with the Crimson Demon Stone, would the lordship be worth diverting resources to seek it? Then he suddenly glanced toward the noise. Outside someone burst the door open in a panic and shouted, "Lord Eugene, you're in danger." That man ran inside to report, "The bandits we captured as slaves have stolen horses and escaped." He summarized the situation, saying it seems a few of them hid metal scraps in their mouths to cut the ropes. The man, out of breath, continued that because they attacked en masse, Rabin was injured while bringing food. "Wah, avenge me." Everyone immediately looked expectantly at Eugene. "Will you pursue them?" He replied softly, "I'm thinking." Eugene turned to question the man. "Partek, are you hurt too?" Partek, startled, answered, "It's nothing, just a light wound on the back of my hand." Partek said most of the blood was Rabin's. Eugene angrily shouted, "How dare you, just bandits, and you harmed my mercenary." Eugene stormed off, cursing as he went. The others were stunned. He vowed not to let them live. "What is this sudden change in temperature? Am I hallucinating?" Galfredik chased after him, calling out, "Master, I'm ready too." He only smiled and instructed, "You stay to defend the village and tell the village chief that I accept the offer to become lord, and treat the wounded." Galfredik followed him delightedly and replied, "Oh, I understand, master, I mean, you'll be called lord now, right?" Eugene left Galfredik behind and went alone, secretly determined to root out the weeds completely. In another town the scene was chaotic. Villagers shouted, "Fire! It's burning, bring water, hurry." A composed group stood outside watching the blaze and chatted. "When we were captured I heard they planned to go to the Philia ruins to hunt wyverns." They sat leisurely on horseback, throwing torches into the small town, making it burn down further. "They came from Marin, so they'll leave after hunting, or die at the hands of wyverns." The brutal man sneered and declared that once the Black Knight leaves, Paranan will seize this place. When he saw the group he shouted, "Stop." The rough man spurred his horse to the group and shouted, "Who are you? You are the ones who set the church on fire, aren't you?" One of the villagers carrying water to douse the flames angrily retorted, "Thanks to that Black Knight killing some bandits it's easier to breathe here now, isn't it?" "What did you say?" The rough man drew his sword and declared, "From now on we are your masters." He hacked wildly, slaughtering villagers and screaming madly, "I'll take the heads of those who annoy me from now on." People screamed in pain, "No." The villains cheered with glee. "If we seize the silver mine on that mountain, we're set." Just then Eugene appeared, furious. "A silver mine? No wonder Karlsbagen is in chaos, no wonder banditry runs rampant." The rough men's group, attacked, panicked and screamed, It's the Black Knight." Eugene walked through the stinking puddles of blood, roaring as he advanced. "You leave blood behind and flee and that's all you can do? Is this your level?" Eugene lowered his gaze slightly and said, "Utterly stupid beyond help." The men panicked and scattered, screaming, "Why did you come here? Get him, you dog." One bandit who had been arrogant earlier now knelt in pain, begging, "Forgive me once more. This time I truly surrender." But then a slicing blow came and he could only choke. Ugh. Eugene then swept by in a flash. That bastard's life was gone. He spared no one. Pitiful screams echoed everywhere. This monster. Eugene continued slaughtering the scoundrels without mercy. One man was struck until he spat blood, eyes bulging in horror. Swords pierced the bodies of those vile bandits with no restraint. Eugene then went up and drew his sword out of those filthy corpses. He breathed out lightly, then glanced in one direction. Far off, that town was still raging in flames. The injured villagers were still doing their utmost to extinguish the brutal blaze. Eugene stepped forward and spoke, "Do not be afraid." He introduced himself to everyone, "I am Knight Yen Eugene, the thugs who try to seize Mintan are no more." Eugene stood tall and proud, giving the whole town a sense of reassurance. He told them not to fear and to be at ease. Eugene continued, "I will protect this village." Suddenly, he felt something. He slipped aside to avoid the hidden projectile from harming him. Eugene caught the concealed weapon, gritting his teeth, an arrow. He turned his eyes toward the incoming arrow, thinking to himself, "Toward the thicket? Master, it feels a bit odd." Eugene stepped forward, telling himself, "From there I sense the fierce aura of a high-level monster in the cursed realm. Be careful." Then Eugene strode straight into the dark forest's fort. After going a ways into the Del Mongo woods, he observed with disdain. "Ha, this is the hunting ground I had marked." Delmondo found the weapon the assassin left behind and sneered. "That ignorant outsider, no professional ethics." He cursed angrily, lacking even any roots or pedigree. At that moment, Eugene also arrived at the place. Delmondo sized up Eugene, fangs bared and eyes red. Eugene swung his sword, attacking straight at him. After evading, Delmondo arrogantly said, another vampire, what's the surprise?" He grabbed his face and exclaimed, "Ah, since you're a rootless outsider, it's no wonder you're surprised. That's why you look so pathetic." Delmondo slicked back his hair full of arrogance and challenged Eugene, "Come on, the cold blue blood of the Norauso clan runs in me. I, Delmondo, command you." Delmondo fixed a piercing stare on Eugene and ordered, "Now kneel, you mongrel outsider." However, immediately after, he knelt before Eugene, apologized profusely, and declared that he deserved a silver nail driven through his heart for failing to recognize Eugene. Realizing Eugene was a powerful primordial vampire and that his sword contained silver, he panicked, fearing the collapse of his entire clan. At that moment, the other man claimed he knew vampires were not the true lords of Nauphorus and demanded to know whether his father had ever taught him to betray his own kind. The cold, definitive answer was never. Admitting his stupidity, Delmondo confessed that he had acted entirely on his own accord. Then he began to sob uncontrollably, brazenly begging for his family's lives and pleading that they kill only him. A pitiful sight to Miriam. Watching the scene, Cyrano Aramari explained the rigid hierarchy of vampire society, where creators are revered as parents, a tradition Eugene was now exploiting. Exuding a terrifying aura, he coldly asked what reason he had to trust Delmondo after his unprovoked attack. The vampire screamed in terror, completely overwhelmed by his menacing presence. Suddenly banging his head on the ground, he swore by his bloodline and his father's name, Violent Nauphorus, that he would do anything to be forgiven. With eyes blazing ominously, our man tested the vampire's resolve by asking whether he truly would do anything. At that moment, Miriam asked, why would he want to spread rumors through that vampire? And she remained skeptical, expressing doubt that a vampire like Delmondo would actually obey his orders. He explained that the oath made him trustworthy, though she remained wary, noting that those of the night were notorious for cruelty and pride. When he pointed out that he was also one of the night, she agreed with him. Noticing she still had a bad feeling, he asked whether he should strike himself on the head. He then confidently dismissed her concerns, saying the vampire would follow orders unless he wanted to die, causing her to call him ruthless. As their group moved into a new land, a voice called to him. It was their guide, Byrne, who informed him they were near their destination and asked, "Do you see the castle up there?" Our man stared calmly at the castle emerging in the distance. Byrne then formally welcomed him to the castle of Baron Biogalin. Inside, Lord Baron Biogalin reviewed a letter and was surprised to learn that the 3rd Strike Unit was receiving reinforcements contrary to orders. He appeared to be a stern-looking nobleman, and confessed to Eugene that he was currently in a complicated situation. In his office, he complained to Eugene's group about the difficulties of being a lord managing both finances and the military, and told the capable knight condescendingly that because he could not manage everything, the responsibility fell entirely to Eugene's forces. In response, our protagonist bluntly demanded a raise for his group, much to the Baron's astonishment, justifying his demand by pointing out that the Baron had failed in 2 strikes and would need more men for the 3rd, so a pay increase was the minimum request. Baron Biogalin was momentarily stunned by the audacious request. However, his initial surprise quickly turned into a calculating, sinister smile. Laughing heartily, he admitted that Eugene was indeed as bold as his reputation, and agreed to his terms, then summoned the steward to draft a new contract. Then the contract was presented to Eugene, granting him and his group half of the mana crystals and the spoils from the upcoming raid. Our man accepted the generous offer with a calculating smile, sarcastically remarking about the Baron's feigned generosity. The Baron then confirmed they could begin the mission the next day, and he was ready to agree. As the group departed, the Baron also ensured there would be a guide and a prepared auxiliary quarter for them. Our man left the Baron's office without looking back. The Baron watched silently, lost in thought, as he, Galfredic, and Cyrano Aramari departed. Outside, Partek asked about the meeting, and Eugene informed him that they would not be receiving any additional reinforcements. Before Partek could worry about the lack of manpower, he added that instead they would be paid more. Partek began to protest what he considered unfair treatment. However, Sir Galfredic quickly silenced him, reminding him to trust their master's skills. With radiant confidence, he reassured him that with the 2 of them present, there was no reason to worry. Ashamed, Partek changed his tone, declaring he had never doubted Eugene for even a second. With the matter settled, our men led their troop out of the manor's auxiliary quarters, bound for a dangerous region called Philia. A young soldier named Aide watched as Eugene's third strike unit prepared to depart. At that moment, the other soldiers whispered among themselves, unimpressed by the small unit. But he recognized the famous knight in black armor from Marin and admired his composed demeanor, while worrying that as an outsider he did not know the specific dangers posed by wyverns in the area. He then questioned the wisdom of sending such a small force, thinking a larger group would have a better chance of success. As Eugene's party rode through the castle gate, he was filled with eager anticipation. Unable to shake his unease, he watched the departing group with a worried expression. Suddenly determined, he sprang into action, resolved to intervene. He ran after the group, shouting for Eugene to wait. Miriam noticed the commotion and informed Eugene that someone was calling to him. When he caught up with the group, he declared that he had something important to say to them. Out of breath, he begged Eugene to spare him a moment of his time. As dusk fell over the wasteland, a darker plot began to unfold within the city walls, emerging as dark silhouettes against the brilliant colors of the setting sun. Inside, a burly knight named Sir Oleg unhesitatingly tossed a blood-stained sack onto the floor before the Baron, and displayed the spoils from a beast he had hunted, proudly declaring that he had brought the part his lord would value most. Baron Bjogolin looked approvingly, called him his most loyal knight, and boasted of his troll-hunting prowess, which made the knight beam with pride. Then the Baron quickly moved on to the real reason for the meeting, informing Oleg of a more urgent matter, and revealed his true request. He needed Oleg to assassinate the man who had offended him. The target was revealed to be Yen Eugene, the knight leading the third strike unit, leaving Sir Oleg utterly stunned. He then coldly ordered Oleg to wait for Eugene beyond the demon realm and kill him if he survived the mission. Sir Oleg's hand rose in rage at the thought that someone had insulted his beloved lord. Consumed by righteous fury, he eagerly accepted the mission, swearing he would kill Eugene for the affront, and the Baron boastfully offered a chest of gold as payment, with a large bonus if Eugene died, an offer the greedy knight could not refuse. At that moment, the Baron thought of the letter he had received from Yen Eugene. He easily saw through the polite phrasing to the deep resentment toward Eugene. He sneered, pleased that this deal to remove Eugene also served his own interests, and quietly mocked the value of a foreign knight's life. Meanwhile, Eugene's party continued their journey, unaware of the assassination plot against them, preparing to enter the ancient ruins of Philia, a domain ruled by terrifying giant dragons. The open terrain gave the flying dragons a significant advantage, and they were known to use harpies as vanguards to weaken their enemies. Eugene knew that without careful preparation, attacking this location would result in heavy resource losses. However, because the flying dragons were highly intelligent, his group had established an outpost to plan an appropriate counterattack. At that moment, Sir Galfredic drew Eugene's attention, ready to report on their preparations, and he reported that they had about 40 combat-capable men. He then explained that he had chosen the best warriors from the captured bandits who had sworn loyalty, while Burns and Partek's mercenaries were assigned to protect the mage Ramari. He then proudly showed off the hastily constructed outpost they had completed. Our man responded with a short concisely approving the knight's work. After preparations were complete, he announced they would camp overnight and enter the site at sunrise. The next morning, the strike team began moving toward the ancient ruins. Eugene and Galfredic led the column of soldiers and mercenaries deep into enemy territory. Along the way, one of the newly recruited bandits struggled with a thorn, a minor inconvenience before the real battle, and complained to his comrades, questioning the purpose of building walls only to abandon them immediately. He then admitted he only swore loyalty to avoid being sold into slavery and added that he truly did not want to serve some knight from another land. Suddenly, Galfredic's keen senses detected a threat approaching, and he turned to his master, confirming that he felt danger coming. At that instant, Eugene quickly ordered everyone to halt their advance and prepare to fight. At his command, the soldiers formed a defensive line with their shields, staring into the seemingly quiet forest. An archer took aim but reported that he saw nothing within the trees ahead, and he scoffed, thinking the commander was merely a coward. But a strange sound suddenly caught his attention. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened as a flock of giant creatures suddenly burst forth from among the trees. A soldier screamed in horror, recognizing that the approaching force was harpies. Keeping calm amid the chaos, Eugene ordered the archers to fire. On his command, they loosed a volley of arrows, bringing down the first wave of harpies. The deadly volley struck true, and the shrieking creatures began to fall from the sky. Enraged, the grotesque harpies let out piercing screams as they attacked. One of them attacked Eugene, and seized his shoulder with razor-sharp claws. When he was hurled into the air, he clung to its legs and the two were lifted together. Then in an instant, he threw the harpy to the ground and dove down, landing on a rock with a loud crash. He shouted for the mage Cyranoa Ramari to prepare. She then began to chant, her staff glowing, as she prepared to cast a powerful binding spell. Sensing potent magic, the harpies screamed, and lunged toward the besieged mage. Just in time, Partek leaped up to shield her from the attacking harpy, and he deftly sliced the creature down, saving the mage from harm. He then told her to focus on casting, promising to support her as she quickly thanked him. Meanwhile, Galfredik rallied the soldiers, ordering them to draw their swords and switch to melee. A soldier cursed the damned birds as he braced against a fierce assault. At that moment, Galfredik laughed with bloodthirsty delight, impressed by the soldiers' combat prowess. Suddenly, the harpies screamed at one another, seemingly coordinating a new tactic, and the soldiers looked up in astonishment as the creatures began to form a strange vortex in the sky. At once, the entire flock tightened into a formation, before diving straight downward. Their target was revealed to be Eugene, who stood his ground as the swarm descended upon him. Galfredik cried out to his master as the harpies lunged at Eugene. The impact cracked the ground and sent debris flying, but undeterred, our man drew his sword, ready to face the overwhelming numbers, and unleashed a sweeping circular slash, cutting down the demonic harpy surrounding him. Standing amid a rain of blood and feathers, he emerged from the carnage completely unscathed. As he stood on the rubble, Romari's magic began to take effect on the ground. Focusing all her power, she crushed a mana crystal and unleashed her ultimate spell, Restrain. A massive wave of pink magical energy surged from the earth, engulfing the entire battlefield. Then magical tendrils whipped out, coiling around the shrieking harpies, and the spell successfully bound the entire flock, leaving them helpless in midair. She then told Eugene that she had successfully restrained all nearby monsters, and he praised her work, noting that all that remained was to finish the job. Bloodied from head to toe, he declared the real raid begun, ordering his men to kill the helpless harpies and take their spoils. The bandit fell silent in complaint, realizing the battle was over. Then he stared in amazement at the slain harpies, muttering that their commander had essentially done the whole job himself. At that moment, Byrne approached the stunned bandit and asked if he had changed his mind about complaining, while teaching him that if he had sworn loyalty he should not doubt his commander. That is how you survive on the battlefield, and told him to obey, explaining that he spoke out of genuine concern. The bandit then muttered to himself, remembering that Byrne was also a native of the harsh Karlsbagen Peninsula. Now fully convinced, he decided to trust his commander, thinking this new life far more convenient than banditry. At that, he shouted excitedly, "Let's go hunt dragons." But Eugene dismissed the idea, ordering the soldiers to withdraw after dealing with the harpies and not to advance to attack the dragons. Byrne and the bandit were puzzled by the order until he explained they would display the harpies' heads on the wall. Byrne stepped forward, questioning the retreat while the troops' morale was at its peak. With a mysterious smile, he simply told the confused mercenary, "You'll see." One of Eugene's new recruits wondered about the withdrawal, asking why they would fall back right after defeating the demonic harpies, and he explained that life is all about timing. We should advance when we hold the advantage, a concept the new bandit did not fully understand. Now fully trusting Eugene's talent, he told his comrades that he had decided to give their new commander a real chance. His comrades were shocked by this change of mind. But he pointed out an important fact. None of them had died in the recent battle, and they reflected on their overwhelming victory, amazed that they had slain over 100 demonic harpies with no casualties. On this, they both agreed that Eugene was a far better leader than their predecessor, who would have used them as bait or meat shields. From their advantageous position, they watched Eugene and Galfredik and concluded that their new knight commander possessed rare strength, courage, and wisdom. They were astonished, realizing that Eugene possessed all the qualities of a perfect leader. Meanwhile, Eugene spotted an armed group approaching and asked Galfredik if they were the reinforcements they had been expecting. Galfredik only scoffed at the idea, saying that the famously stingy Baron Bjogulin would never be so generous. Looking toward the advancing force, he realized they were mercenaries but wondered where they had come from. When the mercenaries, led by a Sir Oleg, emerged from a passage in the cavern, Galfredik correctly inferred that their intent was anything but friendly. However, he recognized a young man among them, Aiden, who had spoken with Eugene at the Baron's castle. He turned to Eugene, confirming that the young soldier indeed belonged to the hostile mercenary group. Hearing this, Eugene's deep red eyes narrowed. His suspicions of the Baron's betrayal were now fully confirmed. A flashback began, showing a peaceful memory of young Aiden reading by the riverside. He remembered his idol, the legendary hero who united the island of Lancia, Night King Aiden. Reflected that, although the Night King was illegitimate, his noble lineage still made him an ideal role model for life. Then he recalled his youthful ambition to become like the legendary king, likening himself to a bird gazing at the sky. But that peaceful memory faded as harsh reality closed in. His account revealed a tragic decline. A year earlier, he lost a battle and was sold into slavery. Since then, his life had been completely transformed. His entire life and the ideals he treasured had shattered into pieces. Now he was merely trying to hang on despite the suffering. And worst of all, being forced to serve under the foolish Sir Oleg, who was plotting to ambush Eugene. At that moment, Oleg ordered guards posted at the entrance. When the Night King stepped out, they would kill him. He also demanded to know why Eugene was being trapped, questioning such a dishonorable tactic. But Eugene silently agreed with Oleg, believing that the honorable Night King would never stoop to such cowardly methods. When Sir Oleg's troops emerged from the cavern, they were surprised by what lay ahead. They were baffled to see a large wooden fence, quickly realizing the raiding unit must have built it. An officer wondered why the fence had been erected outside the demon territory, alerting Sir Oleg that their presence had been discovered. Across the battlefield, Eugene and Galfredik stood ready, calm, aware that their enemies knew they had been detected. Annoyed that the ambush had been ruined, Sir Oleg rashly ordered his troops to charge. When a soldier protested the hasty decision, he threatened to kill anyone who did not follow his direct orders. Beside Aiden, another slave resigned to his fate muttered that although their commander was a fool, his combat skill was undeniable. An officer then shoved him forward, ordering all the slaves to the front line. He staggered and fell to the ground as the soldiers forced the slaves to act as the vanguard. To encourage the troops, Sir Oleg shouted that he would pay for every enemy they killed. With a rallying cry, his army surged forward toward Eugene's fortified position. The order to kill them all rang out as the ambushing force rushed into the open field. As chaos erupted, Aiden was forced to draw his sword at the commander, his mind blank with despair. He could only think that if his hero, the Night King, were here, things would be different. Then he glanced at Eugene, the Black Knight, with utter contempt. Aiden bitterly concluded that a true hero would never use cowardly tactics like hiding behind a fence. Resigned to his fate, he prepared to fight. His noble ideals were completely shattered. Meanwhile, Eugene ignored the charging army, ordering his men to hold formation behind the fence and await his command. His bandit soldiers wondered who was ambushing them, calling the attackers presumptuous for charging straight in. Oleg's troops surged forward bloodthirstily, screaming for the death of their target. Suddenly, Oleg heard a strange screech from above and stood frozen in confusion. A giant winged creature dove down from the sky, its shadow falling across the battlefield. A terrifying nest-weaving spider roared a fierce cry, signaling the arrival of an entire brood. Panic spread through Oleg's ranks as soldiers shouted that dragons were breaching the walls. The lead dragon gathered energy in its throat, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. A stream of fire erupted from its mouth, engulfing the charging mercenaries in a sea of blazing flames. Trapped in the fierce assault, Sir Oleg cursed his terrible luck, realizing the dragons had arrived at the worst possible moment. The creatures mercilessly dove onto Oleg's panicked, scattered remnants. From the safety behind the fence, our man calmly watched his real plan unfold. He had successfully lured his assassin straight into the dragon's domain. A cold look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He affirmed to himself that his plan had worked perfectly. They had indeed arrived, and a sinister, predatory smile spread across his face as he watched the slaughter. He thought that wyverns would never ignore a raiding party invading their territory, showing he had been waiting for them for a long time. At that moment, the giant lead wyvern turned its fiery eye toward him. After wiping out the assassins, the alpha dragon let out a defiant roar, signaling that the real raid was only beginning. Eugene's clever trap sprang as a flock of dragons and hawks descended chaotically to attack Sir Oleg's unsuspecting force. While his soldiers panicked and cried retreat, Oleg stubbornly demanded a bow, determined to fight the overwhelming flock himself. Despite the tactical situation, he roughly snatched the bow from a subordinate, ready to face the flying beasts. His defiant shot soared upward as he shouted at the monsters, a futile gesture against the descending swarm. The nimble dragons easily dodged the incoming arrows, chuckling as they continued their deadly attack on the troops below. Panic set in as one of his knights broke into a cold sweat, realizing the utter desperation of the situation. Meanwhile, a bloodthirsty harpy let out a piercing scream as it dive-bombed the helpless soldiers. The battle turned into a massacre when it seized a man, horrifying the young warrior Aiden. Despite the overwhelmingly unfavorable odds, Aiden bravely raised his sword, preparing to defend his comrades from the relentless assault. After rescuing him, Aiden shouted for his comrades to raise their weapons. But to his astonishment, the man admitted he was too afraid of birds to fight. From the safety of the defensive fence, Eugene's army watched a dragon plunge into the chaotic battlefield. He confirmed to Sir Galfredik that this was not the whole plan, but rather using Oleg's men as bait to distract the demonic harpies. Noticing the smarter wyverns hesitating, Galfredik raised his bow, ready to provoke them into joining the brood. With astonishing speed, he launched a powerful volley of arrows to draw the lead wyvern's attention. The lead wyvern roared angrily as arrows struck true, successfully enraging the powerful beast. Now fully provoked, it screamed and lunged toward Yugon's men, dodging arrows with terrifying precision. At that instant, it signaled the harpies to follow it. Eugene's archers desperately tried to stem a wave of harpies. Realizing the wyverns must have summoned them, Byrne shouted to Eugene, warning that their forces were being overwhelmed and they urgently needed new orders. Ignoring the mercenaries' dire situation, Eugene calmly gave a single focused order to his strongest subordinate. Gallic said, "One command is enough." As Galfredic drew his crossbow and aimed at the lead dragon, he loosed a massive, specially crafted arrow that hurtled straight toward a key dragon in the brood. The mighty shot struck true, drawing the lead dragon's attention. With a sinister grin, Galfredic confirmed he had hit the mark. Pleased with the perfect shot, Eugene calmly praised his subordinate, acknowledging his excellent work amid the fierce fighting. At that moment, he grabbed a giant spear custom-made and hurled it at the lead. The spear flew with terrifying force, aiming straight for the throat of the mighty alpha dragon. The beast's eyes widened in astonishment as it sensed the terrible power of the incoming strike. As the spear pierced its wings, the lead beast writhed in agony, and crashed to the ground with a massive blast, shattering the earth beneath it. Amid the dust, Galfredic and the mercenaries anxiously awaited the result of their leader's attack. One of the men hesitantly asked whether he had killed the beast with that astounding display of force. But emerging from the smoke, the wounded and enraged alpha dragon proved it was still alive, prompting Galfredic to shout a warning. Eugene and his companions fled in disarray as the furious dragon opened its jaws, ready to strike, and belched a torrent of fire, engulfing the area in a vast sea of flames. Barely escaping the blast, Eugene and Galfredic regrouped to face the still raging monster. The lead dragon bellowed a deafening roar, its fury now wholly focused on them. At that moment, Galfredic frantically asked the mage if she could use her powerful restraining magic on the beast. She agreed to try, but as she prepared the spell, the dragon's keen gaze met hers and sensed her intent. A look of horror spread across her face as she realized the dragon was targeting her. The mage screamed in terror as the lead dragon lunged, fully aware of their plan to bind it. Frozen with fear, she could only brace for the inevitable impact. Just as the dragon's jaws were about to close, a figure flashed past the terrified mage. It was Eugene taking the dragon's blow on his shoulder as he shoved Romari to safety. The teammates shouted for him to run as the dragon prepared to finish him. At that instant, the great jaws of the lead closed. Yet he stood firm without a hint of fear, and the dragon swallowed him, leaving his comrades in utter horror. Romari cried that he should have moved aside, and Galfredic shouted, "They'll leave him here and go." But she noticed something wrong with the triumphant dragon and told the others to look. The lead dragon groaned in pain, its jaws smoked and drooled as if something was amiss. In an incredible display of strength, Eugene was revealed to be inside the beast's mouth, forcing it to open. With steely determination, he held his ground against the tremendous pressure of the dragon's bite. In response, the lead dragon prepared to breathe fire on Eugene, unable to subdue him by force. However, Eugene was ready, anticipating the dragon's fiery attack. And at that moment, a colossal column of flame erupted from the dragon's mouth. Galfredic could only watch in horror, shouting for his lord, who was trapped in the blast of fire. However, blood erupted alongside the flames from the creature's mouth. Its dying eye reflected the fierce red gaze, coldly possessed by the vampire that haunted it. With one final surge of strength, he twisted his blade inward, creating a whirl of blood that severed the monster's neck, producing a blood vortex that cut the creature's throat, and the wyvern's head was brutally torn from its body, ending the dominance of the territory's apex predator. Witnessing their leader's death, the remaining harpies cried out in a blend of shock and terror. Instantly, the entire flock turned tail and fled, abandoning the battle now that the alpha was gone. The mercenaries watched the monster's retreat, confirming that the lead wyvern was truly dead. To everyone's astonishment, Eugene emerged from the smoldering carcass, bloody but alive. Galfredic breathed a sigh of relief and ran to his lord's side, anxiously asking what had happened inside the beast. Perched nonchalantly on the wyvern's corpse, Eugene explained that he had simply thrown his sword down the creature's throat and healed himself with its blood. He added that he had used his black scales to withstand the fire before using the sword he had taken from the brigands. And he marveled at the weapon's extraordinary power, noting that the more swords like that he had, the stronger he became. His newly recruited brigands cheered in unison. Their loyalty was now reinforced by this astounding display of power. The men's admiration turned to worship as they declared their leader not merely a knight but a god among them. Galfredic sneered, telling his companions that even the former brigands were now praising him. However, Eugene remained calm and undisturbed, standing silently amid the cheers of his new followers. Hidden nearby, the cowardly knight Oleg ground his teeth in frustration, realizing his assassination plot had failed and he must flee. But as he tried to slip away, he was captured, finding his escape blocked by Eugene's men. With a sinister smile, Byrne and his mercenaries cornered the frightened knight, ready to make him pay for his betrayal. After interrogating Oleg, who lay sprawled on the floor, Eugene obtained evidence that Byagulin was the mastermind behind the ambush. The old baron broke out in a cold sweat when Eugene threatened to spread the story all across the nobility and the trade guilds. But Eugene offered an out. If he admitted his wrongdoing and agreed to negotiate, Eugene would act as if the incident had never occurred. In the end the old man yielded, confessing that a noble named Jevin had urged him on and sparked his greed. Facing a knight who had just defeated Oleg, the baron realized that resorting to force now would be suicide. Eugene signed the contract, officially taking over several villages outside Byagulin's domain. The baron was forced to write a document confirming Eugene's governance and to inform neighboring nobles of their new lord. On top of that, Eugene demanded compensation, 80% of the mana crystals and the spoils from the battle. Even some mercenaries who had previously served the baron now turned to serve him. As the group set off, Luke kept marveling at the enormous value of the spoils taken from the wyvern. Hearing the chatter, Eugene turned and asked the boy walking by the wagon his name. Aiden startled and hurriedly confirmed that his name was Aiden. Knowing Aiden had been a knight's squire for over 3 years, Eugene began to take more interest in his potential. He assigned him the task of caring for his armor and warhorse. With a generous wage of 2 silver coins a month, Aiden was ecstatic and immediately called Eugene his master. Though still a bit nervous, Aiden risked asking Eugene a question. He wondered why someone as powerful as Eugene would want someone like him to follow. Eugene explained that thanks to the information about wyvern behavior Aiden provided, he was able to devise a perfect strategy. He admitted he had initially thought the boy might be a trap set by the baron, which made Aiden hastily apologize. But Aiden scored points by swinging his sword at the monsters rather than aiming at him. From now on, follow me, Eugene concluded simply, officially taking Aiden into his team. He also promised to equip him with full armor and quality weapons in preparation for upcoming battles. Moved by the favor, Aiden swore to be loyal and serve Eugene unto death. His action made the other soldiers trailing behind begin to hope for a better future as well. While they were traveling, someone came running up, breathless, to urgently report the situation. The soldier reported that the village of Robin had just been occupied by a group of strangers. Eugene coldly ordered the unit to prepare for battle, with the goal of protecting the people and eliminating the bandits. The soldiers were fired up, all voicing their support for the new lord's command. Galfredik watched the scene and laughed with satisfaction, asking Eugene what it felt like to be treated like a true king. But Eugene was far from pleased. He was annoyed because Delmondo, the one who should have been watching the village, had vanished. Without saying much, he ordered the group to keep moving forward. The bustling city of Mofern appeared before them under a blazing sunset. A local noble respectfully welcomed Eugene and invited him to rest at his manor instead of staying in a shabby inn. Inside the manor, a lavish feast was being prepared to entertain the troops of the new lord. While enjoying the wine, the host cautioned Eugene not to make the city's people worry needlessly. That was Gardage, head of the Mofern Merchants Guild. The fat old man thought Eugene's title, Wyvern Slayer, sounded rather dangerous. He expressed concern when he saw Eugene accompanied by a band of mercenaries who had formerly been brigands. Gardai explained that the townsfolk here hate thieves deeply, and their presence could lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Hearing the fat man's slander, some of Eugene's soldiers bristled, but they restrained themselves to keep the festivities going. Eugene calmly promised it wouldn't happen, which somewhat reassured Gardai. The old man began to boast that his manor was the finest in Mofern and promised to give Eugene a proper feast. However, he still ground his teeth and warned Eugene to keep strict control over his men. Eugene's soldiers grew hot under the collar at Gardai's arrogance, but one of them stopped the others for fear of causing trouble for their lord. Unaware of his rudeness, Gardai pressed to know whether the manager of the Palin trading branch had revealed anything about Eugene's true background. Eugene replied coldly, asserting that he was the one governing 3 large villages, Paranan, Mintan, and Ronan. Gardai was stunned by the surprise, and Eugene added a taunting question about why he had been chosen to receive him. A real shock hit the fat man. Gardai paled as he realized the person he had looked down on was about to become a powerful lord. He began to sweat profusely as he recalled the scale of the villages Eugene had mentioned. Now he understood why Arno had been slaving away instead of enjoying the feast. Apparently the Palin Trading Guild had already sniffed out this gold mine. Gardai's attitude flipped 180 degrees. He bowed humbly and apologized for his rudeness before knowing Eugene's true standing. Eugene simply replied that it was fine, since he himself had never planned to become a lord in the first place. Seeing Gardai's eager expression, Eugene fully understood the schemes brewing in that calculating mind. The fat man hurriedly offered to provide the finest talents from the Mofern Merchants Guild to help Eugene manage his new domain. Seeing Eugene appear to agree, he beamed and invited him to help himself to all the delicious dishes on the table. Across the table, Galfredik joined in, mentioning that the Palin Guild was already preparing to send people to assist. The banquet's atmosphere grew rowdier with laughter as the soldiers vied to retell their exploits against the wyvern. They took pride in having slain hundreds of harpies without a single casualty, a victory almost unbelievable. Everyone agreed that without Eugene's brilliant command, they would not have achieved the glory they enjoyed today. Galfredik sprang to his feet, raised his glass, and urged everyone to toast to future victories under the new Lord's banner. Cheers of "Long Live Eugene" echoed through the room as all displayed fervent loyalty. Amid the noise, Eugene remained pensive. The little fairy Miriam hovered nearby as if honoring her future demon king. Night fell and the manor sank into silence, but Eugene still felt regret at not finding a single red mana crystal. In his private room, he pressed Miriam about whether she had missed anything when examining the monster corpses, but the little fairy insisted she had seen nothing. Seeing Miriam tired and wanting to sleep, Eugene gently told her to rest. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. A subordinate reported someone wanted to see him, even though Eugene had ordered no visitors at this hour. But when he heard the secret code phrase, "Red and cold blood of Nofris" from beyond the door, Eugene froze. He immediately recognized Del Mondo, his cousin who was supposed to be guarding the old village, which shocked him greatly. Without hesitating a second, Eugene ordered the person outside to open the door for the visitor. The door opened and Del Mondo entered in a state of panic, his clothes disheveled and his face full of fear. Seeing his kinsman, Eugene greeted him in a low, sorrowful voice. He realized Del Mondo must have endured a long and arduous journey to get there. Del Mondo trembled as he returned the greeting. His sudden appearance signaled a major crisis had struck the Nofris family. Eugene stepped inside and told the gatekeeper that those accompanying him would follow after. The golden door closed, leaving Del Mondo and Eugene in the great hall. Upon entering, Del Mondo fell to his knees, humbly declaring himself unworthy and respectfully greeting Lord Eugene. Eugene stood towering, coldly reproaching Del Mondo for his failure in allowing most of the villages to be attacked. Del Mondo trembled and confessed his wounds were too severe to complete the mission, then bowed his head and begged for punishment. Watching his remorseful subordinate, Eugene wondered whether this vampire had any skills besides worrying about his own life. Del Mondo hurriedly explained that besides fighting he could read and write, do calculations, and was fluent in 4 languages. He revealed another shocking secret. When he was human he had served as a personnel officer for the Roman Empire. Seeing potential use, Eugene reached out and promised forgiveness if he performed well on the upcoming duties. Given the chance, Del Mondo was so delighted his fangs showed as he eagerly asked what he could do. Shortly after, Eugene introduced him to the partners as his cousin, who would help manage the estate. Dressed elegantly, Del Mondo bowed politely, prompting the fat Palin merchant to exclaim in admiration. The merchant chuckled, saying he was worthy of being Eugene's relative. But Del Mondo immediately barked at the merchant for daring to compare him to his lord. He likened Eugene to a brilliant moon while calling himself a tiny firefly not worth mentioning. The merchant nodded, thinking to himself that Eugene not only commanded well but also had a keen eye for people. He regretted not having met a talent like Del Mondo earlier for business cooperation. Then he eagerly asked whether Eugene planned to expand his territory further. Instead of going to Marin as planned, he suggested Eugene set his sights on Mount Nadir at the border. He revealed there were extremely valuable silver mines there, prompting even Sylph to exclaim in astonishment. Sensing money, Eugene propped his chin and signaled the merchant to tell the details. Scene shifts to Lia, who was showing Eugene a fiercely designed dragon emblem. The lines were so sharp that Eugene had to admit Lia drew as beautifully as a professional artist. Lia grinned smugly, saying people usually think of bats when they think of vampires, but dragons truly command authority. Eugene nodded, praising the piece as if crafted by a true artisan. Flattered, Lia was thrilled, secretly thinking that following Eugene as a personal mage wouldn't be bad. But then she snapped back to reality, realizing she'd been playing and had neglected her research for a whole month. Lia began calculating and demanded Eugene give her a fair share of the spoils so she could cover her expenses. Eugene generously agreed she could take whatever she wanted, making Lia jump up delightedly to thank him. Incidentally, he asked whether Lia knew anything about alchemy. Lia confidently replied that it was a basic discipline every chimera researching mage must master to handle minerals. Eugene revealed he was about to seize a silver mine and needed someone who knew how to refine the ore. Hearing silver mine, Lia excitedly slammed the table with a bang and demanded to build a laboratory at Marin immediately. She insisted that mages were far better at separating silver than those dwarf artisans. Sylph hovered around teasing Lia as a capitalist soul for lighting up at the sight of money. Lia scoffed and denied it, saying she needed funds only to serve her noble research. She went on to nag about how important silver was in metallurgical circles to persuade Eugene. For Lia, her faction's techniques were top-notch. She was ready to give her all if he entrusted the job to her. Seeing her over-enthusiasm, Eugene reluctantly nodded and let her handle the silver refining. Eugene ordered Lia to take the spoils back to Marin first. He would assign soldiers to escort her carefully. After sending Lia off, Eugene told Sylph to prepare to join him on the journey toward the silver mine. Their destination was Mount Nadir, land that had belonged to the youngest Archibald's son before falling into the hands of brigands. The flashback began with the youngest son's death years earlier, leaving a power vacuum. Eugene wondered how the Archibalds could have neglected such valuable silver mines. The fat merchant explained that they likely lacked the manpower and funds at the time to maintain them. The Archibald household had been in utter chaos internally, factions fighting for position after the Baron's overthrow. Brigands seized the opportunity to take the silver mines and proclaimed themselves local lords beyond their means. The whole Karlsbagen region sank into trouble, disrupting trade and plunging the people into misery. The merchant looked at Eugene with hopeful eyes, saying his arrival was truly a salvation. Eugene rode into the village to warm cheers. The people rejoiced at finally being able to live in peace. Thanks to the noble certification, his status was now fully legitimate in everyone's eyes. Bouquets of fresh flowers were presented, and the merchant affirmed that Eugene's retaking of the mine was entirely deserved. He also promised to provide whatever resources were necessary to develop and sustain the mine's operations. A flag bearing the dragon emblem proudly flew from the rooftop, marking a hopeful new beginning. Eugene looked at the flag, quietly acknowledging that Del Mondo had acted quickly to raise it early. Kyle and the soldiers trailing behind could not help but be surprised by the villagers' warm reception. The red-haired man felt this atmosphere was entirely different from when they had gone to seize lands before. Kyle was certain that once they held the silver mine, Lord Eugene would soon become one of the wealthiest lords. Another soldier teased, causing Kyle to hastily clamp his teammate's mouth shut. Kyle affirmed he had no personal ambitions anymore. Now he only wanted to fight wholeheartedly for Lord Eugene. He laughed, saying that if he tried to claim it himself, someone would surely snatch it away soon enough. For the Archibald line would never allow any outsider to touch their assets. The harsh reality was that only those who held power, fame, and armies could truly be masters. Eugene's gaze was cold. He understood clearly that he possessed all the necessary elements. Kyle looked at his lord with admiration, convinced that in the past he must have been a person of great renown. While his men praised him, Eugene was silent, lost in thoughts as memories gradually surfaced. When the second tattoo faded, fragments of memories about unknown figures began flashing through his mind. They might be vampires or primordial beings, but Eugene sensed no hostility among them. Whatever the past, he still had to be wary of the power of the Church and the Paladin Knights. The army approached the foot of Mount Nadir under cover of night. Eugene resolved to accumulate both wealth and political power. He ordered the scouts to set out and reconnoiter, vowing never to be ambushed again. His eyes fixed determinedly on the silver mine, ready to sweep away the brigands and reclaim what was his. Rain lashed the night. The forest was filled only with the sound of heavy rain. In one corner of the camp someone still called for another mug of beer. The whole camp was shrouded in night and storm. Horses stood resigned, and the soldiers were ordered to be ready but absolutely forbidden to touch the alcohol. Byrne looked up and complained that with the sky still crying after sunset, there was no way business could go well. He wondered how they would act in these conditions. The innkeeper laughed and said he'd give beer if Byrne got permission from Lord Eugene. An old soldier nearby only clicked his tongue in regret. Outside the main tent the atmosphere was tense. The soldiers murmured about Anton, who had volunteered to scout but had not returned. They began to suspect he had betrayed them or been captured or killed. Inside the tent, Galfredic reported the situation. The bandits occupying the silver mine were called Bommand and the Hounds, numbering fewer than 50. Their leader Bommand had been a mercenary captain. Byrne added that Bommand had killed the owner and rallied the brigands under his banner. He was skilled at setting traps, so the mine area was certainly a dangerous maze. After hearing this, Eugene only nodded slightly to show he understood. He decided not to wait any longer and would set out to find Anton immediately. Byrne worried because the heavy rain would make the mine's traps harder to deal with. But Eugene calmly asked about Anton's true nature. Byrne affirmed that though a thief, Anton was not as despicable as the others. He had sworn loyalty and always strived to earn Eugene's recognition. Eugene decided that only he and Galfredic would go, the rest staying behind to wait for a signal. The decision surprised the whole unit. Byrne moved to object, but Galfredic smiled to reassure him. He could only submit to the order. Eugene entrusted those remaining with digging drainage ditches and strengthening camp security. The team responded in unison with a loud assent. Looking at the map, Eugene thought to himself that the weak would be forgotten after death. But if they were his, he would remember and avenge them. The scene shifted to a captured brigand, bruised and tear-streaked. Eugene leaned close to his ear and told Galfredic not to cut out his tongue so he could still give information. Galfredic exuded an intimidating pressure as he questioned him about the leader Bommand and a black-haired man with a scarred face named André. The captive could only tremble and nod. Eugene coldly asked whether they had killed Anton. The brigand could only stammer in overwhelming fear. Deep within the silver mine, flickering firelight illuminated vicious faces. They were talking about some man named Andre. The brigands seemed discontent. Instead of dreaming of knighthood, they wanted to seize the silver mine for themselves. This hoard of silver was what truly mattered. Another boss told his men to think bigger, being knighted would change their standing entirely. But the argument was cut short by a strange noise. Suddenly, a brilliant blue surge of energy tore through the night. The bandits panicked, shouting about an ambush, but none could react in time. Screams echoed throughout the mine. The bandits scrambled to light lamps but found only darkness and pitiful cries for help. One robber screamed in terror at the sight of a monster. He yelled to open the door, but it seemed too late. The silhouette of someone being brutally attacked appeared. Heart-rending screams rang out in the cramped space. The brigand's face twisted in horror. He called out his boss's name in desperation. Inside the mine the bandits scrambled to take defensive positions. One panicked and asked if it was an ogre, but another brushed it off. There were no ogres on this mountain. Their leader Bamand, hooded and wearing mail, screamed orders for his men to run. He bellowed that in this weather, where could they possibly flee? With a crash, the thick wooden door was smashed to splinters. Dust and smoke filled the air. The impact hurled nearby bandits aside. Shouts rang out as earth, rocks, and wooden debris fell upon them. Eugene stepped in with a casual air as if on a stroll. He complained the mine felt a bit too stuffy. Galfredic followed closely behind, radiating deadly intent. The bandits were stunned to see a human, not a monster, had burst in. They looked at one another in baffled suspicion. Bamand quickly regained his composure, pointed, and shouted orders for the lot to charge and kill the intruder. Eugene raised his hand, a whirl of water began to form. He stared coldly at the rushing bandits. A tiny sprite appeared within the radiant magic. The water energy erupted, ready to sweep away anything in its path. Ribbons of water shot forward at wind-slicing speed, knocking the bandits down like autumn leaves. They saw nothing but blinding light. Everywhere there were the bandits' screams. Blinded by water and magic, they could only swing their swords in vain. Galfredic smiled and asked Eugene if they should leave one alive for questioning. Eugene coldly refused. These men had killed his people. A small sprite shrieked in fury at their audacity to touch the demon king. Galfredic peered into the darkness, his eyes glowing red. He understood why Eugene said two were enough. He would do as his lord wished. Galfredic plunged into the dark like a phantom. He thought that when he was human he never imagined fighting in such darkness. A series of pitiful screams followed. Galfredic was butcherizing the brigands in a frenzy, blood splattering across the mine walls. Feeling reborn, Galfredic could wield vampiric power freely. His blood-red eyes brimmed with exhilaration. The vampiric instincts he had long hidden surged strongly now. Galfredic fully reveled in the night's hunt. In the mine's darkness, a bandit curled up in fear. He sensed something approaching far beyond human comprehension. Galfredic swung his hand, slashing strikes from razor claws tore through air and enemy bodies. Desperate screams echoed throughout the mine. Blood spattered the cold rock walls. Galfredic enjoyed the sensation of a true predator. No robber could escape. Galfredic's eyes were blazing red, sharp as if piercing into his opponent's soul. He was completely swallowed by his combat instincts. The brigand swung his sword in a hopeless attempt to fight back, but Galfredic only gave a contemptuous smile. His speed was too great for the naked eye to follow. Galfredic bared his sharp fangs with a sinister grin. He declared he could see every movement of theirs with perfect clarity. Bright red blood splattered the mine walls like a horrific painting. The agonized groans gradually faded into the deep darkness. In another corner, a bandit ran wildly with an axe, crying and begging for mercy. But only deadly silence answered him. The robber collapsed, cursing whoever had led them down this path to death. He screamed the name Andre with his last hatred. Amid the chaos, Bamand realized in horror he was facing a true monster. He shouted that no one had warned them such a thing lurked near the silver mine. Eugene appeared suddenly, stomping onto Bamand and pressing his gleaming sword to his throat. He coldly ordered him to be gone before sunrise. Bamand was utterly subdued, flattened beneath Eugene's feet with white, terrified eyes. The hound's resistance was officially over. Galfredic was surprised Eugene did not finish off the boss. Eugene said he still had a few questions the man needed to answer. Bamand muttered a piece of extremely important information that made Eugene ponder. Whatever he said seemed highly intriguing. The scene shifted to a lavish coastal mansion. News that Beaumont had been hired by Sir André to seize the silver mine was beginning to cause political ripples. Inside an elegant parlor, Eugene conversed with the corpulent merchant of the Palin Company. Eugene said he had captured Beaumont alive so the merchant could verify the information at any time. The merchant looked visibly excited, saying if this succeeded Eugene would not only have the silver mine but could control the entire peninsula. Eugene only raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The fat merchant explained that André was the nephew of Baron Archibald and the first to betray. But in reality, the nobles had overthrown the Baron, so they had no standing to criticize André. He added that even members of the Archibald line were busy fighting among themselves. Most importantly, Sir André currently served under Sir Gabriel. Sir Gabriel, the Baron's eldest son, appeared in the merchant's mind as a key pawn. The family civil war was growing increasingly complex. Eugene realized Sir André would never act alone. The merchant smirked triumphantly, praising Eugene's shrewdness. He promised that if Eugene dared to act, he would fully back him. This was the time for Eugene to truly assert his position. Eugene reminded him they could easily deny involvement. The route to Lord Beoglin had already been secured thanks to him. The fat merchant continued to rile him, saying the mayor and other guild leaders were watching Eugene. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to break through. He urged that everything depended on Eugene's decision. Eugene pondered quietly. The merchant offered to call the mercenary guild master and assemble troops for him if he wished. The merchant calculated that for the peninsula's stability he could not afford to lose an ambitious knight like Eugene. He awaited a definitive answer. Eugene stared into the merchant's eyes and asked when he could begin preparations. His blood-red gaze showed he had made up his mind. The merchant affirmed he could start immediately if needed. The Mofern Company would commit all its resources to support Eugene's move. Eugene nodded in agreement. He ordered the merchant to gather the troops at once. A grand plan was beginning to take shape. The merchant smiled with satisfaction, calling it a wise decision. A new power was about to rise on this land, and everything was changing rapidly. Eugene led his forces in a grand procession through the city gates. People began whispering about his vast wealth, from soldiers to laborers and a large trading convoy in tow. Everyone wondered whether those arrogant knights would obey an outsider for long. Meanwhile, the mercenaries cared only about Eugene's strength and the silver mine. A knight shouted excitedly, swearing to fight for the peace of Karlsbagen. To stand alongside the Wyvern Slayer was the greatest honor of his life. From the high city wall, the fat merchant Gardage and his companions watched the army below. He realized these knights followed Eugene because they believed Eugene wouldn't seize their rewards. Gardage calculated that if Eugene seized the demon-held lands, a few thousand silver coins in wages would be nothing. He snorted, judging Eugene to be a brave fool, good at fighting but clueless about politics or managing a domain. It remained to be seen who the real fox was. While plotting, someone ran up and said Eugene's steward wanted to meet him. Told the man was waiting in the library, Gardage grew curious to see what Eugene's lackey looked like. He walked off smugly, imagining a brash young lad easy to manipulate. He planned to use his seasoned experience to lowball and swallow this partner. Upon entering the library, Gardage froze when he heard a request to build a castle. Eugene sat imposingly in the steward's guise, wearing a low-brimmed hat that shrouded his face. He asserted that since Eugene owned a village and 6 towns, a castle was only natural. He presented a detailed plan that made Gardage break into a sweat at a single glance. Every line was impeccably professional, from building the walls to inviting dwarf architects. Gardage shivered, thinking only someone with 30 years' experience could have written this. The fat man began to tremble, following this plan would cost far more than expected. He racked his brains for a tactful refusal. Eugene smirked, tipped his hat back, and said if he wasn't interested then fine, others were ready to bid for the contract. A fatal psychological blow. Seeing the steward about to leave, Gardage frantically grabbed him back. He didn't want to lose such a tasty opportunity. He put on a flattering smile and invited him to sit so they could negotiate properly, far more servile than before. Eugene smiled inwardly. He was using management skills from his time as an ancient vampire, skills he'd long neglected. It was called the art of cunning. With experience managing in the Roman Empire and decades of worldly maneuvering, he saw straight through the merchant's dark heart. Eugene pressed, asking if the man truly believed he would stop at a mere minor lordship. Gardage was left speechless. He clicked his tongue, mocking the merchant's narrow vision. Clearly, the merchant had picked the wrong target to toy with. Gardage swallowed hard and began to speculate wildly about Eugene's ambitions. Could he be a marquis, or a great lord of the empire? Eugene burst out laughing, saying his father had been a lord, much greater than that, even. His eyes flashed a threatening red when he mentioned ambitions of kingship, a statement enough to make the other shiver. Back in the present, as Eugene rode his horse, knights came running up in a panic, saying they had a special gift to show him. One man proudly boasted he'd taken a bandit den in an instant. The bandits were tied and kneeling below. Contrary to the soldiers' excitement, Eugene asked coldly, "Why did you break ranks and rush here on your own?" The knights hadn't grasped the issue, giggling that they came to prove their loyalty. The bandits wailed pitifully, begging Eugene not to eat them. They'd rather be slaves than be chewed alive by him. Eugene made a puzzled face. It turned out a tavern rumor that he ate forest bandits had scared them so badly. The bandits knelt and prostrated themselves like worshippers, swearing to mend their ways if only they could keep their old lives. Only then did the knights look stunned. It turned out the bandits surrendered not because of their bravery, but because they feared Eugene like a tiger. It was a stinging slap to the pride of those arrogant knights. The sylph spirit hovering nearby whispered to Eugene that he should at least praise them properly. Eugene reluctantly uttered, "Well done." Immediately, the knight's face brightened, his eyes glittering as if he'd won the lottery. They all laughed boisterously, deluding themselves that it was a mix of Eugene's renown and their own boldness. Eugene was left speechless. Moments later his expression hardened. He reminded them who was in command here and said he would forgive this insubordination only once. The knights were struck dumb, sweat running down their faces from the pressure radiating off Eugene. Eugene's gaze was lethal. He hated nothing more than soldiers who acted on their own. It made him want to clean house. The knights stammered an apology. Eugene needed this force to intimidate the Archibald nobles, so he couldn't allow them to do as they pleased. He ordered them to continue moving toward the baron's domain. The knights trailed behind, grumbling that they hadn't been paid yet but still obeying out of respect for the title Wyvern Slayer. The guide pointed ahead. "From here on is Baron Archibald's domain, Sir Eugene." Eugene was surprised to hear that half of Karlsbagen belonged to the old man. The guide explained that although the land he personally held was small, the family had ancient lineage and many noble vassals. Eugene displayed deep understanding of the local political situation. The guide nodded in approval, now understanding why the fat guardage trusted him enough to recommend Eugene. He said their final destination was Sir Gabriel's fief, about 3 days away. Along the way they'd passed the domain of Miss Essendra, the Archibald's eldest daughter. Essendra Antigo Archibald was regarded as the legitimate heir according to the family's ancient customs. Although nominally legitimate, the harsh reality was that Sir Gabriel currently held more power and allies. Internal conflicts erupted after the previous baron's position suddenly weakened. Eugene fell silent, realizing that in this world bloodline and rank were the ultimate laws ruling everything. Using the captured brigand leader Baumann to accuse the baron seemed like an extremely thorny problem. The cruel truth was that while ordinary soldiers were taken as slaves on the battlefield, the nobility and knights could simply throw enough money to buy back their freedom. Eugene's eyes hardened. He decided to alter the plan slightly. Instead of going straight there, Eugene wanted to meet Essendra first. He ordered his men to send a letter requesting an audience with the lady immediately. Inside the stately castle, news of a strange visitor had quickly reached its mistress. Sir Gecko reported to the lady about a man named Jan Eugene, the foreign knight who had taken 2 villages and Lord Vimos's nadir silver mine. Essendra was lounging when Gecko mentioned the guest's feat of clearing the ancient remnants in Beoglan. She sneered skeptically, thinking it mere rumor since no one had actually seen a wyvern carcass. Still, curiosity prompted her to order him admitted. Gecko warned anxiously that he might be Gabriel's agent sent to scout, advising the lady to be extremely cautious. Sir Gecko reported that Eugene brought about 100 troops and nearly a dozen accompanying knights, a force not to be underestimated. Eugene's knights waited on the hill. Though not numerous, their bearing made people wary. Essendra smiled arrogantly and demanded Eugene be allowed to enter to see her alone. She wanted to see if he had the nerve. Stepping out of the cool water, the Archibald heiress grew intrigued by the man causing unrest across the region. She wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of person this Jan Eugene was to make Gecko so uneasy. By nature straightforward, she declared that if she disliked him she would toss him out immediately without ceremony. Annoyed at Gecko's constant warnings about safety, Essendra snapped and asked why he insisted on lecturing so much. With proud Archibald blood and Gecko's protection, she believed no one would dare cause trouble within her own castle. Suspicion showed in Essendra's eyes. She was the sort who trusted only what she saw herself. The lady wanted to expose the rumors about Eugene's real ability, to see how great he truly was or if it was mere reputation. The massive iron gate screeched dryly and slowly opened to welcome Eugene's party. Eugene entered with a cold expression. He too was eager to see what the famed eldest daughter was really capable of. Essendra Archibald sat lofty on the high chair, remarking that Eugene looked younger and handsomer than she had imagined. Eugene merely regarded her coolly when she mentioned the many unsavory rumors about him. Lady Essendra clicked her tongue, saying that after seeing his face herself, those rumors were hard to believe. There were tales he ate people, and that he single-handedly slew ferocious wyverns. Eugene replied that cannibalism was a bit extreme, but he had indeed killed the wyverns. He looked her straight in the eye and asked if she agreed to meet him only out of curiosity about those silly stories. The knight beside her grew furious and was about to scold Eugene for his rudeness, but Essendra burst into a hearty laugh. She admitted she quite liked Eugene's character, even though he made no effort to curry favor. Eugene decided to get straight to the point. He had a request accompanied by an attractive offer. Essendra arched an eyebrow, guessing whether he wanted her to acknowledge his rule over the villages. Eugene countered with a short question. Can you do it? The question flushed Essendra slightly. She snapped that it was not an attitude befitting someone asking a favor. Seeing her pride touched, Eugene said it was a pity if she felt that way, then began to play his card. He revealed he had captured Bommond, the bandit leader who had occupied the Nadir mine and murdered a noble. More importantly, Bommond had named the man behind it, Sir Andre, a man of Lord Gabriel, her brother and rival. Essendra froze at the name Andre, and Eugene affirmed he had documentary proof as evidence. He asked her whether handing over Bommond wouldn't help strengthen her position to become the Baron. Eugene's condition was clear. He wanted official recognition of his lordly title. Seeing the opportunity, Essendra immediately changed her tone, laughed loudly, and apologized for her earlier coldness. She promised to handle the paperwork and to provide him with a compensation payment for the earlier slight. At first she thought he had come merely to cause trouble, but Eugene insisted she was the rightful heir. Essendra began to confide about the complications, revealing that the royal court was also eyeing control of Karlsbagen. Even the crown could not ignore powerful nobles who continually sought to expand their influence. She guessed the king had promised Gabriel a better title in exchange for his absolute loyalty. If Gabriel took power, Essendra's strength would be halved and she would constantly live under his threat. To her, Karlsbagen's problems should be solved by those who live there, and the Archibald family must remain central. Perhaps out of a sense of duty, she tried not to push her younger brother into open confrontation. Speaking of Gabriel, she was irritated by his greed in demanding control of the family's dungeon. Eugene asked about the lands in the demonic realm, and Essendra insisted she must carry out a raid there. But the problem was Edric, the fourth brother, who was blocking the route into the demonic realm to collect passage fees across his territory. It seemed the others didn't care who became Baron, since siding with anyone would offend the other factions. Eugene judged immediately that Edric was clearly trying to prove he was not on her side. He asked how much the fee was, and Essendra angrily said he charged as much as 10 silver per person, an extortive sum. She calculated that after paying knights and mercenaries there would be no profit left. She slammed her hand on the table in fury, wondering how he could become like that when she had cared for him so well once. Eugene looked at her clenched hand, preparing to make a decision that would change the whole game. He suddenly offered to raid that troublesome dungeon in her stead. Essendra laughed loudly, reminding him he had over 100 men and the passage fees would be an unimaginably huge sum. But Eugene just looked at her with steady eyes and declared, "I will go alone." The room fell into absolute silence at Eugene's insane statement. Essendra asked if people often called him mad, and Eugene calmly replied that no one ever had. The scene shifted to the border bridge separating the domains, where Eugene began to step into the demonic lands. On the other side of the bridge lay the borders of Lord Gabriel and Lord Edric, who controlled this frontier. Eugene stood before his soldiers, sternly warning them not to cross the bridge under any circumstances to avoid provoking an attack. He told Galfredic to stay and keep watch until he returned. The red-haired knight only nodded and asked when he would depart. Eugene declared that once Sir Gecko secured permission, he would enter the demonic realm alone without further reinforcements. The soldiers behind murmured, incredulous that their lord intended such a reckless journey. One worried that the newly joined mercenaries would doubt Eugene's ability, since they'd never seen him act before. Eugene tasked his men with doing everything possible to persuade and steady the troops during his absence. Eugene calculated silently. The mercenary captains were easy to handle, but the unpaid knights were the real problem. Sylph circled Eugene, pointed at the knights' grim, murderous expressions, and urged him to find a way to placate them. Seeing their sullen faces, it was clear their loyalty was wavering badly due to delayed pay. Eugene stared at the men, the thought crossing his mind to beat each of them to shut them up. But he remembered the composure expected of a lord and suppressed his anger to focus on the greater task. Eugene cleared his throat and stepped forward to thank the knights for staying with him despite the difficult circumstances. A knight hesitated and asked if it was because they weren't good enough that he decided to raid alone. Eugene immediately denied it and added that Lady Essendra also had high expectations for all of their talents. The knights looked puzzled when they heard the name Lady Essendra, whom Eugene said had praised them highly. He called for Luke to bring that thing, and the boy lugged a heavy bag toward the curious crowd. Luke opened the bag to reveal glittering coins. Eugene announced each would receive 50 silver as a sincere token of thanks. Needless to say, the knights were shocked. Eugene thought to himself that spending his own money to reward them would make them easier to command later. He said it was a good opportunity for them to show their skills before Ascendra, while Sylph snickered at her master's theatricality. From sullen to fired up, the knights suddenly brimmed with spirit and vowed to keep things in order until his return. Sylph muttered whether they even knew who Ascendra really was, but Eugene didn't care. It wasn't important. Sir Gecko returned to report he had secured the travel permit, and Eugene immediately prepared to mount and depart. Gecko looked at Eugene worriedly and urged him to reconsider, saying the decision sounded like walking to his death. Eugene scoffed that it was the 4th time he'd heard that warning, so it no longer had any effect. Gecko still pressed, asking who would deal with the monsters and haul the spoils if he went alone. Seeing Eugene resolute, he relented and instructed that the whole party would not wait more than 3 days for him. Eugene spurred his horse toward the bridge, leaving only a firm assurance that he would return soon. Sylph, truly a town crier, complained that the knight talked too much and urged Eugene to go slaughter the monsters. Eugene told her she was just as noisy and told her to hide well, then he urged his horse straight into the mist-shrouded demonic realm.